Hey, we have a race this afternoon. Are you going? Weren't you the biggest fan of this before? It was because of this that Niezichian came over. He thought he had disappeared again, but he was still at home. But now, there was also a beautiful woman at home. Shouting Nen looked at him with calm eyes and softly said, "No, I won't go." Niezichian glanced in the direction Chu Ran had just left and immediately understood with a quick look, giving a thumbs-up gesture to say, "Okay. All right, I'll leave now. I won't bother your romantic time." He stood up and started to back away. His gaze was as flirtatious as it could be. After shouting, Nan drove the person away. He went out to close the door and then went to the guest room. When he opened the door, he saw that the person was not there. She probably went back to the village. This made shouting Nan curse Niezichian 100 times in his mind. He was about to send a message to Chu Ran, asking her to come and take him back to the village to see Hang Hang. At this moment, Chen Shan called to say he had something to do. Chu Ran returned to the village and told her family about passing the first exam. Everyone was very happy. But she had a live broadcast tomorrow, so she needed to register her items. Today, she registered items from her own village, and tomorrow morning, villagers from other villages would come to deliver things. After counting everything, the old man told her about something. Ran, Director Chow wants you to arrange a live broadcast in the town. Do you think that's okay? The main issue is that our town has no industry, and most people have low income. Many young people work outside. The higher-ups also want to increase the income of those who stay behind, so everyone can live a good life. Chu Ran thought for a moment. A live broadcast is possible, but I need to check the quality of the products. We can't sell poor-quality goods, or it will hurt our reputation and also affect the reputation of our village's products. The old man nodded. Yes, your consideration is right. We will focus on our own village first. Grandpa, one more thing. When will we get the pavilion and the bridge we applied for last time? I also brought this up. The higher-ups said they will allocate funds.
We can handle it ourselves.
The budget is small, not much. It's not just about building the pavilion and bridge, but also about turning this place into a tourist spot. The old man continued. Director Chow hopes you can use your influence to help boost our local tourism. Chu Ran thought to herself, isn't this just the same promise I made to Director Chow before? How much is the budget? Chu Ran widened her eyes. Why so little? 2,000 yuan is already a lot. Others haven't given a penny. Do you want to contribute? The old man's eyes brightened. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and understood the answer.
Of course we want to.
Better to have something than nothing, Chu Ran said, but we shouldn't wait too long. Let's get the funds transferred first. The old man nodded. Yes, otherwise this might take forever. Chu Ran thought it wouldn't take too long because inviting her to do a live broadcast wouldn't be just a one-time thing. There would probably be more in the future. Getting everything ready early is also good. The next morning, people from other villages brought their goods to their village. The weather was nice, so they found an open space to set up and start registering what they had. One person brought a basket of goose eggs, and another brought roosters from their own farms. Some brought common dried meats, sausages, and dried beans. One person brought homemade fermented soybeans. After registering, they started the live broadcast. Today, a lady from the neighboring village came to visit. She brought goose eggs. This is the first time we're selling these in our live stream at 5 yuan each. Last time, someone asked about free-range chickens. Now we have them, so if you like, buy some. Then they showed some ordinary vegetables. There were also bamboo shoots, all linked for sale. The broadcast lasted quite a while, about 3 or 4 hours. Later, they packed everything up. The goose eggs didn't have boxes, which was a bit troublesome, so they used some straw and husks to pack them. All these items belonged to Grandma Wang's family. They had to decide whether to be paid in money, eggs, or other goods as compensation. Chu Ran didn't interfere. She handed the orders to them and let them pack on their own. The other village didn't have many items, so they finished quickly and left. Their own village had more goods. Grandma Wang's family had wild vegetables, homegrown vegetables, bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, and many other varieties, so they were naturally busier. Chu Ran packed her belongings, loaded them into the car, and went to check the back end to see her recent sales figures. Her fans are growing, and her online traffic has increased compared to before. She wonders if Xiao Tingnan helped boost her views by buying traffic. Chu Ran held several live streams in a row, mostly showcasing products from her village, which others found interesting. With her income from farming, she seems more motivated to work. As the weather warms up, rice seedlings are being grown in the fields. She has planted quite a few herself, knowing that machines now make it easier for her to farm alone. The unused land in the village is decreasing, and everyone is more active. Last year, Wang's family sold thousands of yuan worth of rice, earning a good income. Her live streams have also increased her earnings, and she receives private messages asking her to help sell specific products. However, Chu Ran hasn't taken on any of these tasks yet. She simply displays some products on her personal page, and those interested can buy directly. Even so, she still makes many sales. Looking at her income, her monthly sales reach several 10,000 yuan. Her shop sales are separate from her personal earnings. The money in her account belongs to her, but the shop's earnings are meant for the villagers. Ran, there's a call from Director Chow. Chu Ran answered. Hello, Director Chow. Hello, Chu Ran. I've been watching your live streams lately, they're very good. If more people in our town had your talent, I believe our local products would sell better, and the lives of our villagers would improve. Did your grandfather tell you about the matter I mentioned last time? Are you planning to help promote products in town? We'll fully support you. Chu Ran replied, I don't have any issues on my side, but about the materials I applied for last time. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd say that. The application has been approved. When you come to town, the materials will be sent to your village. We hope your village won't let us down. Chu Ran smiled. We'll do our best. Both sides agreed quickly. Chu Ran planned to visit the town to see what goods were prepared and to check their quality, whether they were farm products. If the products weren't from the villagers themselves, she wouldn't promote them. The villagers' own products definitely have sales channels. Her idea is to help low-income villagers increase their income. At night, after Chu Ran uploaded a video of planting seedlings, she withdrew her money. She paid off all her debts and finally felt relieved. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and she felt free and light. She couldn't help but want to roll around in bed. Next to her, Xiao Hinghing seemed to sense her happiness and was babbling happily. She picked up the child, kissed him, and said, Is my little one happy too? Mom is no longer in debt or carrying any burdens. Now we can save money to buy nice things for Hinghing. Hinghing, what do you want? Sunflower seeds, peanuts, or a small toy? You're still too young for these. You can't eat or play with them now. When you're a bit older, I'll save money to buy you toys. He seemed to understand and got even more excited, waving his arms and legs to show his feelings. Mom Chu might have heard them outside and said, What are you teasing him for so late? Go to sleep. Tomorrow, you need to send out goods, and you also have to go to town. Chu Ran came out holding the child and said, Mom, we've paid off all our debts. From now on, the money we earn can be saved to build a house. Mom Chu was excited, her eyes shining. Really? You earned so much this month? I'll be live streaming the day after tomorrow, and we're also selling things. Look at all 5 of us busy at home. Don't lie to me. Will you be able to handle the debt yourself later? I'm not lying. I'll show you. Chu Ren opened her phone to show her. See, I just paid it off. It's gone, isn't it? After she looked carefully, Mom Chu finally relaxed. That's good. Your dad and I were worried. If we hadn't gone out to work, we wouldn't have been able to pay off the debt. Now it's all settled, and our family can breathe easier. Yes, I feel relieved too. From now on, we'll save money to build a house. We'll build it when we have enough money. No more borrowing. Borrowing makes us uneasy. We always want to pay it off quickly, even in our dreams. Seeing her mother's relaxed expression, Chu Ran nodded. Okay, no more borrowing. We'll listen to what the family says. The older generation believes in spending money carefully and avoiding debt, thinking that life will be more stable that way. If she really borrowed money to build a house, her family would be worried and anxious again. In the past, she handled things with young people's ideas, but now she would think more about her family. They are all getting older and just want a peaceful life. Building a house isn't something they need to rush for. Back in the room, she started drawing plans, not only for her own house but also for the village. Although her drawing skills weren't perfect, the general idea was clear. She could see what materials they might need. She took these plans and went to town with Old Master Chu and Aunt Chu to see Director Chow. After looking at the plans, Director Chow felt that this small, unknown mountain village seemed to be changing a little. Looks good. Let's do it like this first, then promote it. Hopefully, tourists will come, which can help boost our town's economy. Chu Ran said, I can't say it's a big change, but at least after doing this, people returning home will have a place to visit, right? Some people who come back to the town during the new year have nowhere to go. They just stay at home, visit relatives out of boredom, or play cards, which can get dull. Yes, it gives them a place to go. It can be considered a local project for our town. Director Chow, this time during the town's live broadcast, I need to check how much stock we have and register. And Chu was also there, responsible for registration. Chu Ran still needed to learn to drive. She hadn't taken her second driving test yet and was about to have an exam, so she needed practice. Since it was her first time live streaming in the town, they didn't have many products. These are all farm products. Some families have too many radishes, can't eat them all, so they made radish dried strips. We also have cabbage, vegetable stalks, and more. She looked over and confirmed they were seasonal farm products. After registering, Chu Ran went back to learn driving and then started the live broadcast. This time, we're in our town. Let's see what's behind us, the town office. So, this is a farm support live stream featuring local farmers' products. With this background, more people passing by the live stream would stop to watch. This time, they were promoting products from other villages in the town, not their own. Red vegetable stalks, fresh and crispy. 3 yuan a bunch. You can stir-fry them with meat. Very tender, just a gentle snap and they break. And these vegetables are very nutritious. Those who know. The comment section quickly filled with people explaining the nutritional benefits of red vegetable stalks. Aunt Chu quickly posted links, introducing the red vegetable stalks. Many farms offered their products, and viewers could choose to buy what they liked. There is no need to repeat the introduction. Their live stream does not delay time, nor is it noisy. The link is straightforward. Because there are many people in the town, Mother Chu is now very skilled. She handles the link while printing out orders for distribution and packing. The town also has ready-made boxes and bags, which allows for quick packing. Chu Ran feels that the speed in the town is much faster than in the village, mainly because everything is well prepared and there are many young people helping. In the village, most people are older, so packing is slow and sometimes confusing. After finishing the shipments, Chu's family returns to the village. The money has been received, so they tell the old man and villagers that the village will be renovated to build a small tourist spot. The villagers have no objections. They only care about how much money they can earn in a day, doing their work, and hoping for good weather to increase their harvest. Chu Ran ordered some items online, including imitation wooden railings, which come with free delivery and installation, costing over 10,000 yuan. 5 days later, the items arrived along with workers for installation. They chose the location and started installing. When the pavilion was built, the old, run-down small mountain village suddenly looked different, adding some cultural elements. Even the elderly Granny Wong said, "This pavilion is nice. We can sit here to rest in the future." Since it was a prefabricated structure, it was completed in just 1 day. Their bridge is small, only about 3 meters long. After installation, the workers left. Seeing these 2 new structures, the villagers found them very interesting. Maisie asked, "Is this made of wood?" Chu Ran shook her head. "No. It's imitation wood. It looks better and blends more with our village environment." Maisie said, "I think if I wear ancient costumes, it looks like we're filming a TV drama." "So interesting. Ran, hold the baby and I'll take a few photos." Chu Ran really went over. Maisie casually took a few photos with her phone. She also took some without holding the baby. They took turns taking pictures. Maisie was dressed in work clothes, giving a busy farm feel, with the farmland in the background, creating a natural rural scene. Chu Ran took photos of her grandparents. When she got home, she pulled her grandfather aside and said, "Grandpa, can we ask the workers to help lay the ground?" Just with stone slabs. She showed him the blueprint, which included the path to the pavilion and some small walkways. There are plenty of stones in their village, so they don't need to buy any. This isn't a big problem. Just tell them how you want it laid, her grandfather replied. With the help of workers, the stone path was quickly finished, making things more convenient. Chu-ran was very happy with how it turned out. At this time, she needed to prepare for her second driving test. It was still in the city, very early, and she had to wait in line. The instructor said she should stay overnight. She stayed with other students for one night. During the test, she was very nervous, worried she might not see the right signals. The hardest part of the second test was the S-shaped curve. She was afraid of crossing the lines and didn't know the best way to position herself. But she passed safely, without any problems. Shouting Nan knew she had a test today and said he wanted to go back to the village with her. He also brought his camera to take pictures of her. Chu-ran had no objections. She was planning to take some good photos or videos. She had bought a qipao and traditional costume, and she didn't know how to do her hair in a fancy style, but she also bought a wig. She went back with shouting Nan. He held his long-lost son and started to mumble. However, the child seemed to have forgotten him after not seeing him for a long time. Chu-ran laughed and said, "Kids tend to forget easily. Looks like you need to show your face more often." When shouting Nan returned, he was happiest not for himself, but for the elders in the Chu family. The grandmother even specially prepared cured meat to cook. They made a stew with cured meat and radish, adding some dried shiitake mushrooms, which made everyone's mouth water. Chu-ran started changing clothes and doing her makeup. She didn't usually wear makeup, but in college, her roommate was very good at it and helped her apply it before. Now she remembered the steps. Usually, she went out with a natural look, but now she was a bit unfamiliar with makeup. She didn't know much about it, so she just applied foundation, blush, and lipstick to be safe. She didn't use highlighter or contouring because she didn't know how. All these cosmetics were bought recently, just for shooting traditional-style videos and photos. Shouting Nan watched her and said, "Whether you wear makeup or not, it looks about the same." Chu-ran asked, "Are you complimenting me on how I look or saying I'm not good at makeup? Would you like me to call a makeup artist to help you with your makeup? How long will that take? Let's just go now. It's time to see your skills." Chu-ran is dressed in ancient clothes, wearing a wig and holding an oil paper umbrella. Xiao Tingnan is confident in his photography skills. He says, "I will definitely make you look like a fairy descending to the mortal world." They went to a pavilion, a bridge, and a corridor to take photos. After a few hours, Chu-ran looked at his composition. It was actually quite good. "Wow, Xiao Tingnan, are you specially trained in photography? It's just a little skill, do I need to learn?" He's very proud of himself. "Can you help me edit the video? I want to share it so everyone can see the beautiful scenery of our village." Xiao Tingnan really helped with editing. He edited from his perspective, and the finished video was posted right away. Soon, people started commenting. "Wow, is this a fairyland? Is the water really that clear? I like this place. Can I go there for a trip?" Watching this video, my eyes feel relaxed. I think I should visit such a fairyland. Hey, streamer, tell us where this is. I want to visit on the weekend. Chu-ran looked at the comments and replied that it's in the mountains, with no accommodations. If they don't mind, they can stay in the town. She also shared the town's address. Someone saw it wasn't far and said they would come on the weekend. Not only on the video platform, but others also asked. It was that older sister who bought her grains. "Sister Doolittle Boss, I saw your latest video. Is that your hometown? The scenery looks great. Our group wants to organize a trip outdoors. Can you tell us the address?" Chu-ran explained the current situation. "We are in the mountains with no places to stay. If you want to stay overnight, you need to go to the town. If you don't mind, you are welcome to come. We have a camper van. We just want to go hiking outdoors and feel free. We're older now and don't have much to do, so we need to find something to do." They have a camper van, which shows they are quite well off. Chu-ran shared the address. "You're welcome to visit the mountains." She doesn't know when they will come, but since they have a camper van, any time is fine. At night, Xiao Tingnan stayed here and didn't go back home. Chu Ran teased, "You have a big bed of 500 square meters at home, and you're not sleeping there? Why are you squeezing into a small 1.5 meter bed with me?" Xiao Tingnan chuckled. "Whose bed is 500 square meters? Isn't that what the boss's bed is like? Last time you visited my house, was there a bed that big?" Chu Ran knew this was an exaggeration. "Then why don't you go back? I want to stay with my son. Sleeping alone is boring, so I just stay here. Also, it's not hot yet. When summer comes, I won't keep you here. Did your house not have a building yet then?" "I don't know. My parents said they want to save enough money first. I've paid off my debts, and now I'm saving money." Chu Ran said this with a happy tone without realizing it. Xiao Tingnan was happy to hear that. "Congratulations." Earlier, a big sister who used to buy grains said she wants to go traveling, driving her own RV. "No need for accommodations, rich people." Xiao Tingnan raised an eyebrow. "Should I also buy an RV? Then I can take you guys traveling. I don't have money for trips. You can take Hang Hang instead. Let him see more of the world. You're not paying for it anyway." "How many people are there in the Du family you mentioned? Are they reliable?" "About 10 people. I think they are quite trustworthy. A retired big sister once helped me find clients. She has money and free time. Why not travel? That's quite a few people. If they all come in RVs, it will be lively here. I think you should stay cautious. What if someone recognizes you then?" Chu Ran looked at Xiao Tingnan's face, thinking it wasn't impossible. "Nobody recognized me when I bought grains before. Why would they now? I'm not a celebrity." He didn't care at all. "If I weren't here, she might think we broke up and you've married someone else. What kind of logic is that?" Chu Rand, "If you want to promote your hometown, you should find a professional team to shoot a promotional video. That would work better. Yes, once the office is built and the village officials come, we can discuss it." "Now I feel like I'm already doing the work of a village official." Shouting, Nan gently touched her hair. "Don't do so much work. Look at other online influencers. They go out and sell products themselves, and they earn much more than you. You're not like them. You're working hard and also feeling very tired." Thinking for a moment, he said, "Would you like to sell products? I can introduce you to some merchants. I guarantee the products are good quality. That way, you won't lack money." Chu Ran replied, "I don't lack money now. I mainly sell authentic farm products. Selling other kinds of goods doesn't match my style. I believe I will earn money slowly. I prefer to keep things simple. Too much focus on business can make you lose what is most important. Besides, I am also selling products now, just without explaining them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a high income. When will the village officials come?" "At least after the office is built. It's almost finished." As they talked, Chu Ran suddenly felt they were too close. It was like she was curled up in his arms. She could feel his warmth very hot, and sensed that he had plenty of positive energy. She quietly moved back a little, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep. But she couldn't seem to sleep well. She was sharing a bed with them during her postpartum period. Even after her confinement period, elders told her she needed to take good care of herself. Now, it had been several months and spring was here. Everything was coming back to life. Animals were in heat, but what about people? Lying in the same bed with a man made her feel a strange, indescribable feeling. She thought about how brave she had been in the past few months. Seeing her close her eyes and prepare to sleep, Shouting Nan also turned off the light and got ready to sleep. He didn't think much about it. Overthinking at this time would only tire himself out. Staying calm helped him fall asleep naturally. But in the darkness, he clearly sensed her breathing was off. It used to be slow and steady, but now it was quick and restless, showing she wasn't really asleep. He turned his head to look, but in the dark, he saw nothing. He really wanted to ask if she had something on her mind, but he didn't speak. Chu ran, perhaps sensing his gaze, turned over and faced away from him, lying on her side. Shouting Nan knew she was usually very still when she slept. She rarely moved. Her turning over now meant she was probably not asleep. She turned her body slightly and leaned toward him, unable to help but ask, "What are you worried about? Just talk about it. Maybe I can help. Even if I can't, I can at least listen." Her voice was no longer clear and bright like earlier when they were chatting. Now it was low and hoarse, masked by the darkness. It felt like a heavy weight pressing on her heart. On the small bed, only the two adults were lying there. Little Hang Hang was sleeping peacefully on his own small bed, with his little belly sticking out, snoring loudly. He didn't want to bother with the restless night of the adults. Chu-Ran felt him getting closer, and her mind involuntarily recalled that night. Her memory was blurry, but she still knew some basic details. She had also talked about it with her college roommate, each story more colorful than the last. Is Xiao Tingnan handsome? Of course, he was handsome. His features were delicate, and his skin was fair. If his gaze wasn't so intimidating, he would look like a classic handsome young man. Before they had any contact, she never thought about what he was like in bed. But on nights like this, her restless mind started to wonder. A handsome, rebellious guy. What was he like back then? It seemed as if some magic inside her made her turn over and look at him directly. They stared at each other in the dark, as if they saw each other, but also as if they didn't. Their breathing intertwined. Xiao Tingnan didn't expect her to suddenly turn over like that. In the past, whenever they had any inappropriate contact, she would avoid it. He thought she would do the same tonight. Either avoid him or scold him. But she didn't. She turned over to look at him, and this gradually began to change Xiao Tingnan's feelings. His suppressed thoughts started to surface again, becoming harder to control. He began to think more. Chu-Ran, his voice was even hoarser. Xiao Tingnan, you're so hot, Chu-Ran said, reaching out and pushing him. When I sleep alone, I don't feel this hot. But since you've come, I can't sleep because of the heat. But her hand was grabbed by Xiao Tingnan and placed directly on his chest. She could clearly feel his heartbeat, strong and steady. In her mind, words appeared, full of youthful vigor. Men are naturally warmer than women. Isn't that normal? Now that it's spring, we should change the bedding. Stay away from me, and I won't feel so hot. Let go of my hand. This is the bed. Why are you pulling and tugging like that? Shouting and couldn't help but chuckle softly, his chest vibrating. Chu-Ran, you said it yourself. This is the bed. We're lying in it, so what should we look like? What can we look like inside the bed? A man and a woman lying in bed doing nothing like us would be unusual. Usually, they would have already gone through many things. Chu-Ran asked, are men always thinking about those kinds of things? I know it's not good to think too much. It's bad for health. You're still young, so you should take care of yourself so you don't become useless before you're old. Xiao Tingnan didn't expect her to say such straightforward words. He deliberately leaned closer to her ear. Can I try? Do you want to see? Chu-Ran pulled her hand back.
I'm not talking about that.
If you come to the village again, just prepare an extra blanket. We each cover our own, and don't bother each other. Xiao Tingnan sighed. Men's minds are always on these things. Desire and nature are normal. Chu-Ran said, Xiao Tingnan, I used to think you were untouchable, not part of the mortal world. Now that you say these things, my image of you is shattered. I feel like you've fallen from your pedestal. Xiao Tingnan was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. So, I was like that in your eyes? Does that mean you're a fan? Hearing his proud tone, Chu-Ran didn't answer. He continued, do you like me? Back in school, I was quite popular. At least half the girls liked me. Were you one of them? No, not at all. I don't like you, she quickly denied 3 times. Did she like Xiao Tingnan back then? Of course not. They had no interaction. So how could she? He was a troublemaker, like a school bully. She would avoid him if she saw him. How could she like him? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her waist. Deny it too quickly. You're hiding something. Isn't that right? He forcefully pulled her into his arms. Feeling the strength of his arm, Chu-Ran panicked. Xiao Tingnan, what are you doing? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. A cheerful voice sounded above. It's nothing, come closer. But she didn't want to get so close. She already felt restless, and if she moved any nearer, would she be able to sleep? Perhaps sensing her hesitation, he didn't use much force and didn't hold her too tightly. Sleep now. You have to get up in the middle of the night to feed the baby. He said this unintentionally, but when these words came out at this moment, they made the already tense atmosphere even more heated. Chu Ran wanted to stay away from him, but when she felt him stiffen, she didn't dare to move. They woke up in the morning to the crowing of a rooster. They were still holding each other, just like that hurried morning. Chu Ran quickly pushed him away, sat up, and hurriedly put on her clothes, trying to crawl out from inside. Just as she was about to get over him, he woke up. This position. It looked strange. Shouting and raised an eyebrow. Early in the morning, in this position, he said, "Good morning." Chu Ran quickly got out of bed, looked at the baby, who was wide awake, playing with his fingers. The baby paid no attention to them and hurried out to wash up. Washing her face with water, she finally felt clear-headed from the strange, dazzling atmosphere. Ran, are you going to sell goods today?" Chu's mother asked. They didn't sell anything yesterday. They sell items from their village, many of which already have links, so no need to register. After breakfast, I'll talk to a few families, she said. Now it's spring, and there are plenty of wild vegetables in the fields. Just going out and picking some can make money. Exactly. That's why Maisie works very hard every day. After finishing the farm work, she goes to find wild vegetables and dig bamboo shoots. She knows she's not like old Chi's family, who have skills, or like her own family, which has many people. She can only rely on herself. All the goods are ready-made, and Chu Ran's live streams are very efficient. Because they often sell the same items, she also thought of some new ideas. Today, we'll live stream bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat. First, peel the bamboo shoots, then slice them, boil them in water, and set aside. This cured meat is pork belly, cleaned thoroughly, preferably washed with hot water, rinse repeatedly, and boiled before slicing. Look at the color of this cured meat. Doesn't it look very tempting? There's cured meat in the small yellow cart. Grandma Wang's and Grandma Chu's cured meat, everyone who has bought it knows. The taste. Well, the flavor depends on the seasonings used, so it might vary a bit. Once the slices are prepared, they can be stir-fried. Chu Ran has been live streaming, and the elderly lady occasionally appears on camera to help. The children are being looked after by Xiao Tingnan. He hasn't taken care of children in a long time, so this is a good chance to get closer. He watches Chu Ran's live stream from behind. The stream shows her cooking with a simple, rustic iron pot over a fire, nothing fancy. Xiao Tingnan knows they are selling local farm products. There isn't much stock. Based on the current live stream data, if they can sell what they have, they don't need to promote more because there's no demand. Also, maybe it's just his feeling, but he thinks Chu Ran seems a bit different today. She's in a very good mood. Her expressions look especially gentle. While he's thinking this, the viewers in the live chat also notice. Host, did you have some good news?
You seem so happy today.
Share it with us. I think the way the host is cooking looks really nice. Am I imagining things? No, today is different. Haven't you noticed? Did she put on makeup? She said she's live streaming without makeup, just her natural look. I think she looks natural, no beauty filters. Otherwise, I wouldn't stay so long. She looks so good, so pretty. Why not become a star? Why must she be a star? Doing what she loves is good enough. Host, I've bought your bamboo shoots several times, and I've even given some as gifts. They're delicious. Thanks to Chu Ran's down-to-earth live streams, the sales of bamboo shoots have hit a new high. There are also many viewers in the live chat. After the stream ends, both shops sell out their cured meats and sausages. Chu Ma says, Ran, we're out of cured meat. We won't have any more. Should we stop selling it? This cured meat is still selling well. I wish we had made more before the new year. Chu Ran replies, Mom, cured meat doesn't have to be made only in December. We can buy meat anytime and make it. When Dad goes to deliver goods later, he can buy some meat, and we can make more then. Hearing this, not only Chu's family but also Grandma Wang's eyes light up. That's right. We hadn't thought of that. As long as we have meat, we can make it anytime. There's plenty of pork in the countryside. Valley and Bashuia are everywhere. We just need to buy meat and make it. Chu Ran said, as long as I finish the work in the fields, I can do it. Wang Maisie's eyes brightened. Then can I do it too? Chu Ran replied, of course you can want to do it, but can you handle it alone? You still need to work in the fields and dig bamboo shoots. Don't overexert yourself. Wang Maisie's expression dimmed. She knew this was true. She couldn't do everything by herself. Even though her family might help, buying meat costs a lot of money and curing and smoking require extra effort. She really couldn't manage it all. Grandma Wong said, "Maisie, forget about that. It's easier to just pick some wild vegetables and bamboo shoots. You have a child to take care of." She nodded. Yes, I won't do so much anymore. She was indeed too busy, mainly because she didn't want to spend money on meat. When they went to buy supplies, it was Chu Ma who went with them to buy meat, and this time they bought more. After returning, they started curing the meat, and the sausages also began to be made. The elderly couple was busy. Chu Ma and Chu Ba were working in the fields. With Xiao Tingnan here, he was taking care of the children. The Wang family was busy too. They thought making cured meat was worthwhile. Although it was hard work, they weren't as busy during this time, and since they had many family members, they started making the meat. Xiao Tingnan stayed in the village for the weekend, and then went back to the city. In the following days, Chu Ranch shop didn't have cured meat or sausages on display. When asked, she said they were still being made. All the cured meat made for the new year was sold out, which made her fans believe her farm products were very genuine. At this time, the village office was finally finished. After it was built, Director Chow and some town officials came to visit their village. Everyone was happy to see the small new building. The old man now had his own office and desk. Director Chow said that the village officials would arrive in a few days, and the village would be arranged properly. With the village office ready, they now had a place for live streaming. Comrade Chu Ran, I'd like to ask for your help again. Many families in our town have cherry trees, and the cherries are almost ripe. I wonder if you could. Chu Ran had no problem with this. She also mentioned she wanted to open a guest house in the village, which might require some permits. Both sides were very happy. Director Chow went back to inform each village that cherries could be picked and carried to the town office at the scheduled time. The town would help everyone find buyers. Talking about cherries, last year she made a small profit by selling her own cherries, so she planted some this year. She hasn't had time to check on them yet. When she bought the trees, she was told they would bear fruit. Chu Ran went to see them and found that the cherry trees she bought seemed to be blooming. However, there weren't many flowers. Even if they bloom, she wasn't sure if they would produce cherries. Her original trees grew well and bloomed nicely. She quickly ordered cherry boxes online. She needed to order more because she also had mulberries and March sprouts. Chu Ran filmed a video of the cherry blossoms to promote them. Once ready, she could start selling. She also told Director Chow to prepare packaging boxes so they could sell half a kilogram or a kilogram per box. The carrots and cabbages in the field have been harvested. Now, there are just some newly planted vegetables like chicken feather greens and vegetable stalks. Chu Ran started seedlings in last year's seedling trays again. She planted green peppers, yard-long beans, corn, and other vegetables. After planting, she covered them with thin film to keep warm. The current temperature is about 10 degrees Celsius. Sometimes, a cold snap occurs, making it even colder. Some plants prefer warmth and can't handle the cold. At this time, Sister Du arrived. There were about 10 of them, some couples, some individuals working together in teams. Several RVs arrived in the town, attracting a lot of attention. They drove straight into the mountains. When they reached the village, Chu Ran went to greet them. Sister Du had told her they would come at this time. "Hello, Sister Du, welcome to our village. Young boss, long time no see. You seem to have changed a lot," Sister Du said, inspecting her carefully. Chu Ran replied, "Just call me Chu Ran. Calling me young boss feels a bit awkward. I'm not really a boss." "Oh, I see. You're no longer selling at the market but doing live streams. I often buy things from your live shows. The vegetables are still as delicious as when you sold them at the market. It's clear they're grown on your farm," Sister Du thought for a moment. "But your place is quite far away. How did you manage to get the produce to the city?" Chu Ran said, "I asked someone to help with transportation." "Sister Du, there is an open space over there where you can park the car. You can also go up the mountain from there, but be careful of spicy snacks and other things." She quickly changed the subject and pointed to a piece of wasteland, which was some distance from the village, so it wouldn't disturb the villagers. Let's drive the cars over there first. The cars immediately moved to that spot, and everyone started setting up, pulling out tents and preparing for what looked like camping. Sister Du said, "The air here is really good. My throat has been a bit uncomfortable in the city. Just a little while here makes me feel very comfortable. Taking a deep breath feels like it refreshes my whole mind." After saying that, she took a deep breath. "Yes, I feel the same. I was feeling sleepy before, but now I feel more energetic after getting out of the car. My eyes also feel much better." Sister Du asked. Chu ran, "Are there any shops around here? If we want to buy something sometimes, where should we go? What do you want to buy?" "I have a small shop that sells some daily necessities." "That's good. We might buy some water now and then. If we want to buy vegetables, how do we do that?" "We will cook ourselves. You can talk to the villagers. If you cook your own meals, put the trash in bags. There is a trash station over there." The trash station was newly built to help protect the mountain environment. Okay, we understand. Thank you. Go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you. If you have any questions, just ask me." After a few friendly words, Chu ran left. The villagers didn't disturb them either. Everyone went about their own tasks. They set up the tents, took out chairs and small tables, feeling very relaxed. Soon, a few of them went to fetch water. Chu ran led them to the village well, which was a hand-operated water well. Some people also came to buy a few bottles of mineral water from Chu Ran's family. After the buyers left, Chu Ran's mother said, "We have no stock left at home. Dad, when you go to deliver goods, bring back some water." These people seemed to come often to buy. The cured meat was ready, dried, and smoked. Then they started selling it in the shop. Once it was on the shelves, people began buying. It seemed their cured meat had a steady group of customers. This time, when buying meat, they cut small pieces about 1 jin, roughly half a kilogram, per piece. This looks good and sells well. At least visually, it catches people's attention. The next day, Maisie came to find Chu Ran. Ran, those people bought vegetables from me. When they saw I was digging bamboo shoots, they asked how much per pound and I sold some to them. Did you sell them? Yes, I sold some. Why not? It's all the same price, so I sold. I just wanted to tell you that I can sell them, right? Of course you can. Whatever they buy, if you're willing to sell, then sell. Whether offline or online, it's all sales. As long as you can make money, that's good. I think so too. They didn't buy much, just 2 each, and also bought some eggs from my grandma's chickens and some garlic and scallions. That's good. It helps the villagers earn some money. Maisie said, "Yes, they also want to buy free-range chickens, but my grandma's chickens are laying eggs. There's only 1 rooster kept for breeding." In the end, someone offered a high price, and my grandma sold her an old hen that doesn't lay many eggs. It's normal for old hens to be a bit more expensive. Yes, my little chicks are still small. I wish they would grow up faster, so I could earn more. Ran, following you has been very profitable. It's much better than working outside, and I can take care of my kids myself. When I save enough money, I want to build a house. Chu Ran looked at her. Are you not planning to remarry? Maisie shook her head. No, I don't plan to. If I get married again and have to take care of 2 kids, it might be too hard for them. They're so young and already living away from their parents. That's too sad. Now I take care of them myself. At least I don't have to worry about how others see me. Chu Ran thought her idea was good, but she also knew it was very hard. Ran, do you think it's better for me to remarry or to stay like this? You're a college student and have seen more of the world. I just think differently, but my mom still sometimes advises me to find someone else. Chu Ran chuckled. I don't know much about the world. Don't praise me too much. If you don't remarry, it's up to you. You just need to decide what you want. Maisie seemed very conflicted and sat down heavily beside her. I think things are pretty good now. I can earn money to support my kids. Wang Hao's tuition is a bit high, and I spend some on meat and other small expenses, but overall, it's not too much. I work outside, with food and accommodation provided, but I don't feel as free as I do in the village. I think I can now support 2 children, but my mother still wants me to consider it. Someone told her about me. The person is about my age, unmarried, and has similar family conditions. He can give a dowry of 10,000 yuan and hold a wedding, but he has one condition. I can't bring my 2 children, and I must return the children to the Luo family. The Luo family is my ex-husband Maizi's family, and they are the biological parents of the children. I work outside, and someone knows the Luo family. They have a son, so how could they want my 2 children? I also don't plan to return the children to the Luo family. Actually, this person is really suitable. He has a family with a son, and his older sister and younger siblings are all married. His parents are not very old and can help out. If they didn't have this requirement, I might have agreed. It's clear Maizi is a bit tempted. After all, someone to help raise the children means I wouldn't be so tired and wouldn't have to bear everything alone. Aren't you the one who bought a house in the village? If you remarry, what will happen to that house? If I remarry, I will give the house to Wang Hao. If he is taken away by me, they definitely won't consider him as their biological son. It seems Maizi has really thought about this. Actually, I think earning more money is the key. How are your vegetable seedlings? Have they sprouted? Chu Ran changed the subject. She feels powerless when it comes to marriage and love topics. She's afraid that sharing her opinions might influence Maizi's thoughts. If Maizi's ideas are influenced, the consequences could be serious. She isn't alone. She has 2 children depending on her now. They have sprouted. The weather is still a bit cold now, but it will be better when it warms up. I've planted bittermelon, cucumbers, and green beans. Talking about farming makes Maizi happy. Her eyes light up, and she no longer looks as hesitant as before. She quickly gets busy to not delay her work. Chu Ran bought lotus root seedlings online and directly planted them in the marsh area over there. There's already a fence around it, and it's enclosed. Once the lotus roots grow, it will look nice here. The old man said that planting lotus roots doesn't require much care. Just put them in, and they will grow. I don't know if that's really true. When she returned, she saw Sister Du and a group of people going up the mountain. They were carrying cameras around their necks, and some had tripods, looking very professional. The next day, Chu Ran did another live broadcast, this time featuring newly made cured meat. This batch is freshly made cured meat, the same as before the new year. If you've watched my videos and like it, you can place an order. Have you seen the cherry blossom videos? The cherries will be ready in a little while, just a bit more time. Pea shoots, fresh and tender pea shoots, and also Dutch peas. Garlic sprouts, crispy and tender, are great for stir-frying with meat. While packing, Chu Ran noticed a stranger standing next to Maizi. He looked young, not tall, helping Maizi carry things and pack. Grandma Wang probably noticed her gaze and explained, "This is someone introduced to Maizi by others. His name is Miao Xingmi. He knows Maizi is busy, so he came to help. He's about the same age as Maizi, from another village, not married yet. There aren't many girls in the village now, so they don't mind Maizi marrying again. He's quite thoughtful." Chu Ran thought, didn't Maizi say that the other person didn't accept children? Why is she willing now? But seeing that Maizi wasn't paying much attention to the man, she guessed they hadn't agreed yet. This woman, she really needs a man. Otherwise, it's too hard for her alone. When Maizi gets married, Wang Hao and Wang Wan will go back to their real father's place. That's good too. Is it settled now? Chu Ran didn't want to think about such a situation. So, she stayed silent, but the elderly woman next to her spoke up. Wang Hao's father has agreed to take the children. Didn't they say they didn't want them? Not sure yet. No one has mentioned it. The children are his biological kids. Sending them to his home is fine. Why would he refuse? Grandma Wang continued. Maizi finally found someone reliable, and she can't let the 2 kids hold her back. Maizi is still young. This still depends on Maizi's own decision. The old woman said no more and just looked toward Maizi before continuing to pack. After all the goods were sent out, Maizi saw Miao Xing off and returned to her house. Soon after, she heard little Wang Wan crying, followed by Wang Hao crying as well. This immediately drew the attention of many people, and Grandma Wang quickly ran over. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did Maizi hit them? Maizi sat nearby, looking upset. They cried because they heard I don't want them anymore. When she said this, Wang's mother also fell silent. After a while, Grandma Wang patted Wang Hao and asked, "Don't you want to go back to your dad's place? Your grandparents are there." Wang Hao shook his head quickly. No, I don't want to go back. I just want to stay here. You said Mom is getting married and doesn't want us anymore, right? The child became more upset as he spoke. The Wang family people talked about these things without considering the children. They thought the kids didn't understand anything. But Wang Hao is 6 years old, and Wang Wan is 4. They can understand some words. Especially children who have experienced being abandoned by their father are more sensitive. If their mother doesn't want them, what should they do? When Wang Wan heard her brother shouting, she cried even harder and rushed to cling to Maisie. Mom, don't go.
Boo-hoo.
I don't want Mom to leave. We are just at home, boo-hoo. Maisie stepped forward and hugged her. I won't go anywhere. Mom isn't leaving nowhere, comma. Her eyes also turned red. Grandma Wang and Wang's mother looked on and sighed. They could take care of adults but not children. Miao's family said they couldn't help raise 2 children because it was too much. If they were their own children, it might be different. The Wang family also couldn't accept these 2 children, especially since Wang Hua had just married. Mom, tell Miao Sheng not to come. I can't give up the children. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stayed with the 3 children. But Miao Sheng still came the next day. Maisie felt a bit impatient when she saw him. She didn't like him much and found his persistence annoying. Wang Wan was even more hostile toward him. Go away. We don't welcome you here. Wang Hao didn't go to school today. He stayed home on the weekend. At this moment, they stared fiercely at Miao Sheng, as if he might take their mother away at any time. Miao Sheng was probably embarrassed by Wang Wan's loud shouting. Maisie, can I talk to you alone? Maisie comforted the children and then went aside to speak with him. Just say it. Maisie, I really like you. If my family were better off, raising 2 children wouldn't be a problem. But my family is just average and taking care of 2 kids is already hard. If we have another child, we simply can't afford it. Can you understand me? We are still young and shouldn't be held back by children. Sending the children back to their father is the best choice, and it's good for you too. Maisie looked coldly at the person in front of her. I never planned to remarry, and I didn't agree to meet you. I don't even know how you found me in my village. Maybe my mom or an introducer helped. I have 2 children, and I can support them and have a place to live. So, you see, I am not a necessary choice for you. Do you understand what I mean? I would have to start over if I went to your house. I'm not interested. You are a young man who isn't married, so you should look for an unmarried girl, not me, a divorced woman with 2 kids. Don't come back again. We are not suitable. After saying this, Maisie wanted to leave, but Miao Sheng didn't plan to let her go so easily. Maisie, don't rush to leave. I want you to send the children away. Isn't that better for you? Then you can relax a bit. Why carry these 2 kids and make things hard for yourself? Miao Sheng got anxious. Aren't you thinking about your future? You're still so young. Enough, Maisie snapped, her face dark. Get out, Maisie. Seeing her angry, Miao Sheng calmed down quickly. He wanted to say some soft words and even reach out to grab her. Sorry, Maisie. I was too emotional just now. It's hard to find young girls these days. I finally met someone young and able to have children. My mom said if you don't want to send the kids away, you could agree to have a child with us. I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a bride price. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Maisie became angrier and picked up dry branches from the ground to hit Miao Sheng. He ran away from the beating, but it seemed he wasn't planning to give up. Maybe he thought it was easy to manipulate a divorced woman. For a young man who isn't married, being able to get her was already a blessing. The noise here alarmed the Wang family. Wang's mother came over. I just saw Miao Sheng. Did he come to see you? Wang Hao immediately ran over and hugged Maisie. Grandma, that man is a bad person. Mom chased him away. Kids are going out to play. I will talk with your mother for a while. Wang Ma is not in the mood to pay attention to the children now. Wang Hao doesn't want to go play at all. He just wants to listen to them talk. Wang Ma ignores him and pulls Maisie aside. What's going on? Why did you chase the person away? Maisie is still angry and panting, glaring in the direction where Miao Sheng left. Don't introduce me to people like that again. I told you I don't want to marry and suffer at my in-laws' house. I'm fine now. Why don't you listen? Look at this person. She insists I send my child away and says it's for my good. I'm not forced to go to his house to serve his parents or his whole family. MIA, just now, she told me that if I didn't send the child away, she would give me 10,000 yuan in bride money and want me to have a child for their family. What does she think I am? A baby-making machine. Although I don't earn much now, I am happy and content.
I really don't need a man.
Let him go far away and stay away. When Wang Ma hears this, she thinks this person is really unreliable. 10,000 yuan is a lot. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? If you want to go, go. I won't. I'm happy now. Don't worry about my future. I will rely on my children, not on men. Wang Hao is 6 years old and will be 7 soon. Wang Ma, feeling frustrated, pats her daughter. You just don't want to think. Forget it. I can't argue with you. Soon, everyone in the village knew about what happened with my Z. Others might not care much, but the old couple from the Chi family are a bit interested. They also think my Z taking care of 2 children is a burden. If she didn't have the 2 kids, she would have already told her eldest about it. I think my Z should agree. 10,000 yuan in bride money, send the kids away, and everything will be fine. Then she can have another child and live a peaceful life. She's still too young and doesn't think about her future. She should be able to support 2 children later.
Chi Fa Song says, "Why do you care so much?"
My Z is taking care of 2 kids, and the Wang family is helping her. I think she's doing pretty well. His wife rolls her eyes at him. What do you know? They say a widow faces many rumors. My Z is divorced, so she's no different from a widow. Single women in the village attract some old bachelors. It might be okay now, but who knows what will happen in the future. There is the Wang family here. Who dares cause trouble in our village? Don't just think about things randomly. This isn't causing trouble. A young single woman. Many single men are interested. She's just trying to pursue someone willingly. What can you say about that? The Wang family will handle it. Don't spread rumors outside. Otherwise, it will reflect badly on the whole village. Women here tend to gossip a lot. I'm sure I won't say anything in front of the Wang family. I'm just talking to you. Maisie still looks quite capable. There are still some thoughts about Maisie in her words, but she is less impulsive now. After that, Maisie returned to her usual busy and fulfilling days. Soon, bright red cherries hung all over the branches, like little red lanterns, very attractive. Just looking at them makes your mouth water. Dudajia and her group waited until the cherries ripened. Each bought a basket, still using the Li Fa Song family baskets, 21 in total. They didn't think it was expensive. After all, cherries cost 35 yuan per jean. Compared to the baskets, cherries are still more expensive. One basket holds about 5 jean, roughly costing 200 yuan. Here, Chu Ran's family earned over 1,000 yuan in pure profit. Dudajia also said they took many beautiful photos of the scenery on the mountain. They plan to upload them online, which might attract some travel enthusiasts. If that happens, it would be free advertising. Thanks to Dudajia and others buying dozens of jean of cherries, Churan's cherries will need some time to grow again. Cao Zhuren wants her to help sell some goods in the town. The preparations there are already done. Churan took her guest house plans and materials with her, hoping to get approval. They went to the town together. Many people had come this time. Seeing some packages of a jean each, Churan examined them carefully. Since small cherries are very easy to spoil and can leave marks with a light touch, she opened a package to check. A staff member nearby told her, "We check all these carefully. The bad ones are discarded. We guarantee they are fresh. Orders placed today will be shipped today. The local customers will receive them tomorrow." Churan nodded. She was worried about careless handling. If quality isn't maintained and bad ones are included, future problems will be hard to handle. The town staff said this, and she felt more at ease. After all, if the reputation isn't managed well, it could affect the sales of local farm products. Comrade Chu Ran, our town has many farm products, and we can't always trouble you to do live sales. This time, we've prepared an official account to do the live broadcast with you. Is that okay? Is this to attract more viewers? Yes, that's a good idea. In the future, Our town's products will sell better, which will also increase everyone's income and boost spending. When will our village officials come to report? Seeing her agree, the staff felt relieved. Comrade Chu ran, you are really a person with a big vision. If every young comrade thought like you about our villagers, our town would be very different. Village officials are coming soon. They continued chatting, knowing that the village officials were already processing the procedures, so it was indeed happening quickly. They started the live broadcast. This time, along with Chu Ran, there were also town staff members. They introduced the products together and sold items, making the live session lively. Today, I am honored to be invited by our town to help some villagers sell their farm products. Today, we mainly bring you small cherries. These small cherries are a special feature of our area. Look at how clear and shiny they are, with true color. They taste sweet and sour when you eat them. One bite is very delicious, melts in your mouth, and everyone who has tried them knows that flavor. And the price is the same as always. The person next to her also started talking about cherries. They brought only cherries today, focusing on selling these. This live broadcast made Chu Ran realize that she had to keep talking, think hard about what to say, and be very careful not to make mistakes.
It was a very tiring job.
It was even more exhausting than her previous live sessions. Although she had been changing products during those, this time she was just selling cherries, so she had to repeat herself sometimes. Fortunately, they interacted with viewers in the comment section. They asked questions, or she wouldn't know what to say. Products from distant areas can't be shipped. These cherries have a short shelf life, so they should be eaten within 2 or 3 days after receipt. So, I suggest everyone not to buy too many at once. Of course, if you're giving them as gifts, forget I said that. The staff next to her said, we pack them box by box, so it's very convenient for giving as gifts. After 2 hours of live streaming, Chu Ran ate quite a few cherries and felt her teeth a little sour. The taste was sweet and sour, very delicious, but she knew she shouldn't eat too many. After the stream, she started packing and shipping the orders because it was very convenient to send packages from the town. Back in the village, Chu Ran went to look at her family's cherry trees. Last year, she planted some. The trees were blooming, but some didn't bear fruit, and others only had a few cherries. It seemed they still needed more time to grow. The harvest still depended on her own cherry trees. Hey, Ran, are you looking at your cherry trees? Maisie, who was busy on the mountain behind, saw her and greeted her. Yes, they're almost ripe. I'm hoping to make some money. What are you doing? I'm cutting bamboo. The beans and cowpeas need support frames, so I'm preparing those. I'm also digging bamboo shoots, both things at once. Maisie looked at the cherry trees with envy. When I was a kid, I loved picking cherries from your trees. I even fell once. Hey, there are a few small cherry trees over there. When did you plant those? They look like they're starting to bear small cherries. How many years have they been there? Last year, I bought them online. It cost a few hundred yuan. They said the trees would bear fruit this year, and they did.
See?
There are only a few cherries, not enough for us to eat. You bought them online? I want to buy some too. Your cherries sell well, so I want to try selling them too. Sure, I'll send you the link, Chu Ran said, sending the link to Maisie. Also, if you see mulberries or March beans, you can sell those too. The prices are different. Mulberries are everywhere now and cheap, but March beans are more expensive, about 51 jin. Be careful when picking them because they have thorns. This year, Chu Ran didn't plan to pick these berries herself, leaving some for others. She picked the mulberries from her own field, but didn't bother with the wild ones. 51 jin? Maisie's eyes widened. That's such a high price. Yes, because they're rare. March beans are hard to pick, so they're more valuable. If they become common on the streets, the price might drop. Exactly. When I was a kid, no one sold mulberries. Now, they can even make money from it. I'm going to pick some. Maisie seemed excited, as if money was calling her. She was full of energy. After Maisie finished picking, Chu Ran taught her how to pack the berries into boxes, then uploaded the photos to her shop. There was no live broadcast immediately. Maybe Chu Ran had just finished a live session and the shop's traffic was still good, so they managed to sell some items. Not long after the mulberries were listed, there were already orders. Maisie worked hard to bring in a pound of March pickles. It's not much and it's prickly, so it's really hard to handle. Once hung up, someone took it away. Maisie was very happy. That's too little. If I had more, it would be better. 51 pounds, 10 pounds for 500. I can't even imagine. That's hard to get, so just make less. Mulberries are easy to grow, one tree produces a lot. Yeah, so I made so many. Our village doesn't have many people. If there were more, I wouldn't have to do so much. When we were kids, we'd get scolded just for picking some. Just pick from your own field. Have your cherries ripened yet? Yes, they have. I was just telling your dad. I wanted to help bring some back. Sure, no problem. I'm going to deliver goods anyway. Chu dad often runs to the town every day, helping villagers by bringing things like meat and other supplies. Chu Ran's family's cherries ripened again. They held a live sale of their own cherries. Since there weren't many, they sold out quickly. The cherries I bought last time arrived. They're very tasty, sweet and sour, and very fresh. Really fresh. You can smell the cherry scent as soon as you open the box. That means spring is here. Ran, there are too few cherries. You should list more. Chu Ran said. The last batch of cherries was from other farmers in town. Today's are from our own farm. If you want to buy more cherries, you can go to that shop in town. They're still selling. Today, we're buying other farm products, vegetables, and mulberries too. They're all fresh. In the comments, someone said, mulberries are much cheaper. I'll try buying some. I heard eating them can reduce heat. Middle-aged people tend to get hot flashes, so they can eat some. First time I've heard that middle-aged people get hot flashes. Don't middle-aged folks just drink goji berry tea in thermos bottles? Haha, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Chu Ran saw things might be getting a bit off topic and quickly said, be mindful of your influence. Let's keep it positive. The comments kept flashing with haha and similar words. It was obvious there was some playful teasing, and everyone's mood lifted quite a bit. The host looks so positive. I'll buy some mulberries to eat. Host, you're so beautiful. Are you single? How old are you? Yes, host, I noticed you buy groceries at your place, but I overlooked your looks. Do you have a partner? Do you think we're a good match? Host lives with grandparents, so she must be single. Brothers, go ahead. Chu Ran, I already have children. We married early in the countryside. One sentence dashed many fans' hopes. Host, I just got my heart broken. Heartbroken so suddenly? I thought you were a fairy. Turns out, the fairy is already married. No matter. Even if I were a fairy, I wouldn't marry anyone because my family already has a nagging wife. Who doesn't? My family has a tough wife too. Chu Ran. Bitter root. Does anyone like to eat bitter root? It has a very special taste. You can eat it cold or stir-fried. If you're used to it, come buy some. Bitter root? I can't get used to that taste. Better let others have it. I want it. I love eating bitter root. It's so delicious. The comments quickly shifted focus, no longer caring about Chu Ran's personal life. People who like bitter root are all odd. That's because you don't appreciate its flavor. It has many benefits and natural is best. Bitter root has become popular in recent years, so after she listed it, it sold quickly. After finishing the live stream, she continued packing and shipping. Once done, Chu Ran went to shoot videos. She thought that since it's the season of growth and blooming flowers, she should capture more beautiful scenery. She filmed some pretty roadside yellow flowers and small unknown wildflowers. They looked ordinary, but in videos, they looked especially beautiful, with a strong visual impact. Suddenly, it seemed like someone entered the village ahead. At first, she thought it was a tourist, but it wasn't. It's Miao Sheng. Hadn't he left? Why is he back? Seeing him walk straight toward the wheat field, Miao had just finished loading his products into the car, preparing to take Wangwan home. He encountered Miao Sheng directly. When she saw him, Miao's face looked particularly displeased. Why are you here again? Didn't I make myself clear? We're not suitable. Don't bother me anymore. This was quite rude and disrespectful. Miao Sheng's face looked unhappy. Maisie, I want to apologize. I talked with my family, and if you're willing to marry me, I will also help take care of 2 children. I don't want to marry you. Can you leave now? If Maisie had some feelings before, sometimes feeling tired, she might have thought about finding a man to share her burden. But after what Miao Sheng said last time, she lost that thought. She knew no one could be trusted, so she decided to rely on herself. Relying on a man would only make life harder for her and her child, probably no different from her life with her ex-husband. At her ex-husband's house, the children were their biological kids, so she didn't have to worry. Life was tough enough. And going to another man's house, where the children weren't his, wouldn't be better. That was definitely not better. After saying this, Maisie wanted to leave, but Miao Sheng suddenly grabbed her arm. I'm really sorry. Can I apologize? Please give me a chance. I beg you. Maisie was frightened and shouted. Let me go. Please, let me go, Mom and Dad. She cried out anxiously. Wang Wan was also scared. She rushed forward to hit Miao Sheng, but she was just a small child, so what could she do? Miao Sheng, overwhelmed with emotion, kicked her into the nearby dirt, and she rolled a couple of times. Wang Wan immediately started crying loudly. Help! Someone's trying to hurt us. Grandpa, Grandma. Chu Ran saw the scene and thought it was just a fight between two people, so she didn't plan to interfere. Such emotional disputes are complicated. But now that violence was involved, she couldn't ignore it. She put aside her equipment and pushed Miao Sheng away, pulling Maisie aside. You're still daring to bully people outside the village. Seeing Chu Ran, Miao Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw her beautiful face. He had come to the village many times and knew who this beautiful woman was. She was also from the village, but she was already married and had children. He felt a bit regretful. If she hadn't married, it would be great to marry someone so beautiful. Seeing no one else around, Miao Sheng grew bolder. I'm just talking to her. Why are you interfering? Are you jealous? If you're jealous, I don't mind if you remarry me. After all, you're much prettier than her. The look and flirtatious tone made Chu Ran's anger rise quickly. She lifted her foot and kicked him, saying, You. Spouting nonsense. Not satisfied, she followed with a few more kicks. This is not your place to cause trouble. We women are not here for you to bully. Miao Sheng, who was already short and slim compared to other men, was now knocked down by Chu Ran's repeated attacks and couldn't get up. He kept shouting as he was hit. I'm sorry, miss, I was wrong. At this moment, the adults arrived. What happened? Asked Wang Ma, seeing the person on the ground. Miao Sheng, why are you here? Chu Ran, why did you hit him? Chu Ran retracted her foot. This person suddenly came to our village and was talking nonsense. Maisie said, Miao Sheng was trying to touch me, and Chu Ran saw it and pushed him away. Then he started saying some very rude things. He's just looking for trouble, Chu Ran suggested. Maisie, I think we should call the police. He just harassed you. People like him should be taken away and kept in custody so he doesn't come back to our village. When Miao Sheng heard Chu Ran wanted to call the police, he said, I'm the victim here. You hit me first. Calling the police will just get you in trouble. Chu Ma walked over and slapped him across the face. Who are you calling a troublemaker? Watch your mouth. If you're so arrogant in our village, are you feeling bored? Chu Ran's father. This man is bullying your wife and daughter. Miao Sheng quickly stepped back, seeing many people around. He spat and then ran away. He didn't forget to leave a harsh warning. Just wait and see. Chu Dad had wanted to step forward and grab Miao Sheng, especially since he was from another village and was bullying his daughter. He wouldn't have been easy to deal with. But the kid was quick, like a fish, and slipped away fast. He looked at his wife, wondering what to do now. Chu Ma said, Everyone's at home, and now an outsider comes to our village and bullies your daughter. This is just too much. In the past, we would have fought back. Wang Ma said, Chu Ran already hit him just now. I think we should let it go for now. He probably won't come back. Chu Ran asked Maisie, What do you want to do? Should we call the police? I think I recorded a video. She had been filming the whole time and hadn't stopped, so everything should be captured. Wang Ma said, What police? Nothing serious happened. No need to call. Maisie shook her head. He just pulled her a little. Chu Ran said, But I saw him kick Wang Wan and she fell into the field. Earlier, no one was watching the children. Now, the child is standing nearby, tears still in her eyes. looking at them sadly. Maisie went over and hugged her, checking her over. Juanzi, are you okay? Did he kick you? Wan wiped her eyes and pouted. Sniff. He kicked my hand. There was a clear bruise on her arm. Wang's mother came over and touched her, and Wan cried out in pain. Thank goodness, no bones are broken. It's okay, it's okay. My dear, Grandma will give you some candy. The old man also came over. That kid is lawless. He even kicked a child who is only a few years old. How do you plan to handle this? We can't just let it go. Such a young child, and he was so aggressive. Wang's mother said, Village chief, let's discuss this first. I think Juanzi's arm isn't seriously hurt. Just rub some alcohol on it and it will be fine. The old man wanted to say more, but Chu Ran stopped him. Grandpa, let's go back first. Dad still has to deliver goods. It was clear that the Wang family didn't want to pursue the matter further, and they didn't need to say more. Maisie's attitude was the same. The Chu family left, and Chu dad went to deliver the goods. Chu's mother held Chu Ran's hand. Tingnan isn't in the village. As a girl, be careful. When you see men from other villages, stay far away. Those who can't find a wife tend to have bad intentions. Chu Ran didn't expect herself to be targeted like this. Really? I'm already married with children. My husband is just working outside and will come back. Xiao Tingnan just showed up recently. Chu's mother said, when you were young, you didn't know about these dirty things. Now that you're grown up and there are fewer people in the village, it can get complicated. Some people just aren't honest. Look at that kid today. Maisie's family still lives here, and he dared to make a move. If a girl from outside married here and her husband wasn't home, who knows what might happen? Chu Ran felt her ideas were being turned upside down. She always thought these things only happened in ancient times. Why are they happening now? If Tingnan doesn't work on weekends, let him come back and spend time with you. If he often shows his face, those people will be less likely to cause trouble. Chu Ran said, our village doesn't have many people, so it probably won't happen, but I will talk to Xiao Tingnan about it. She added, most families in our village are married, so it's better. It's different in other villages, like Miaosheng. I understand, Chu Ran replied. She no longer argued, trusting the elder's judgment. That evening, Chu Ran chatted with Xiao Tingnan. They didn't mention Miaosheng, only asking if he planned to return to the village on the weekend. He had already said that if he was free, he would come back. The Wang family didn't plan to pursue the matter. Wang Ma cared about the matchmaker's reputation, and Maisie had her own reasons. The next day, Maisie saw Chu Ran and approached her to explain. She gave a self-deprecating smile and said, Ran, do you think I'm weak or useless? Chu Ran looked at her and said, no, I don't think that. Maisie smiled bitterly. I didn't want to call the police because I didn't want to make things worse. I'm a woman with 2 kids. Even though my family is nearby, they wouldn't support me in such matters. She looked uncomfortable and said, I have 2 children to raise. I prefer to keep things simple. I don't want trouble. If I pursue Miaosheng, his family won't let me go. I wouldn't be able to live peacefully, and it would cause trouble for my parents and you. I don't want that. Chu Ran understood her difficulties. Just think carefully. Is Juanzi okay? Yes, she's fine. She's a little hurt, but it's normal for kids to bump into things. She'll recover soon. That's good to hear. For a moment, neither of them spoke, feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly, they saw a car drive into the village. They looked closer and recognized the license plate. Wasn't it from the town? They saw Director Chow get out of the car, along with 2 young people carrying suitcases. If they guessed correctly, these 2 should be the new village officials. Director Chow, Comrade Chu Ran, where is your village head? I bring new strength to your village. The old man might have arrived too. Hello, Director Chow. Village head, these 2 are your new village officials, He Mu and Deng Ruoqian. They just passed their exams. Please take care of them. Welcome to our village. Our village has few people now. Most have gone to work elsewhere. Over there is the village office and accommodation. Director Chow, I see your village has changed a lot. Have you planted the rice? Yes, we've started seedling cultivation. The white plastic sheets you see are for that. The weather is still a bit cold, but by May, we can transplant the rice. Good. Last time you visited, your tour group bought a lot of cherries in town. Does Director Chow know all these things? He only said a few words and then left in his car without staying for a meal. The old man and Chu Ran took the two of them to their new place to stay. It looks quite nice. Suddenly, Chu Ran thought of something. She asked, "Did Director Chow mention how we will get food?" Deng Ruoqian replied, "They will give us some support, but we have to take care of it ourselves. We discussed it and decided to buy a rice cooker and an induction stove." Himu said, "Yes, now small appliances are very convenient. We don't want to use gas tanks anymore. An induction stove is easier." It seems they have sorted it out. Deng Ruoqian said, "We're happy just to have a place to stay. At first, I was worried about being here, but seeing you makes me less afraid." She was talking to Chu Ran. Chu Ran, a young and pretty woman, lives in the village. Things should be okay here, or she wouldn't stay. Chu Ran knows what she's afraid of. Coming to work in the mountains as a girl takes real courage. Our village doesn't have many people now, just a few families. Once you settle in, you can explore around. Chu Ran emphasized, "It's better to go together because there are spicy snacks in the mountains, and you need to be careful." I'm most afraid of that. I even brought some realgar just in case. I don't know if it will help. Soon after, Chu's mother arrived. "Since you just got here, you probably didn't prepare much. Come to my house for a meal today. Tomorrow you can cook for yourselves." So today, they ate at Chu's house. They also learned that Chu's family runs a small shop in the village. Deng Ruoqian asked curiously, "There aren't many people in your village. Do people buy things?" Chu's mother smiled and said, "It's just for convenience, like buying salt or other small items. We don't expect to make much money." Himu asked, "That's good. We also want to buy some salt and other seasonings. Do you have any?" Mom Chu shook her head. "All we have is salt, some soap and laundry powder, and then smoke and water. How about oil?" "Do you sell oil, like small bottles?" Deng Ruoqian asked. Mom Chu replied, "The oil we eat is made from our own rapeseed or pig fat. We don't buy oil. The villagers are the same." "Oh, you make your own oil? That's great. It must smell nice. Can I buy some?" "I have a mineral water bottle that can hold about a pound. I want to try." In the end, she bought a pound of oil. "Do you have a pot now? Should we go to the town to buy one tomorrow? I used to have a small pot when I was in college for boiling noodles. Very convenient. Are you going down the mountain tomorrow?" "I want to buy a lot of things." After Deng Ruoqian and Himu left Chu's house, Mom Chu sighed. "It's a long way to come to the village. It's hard work. Luckily, their home isn't far from ours. If they came from the city, they'd probably find it hard to get used to. Our village is fine. There aren't many strange people, just simple folks." "Yes, exactly." The next day, Dad Chu took the two to the town to buy things. They really bought a lot. After they started working, Chu Ran handed the village shop over to them to manage, since it was originally a village matter. She finally felt much more relaxed and focused on making videos. Recently, because she's been live streaming a lot, her video quality has dropped and her earnings from videos have decreased. She needs to focus on what she wants to do. This time, she posted a short video about 5 minutes long. It was very rich in content, with beautiful scenes of the outdoors. Especially the small creek in the morning, with a layer of mist from the spring morning. The comments on the video said, "It looks like I'm seeing the Milky Way. Is it really that beautiful? It doesn't seem like a special effect. It's definitely not a fake. It's so beautiful. I wish I could live in a place like this. That bridge looks like the Weaver Girls' Magpie Bridge. Yeah, it really gives that feeling." In the comment section, someone asked, Ran, your video quality is really high this time. Did you hire a professional team?" Ran, where's your husband? I haven't seen him. Are you married? Why are you still living with your parents? Note: all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language. Support Ran staying at her parents' house. It's so comfortable there. Why suffer at the in-laws' place? Ran, when will you do a live stream showing the village scenery? No selling, just showing the landscape and culture. I want to see that. When Chu Ran saw this comment, she felt a bit excited and replied, "Maybe I will consider it." The view count for this video increased quickly. It seems good quality really matters. "Ah," Xiao Hangheng shouted. Chu Ran held him and checked his diaper, which was wet and needed changing. The next day, Deng Ruotian came to her, asking how to run the village shop and what they needed to do. Although Chu Ran explained once, it was their first time learning, and they were a bit confused. Chu Ran explained the details again. After a day of handover, they finally understood what to do. At this season, there aren't many vegetables in the fields, mostly wild greens. Oh, I see. There aren't many vegetables up there either. Chu Ran's family also has cherries, which are listed online. Once orders come in, they will ship them. When will you do the live stream? Not sure yet. Maybe you can set up a village account for live streaming. Oh, we don't know how to do that. Deng Ruotian asked, do I need to be on camera? Chu Ran let them decide for themselves. Deng Ruotian clearly didn't want to be on camera, but Mu didn't mind. He had his own hopes. If it goes well, maybe he can get transferred elsewhere. It's obvious that the higher-ups sent them to help villagers increase their income. They've been given a way to succeed. If they do nothing and miss it, what use are they? I'll do it. The two of them worked together and started the live stream again. This time, it was the village doing the stream, not just private help. They also sold some cherries from Chu Ran's family, but not many other things. Chu Ran focused on filming her video. She filmed herself picking cherries, and it looked so tempting that people wanted to buy. With the village official joining, Chu Ran had some free time to take care of her child, no longer needing to always leave it to the elderly lady. On the weekend, she received a message from Xiao Tingnan, asking her to pick him up from the village. Chu Ran took the child and went to his villa, then brought him directly to the village. Xiao Tingnan returned to the village, holding the child. Why haven't you been live streaming lately? People in the village are live streaming, so I won't be streaming now. I'm just taking care of the kids. Aren't you trying to make money? I'm not making money from helping farmers. I only make money from videos. Live streaming also earns some, but it's tiring. I want to take a break for a while. Once I pay off the household bills, I won't be in such a rush to earn money. My guest house plans have been approved, and I can start building anytime. Now I'm thinking about how to decorate it. It's not built yet, and you're already thinking about decorating? How about I invest in your guest house? Invest? Chu Ran was surprised. No need, my small project isn't worth your investment. No one else is turning down investment. Because it's not profitable. My guest house is a family business, and I can't accept your investment. Aren't I part of your family? Yes, but Chu Ran was a bit unsure how to explain, then suddenly thought, your household registration isn't in our village, so it won't work. Since you're back, I want to change my live streaming style. Before, I just sold farm products. I want to do a live chat session based on suggestions from my fans. Xiao Tingnan hummed, but didn't argue. Are you asking for my help?
Yes.
My parents are busy in the fields and said that since you're back, you should take a walk around the village. Otherwise, people might think my man ran away and left me. Hearing this, Xiao Tingnan's face improved a lot. There are such rumors? Who spread them? When did I say I don't want you? But soon he frowned again.
Who spread that?
I'll go find them. Chu Ran joked. Just kidding. You took it seriously? Our village doesn't have many people. Xiao Tingnan returned, and Chu Ran planned to start a live stream. She announced it in advance, saying it wouldn't introduce products, but would be just chatting and showing the village. Chu Ran took Xiao Tingnan directly to the pavilion. Hello everyone, I'm Ran. Today, based on your suggestions, we're starting a chat live stream. Look, this is our village pavilion. Behind it is the lotus pond. Let me show you the camera. Xiao Tingnan aimed the camera at the back, but nothing was visible. The comment section exploded. Ran, what's this lotus pond? It's just a small pond. I didn't see any lotuses. Yes, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but it turns out there was nothing there. Chu Ran pointed to a small sprout. It's normal that you don't see the lotus flowers yet. They haven't been planted long. In a little while, when the weather gets warmer, you'll see the lotus leaves. Are you joking with us, host? Following Chu Ran's finger, we did see some tiny sprouts emerging. Host, will the lotus flowers bloom in summer? Can you show us during the live stream? I want to see the lotus flowers too. If they bloom in summer, sitting in this pavilion would be so nice. I want to go too. Chu Ran smiled. I was joking earlier, but everyone is welcome to visit in June or July. Our mountain has many beautiful views, perfect for relaxing and taking photos. Gather a few friends and go on a spontaneous trip. Over here by the pavilion, there are mountains, and over there are fields. The fields are being flooded in preparation for planting rice. Rice seedlings are still growing. They should be about 20 to 30 centimeters tall by early May. Does anyone have experience planting rice? The comments flooded in. No, what is rice? Is it the rice we eat, millet, or something else? I have planted rice before. My family used to farm when I was young. Chu Ran explained, rice is the rice we eat. Let me take you to see how tall the rice seedlings are now. They went to the seedling field. That row covered with plastic film is rice seedlings. We can only see through the film now. Can you see them? They've sprouted and are green and lush. They're not very tall yet, but they'll grow more. Do you want to see corn? I can take you to see it. The corn was just transplanted not long ago. Chu Ran pointed to the corn seedlings. See this? This is young corn. They're about 20 centimeters tall now. By June, we'll be able to eat fresh corn. Yes, these are seasonal vegetables. I don't have a greenhouse, just some plastic mulch like before. The weather has been good these days, so some vegetables have already been transplanted. As Chu Ran walked and explained, she pointed out different crops. That on the roadside is broad bean, also called fava bean. Have you all eaten it? You can stir-fry it fresh or dry to eat later. Potatoes? You want to see potatoes? I'll take you to see them. Chu Ran found the potato field. This is a potato leaf. The potatoes grow underground. What's that next to it? It's crown daisy. Great for hot pot. Do you like to eat it? Someone asked what those wild plants in the field were. Chu Ran said, we call that goosegrass. It grows very well every spring. She picked up a fuzzy vegetable. Have you ever eaten this? It's called qingming greens and you can buy it. It's very light. A pound can fill a big bag. And this one we call duck foot plant. What do you call it? It's also a tasty wild vegetable. Right now, there are lots of wild vegetables. If you want to eat something, type it in the chat, and I'll see if you like these vegetables. Many people in the comments said they liked eating wild vegetables. Some mentioned water celery, others mentioned hautuinia, and some talked about fragrant hornbeam sprouts. Chu Ran has been busy with live streaming, editing videos, and taking care of her child, so she hasn't gone to pick wild vegetables lately. But her mother is very hardworking. She still goes to gather wild vegetables and also tends to her mint plants. Last year, her mother said she sold quite a bit of mint. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was still money. Every bit counts. Because of that, Chu Ran bought some good but cheap flower pots online. They're better than the fragile seedling trays from last year. This year, it's like upgrading from a basic gun to a better one, though the price is a little higher. Her mother said last year seedling trays cost 5 yuan each. This year, after some packaging, they sell for at least 10 yuan each. Chu Ran smiled. Now, her mother is also good at doing business. She and Xiao Tingnan were walking around the village live streaming. Sometimes, the camera showed people working in the fields. This kind of background makes many young people working outside think back to their childhood days in the village. They wandered through the fields and then climbed up the mountain to see bamboo shoots being dug up. Chu Ran even brought a basket and for this. Ran, do you have any game animals on the mountain? Someone asked. Chu Ran shook her head. Not really. The game animals are deep in the mountains. They don't come out much. And if they do, we pretend we didn't see them. Who knows if you can catch anything? So it's better not to try. However, there are spicy snacks occasionally visible, but not often. Maybe because this area is a place of human activity and they all inform each other. Everyone laughed at this. Animals also share information. Suddenly, the comment section exploded. Ran, is there spicy snack on that bamboo behind you? It seems so. I just saw it move. If you don't look carefully, you wouldn't notice. Ran, be careful. Who are you with? Quick. Digging bamboo shoots is easy, but safety is the most important. Chu Ran didn't look at the comments. She was still searching for a gap to show off her bamboo shoot digging skills. Our current bamboo shoot opening has a chance of finding bamboo shoots in the gaps. Of course, not all gaps have them, so it's not guaranteed. Just then, she found a gap. Chu Ran immediately asked Xiao Tingnan to zoom in the camera. See that? Right here. There might be bamboo shoots. Let's try digging. She started using A to dig, explaining as she worked, this bamboo shoot probably just grew recently. Otherwise, someone would have already dug it. It doesn't look very big. She didn't realize that the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. The live stream had originally only about 1,000 viewers, but now it jumped to 5 or 6,000, still rising quickly to 7 or 8,000. After a few digs, Chu Ran saw the tip of the bamboo shoot.
Got it.
Do you see that? Xiao Tingnan suddenly noticed the number of viewers was increasing and looked surprised. When he checked the scrolling comments, everyone was talking about spicy snacks. Then he looked at the bamboo behind Chu Ran. It seemed like something was moving. Sure enough, it was spicy snacks. He quickly reached out and pulled Chu Ran away, stepping back a bit. She was a little confused and looked at him, asking what he was doing. Xiao Tingnan pointed at what was behind her. Chu Ran turned her head and saw the spicy snacks a few meters away. She was a bit startled. She quickly grabbed his arm and stepped back a few steps. Remembering she was still live streaming, she smiled at the camera. It's okay. I didn't notice earlier. It's not poisonous. We just need to stay farther away. Sometimes there are these things on the mountain. Everyone saw she was fine. She was just startled for a moment. Now she looked normal again. Ran, are you really not afraid? That thing is what I fear the most. Chu Ran said, I'm also afraid, but it's okay as long as I don't get too close. We often see them, especially at night. When it gets dark, it's easy to spot them basking in the moonlight. The more she spoke, the more nervous I became. Don't be afraid. Usually they are not poisonous. Everyone stays peaceful and keeps to themselves. Look, we are far apart and they don't attack. We can still dig bamboo shoots. In the comment section, they left that place and didn't see the spicy strips anymore. The atmosphere became lively, and some people sent gifts. Sending a cruise ship to calm my nerves. I was really scared. The streamer wasn't scared, we were. I'll send something too. A wave of gifts arrived. Suddenly, someone in the comments said, Did you all notice Ranran's hand just now? That was a man's hand, and a young man's hand at that. Could it be Ranran's husband? Ranran's husband? Ran, can your husband show himself? We want to see. Everyone immediately started discussing who owned that hand. Seeing all the husband comments on the screen, Chu Ran felt a bit shy. She looked behind the camera at the person there. This look was caught by her fans. Oh my gosh, what did I just see? Is Ran shy? Ran, is that your husband? Show us your husband. People kept asking to see her husband. Chu Ran was momentarily at a loss. She saw Xiao Tingnan raise an eyebrow, clearly noticing the comments too. She cleared her throat and took a deep breath. He's the father of my child. Today is his day off, so I asked him to help out. But he doesn't like showing his face, so just look. That was true. He is indeed the father of her child. Ran, is your husband handsome? You're so pretty, you should have a handsome guy. I can't stand beautiful women and wild boars. Ran, describe what your husband looks like. Is he tall? Seeing everyone's curiosity about Xiao Tingnan, Chu Ran started to talk.
He's
quite good-looking. Tall, about 185 centimeters. I like that height. Oh my gosh, Ran, when you talk about your husband, you look so happy. Am I imagining things? No, I see it too. It's obvious the two of you are very happy. That look. It's like pulling silk. I think I just got a dose of puppy love. It's not just you. Nearly 10,000 people in the live stream are all enjoying the moment. I'm even more curious about Ran's husband. Ran, how handsome is he? Is he like a celebrity? Tell me which star he resembles. Chu Ran replied, He's not like a celebrity. He looks like himself. We are classmates, high school classmates. Of course, no early love. We weren't close in high school. We met again after working for a few years. She didn't finish her sentence. That hesitant pause makes people more curious. Nie Ziqian, feeling bored, was scrolling through videos when he suddenly saw a live stream. It had a natural background, so he thought it was about selling farm products. He wasn't interested and was about to scroll away when his gaze fell on the female host's face. Her face was definitely pretty, but very familiar. Isn't she the woman who secretly hid her relationship with Xiao Tingnan? He just saw Chu Ran talking about her child's father, who is her high school classmate. It all matched perfectly. They really did have a child behind their backs. Did Xiao Tingnan secretly become a dad? Nie Ziqian felt a strange mix of feelings. He's a year older than Xiao Tingnan. He's still single, and thinking about it made him feel a bit unbalanced. He didn't leave the live stream but kept watching what Chu Ran was doing. Of course, Chu Ran didn't know she had been discovered. Even if she did, it didn't matter. She was a content creator and had already shown her face publicly. Being found out was probably only a matter of time. Wow, so romantic. From school uniforms to wedding dresses. You got married so early. Jealous. Can you tell us more about your love story? No, I don't want to enjoy the dog food. No more dog food for me. Ran, keep digging bamboo shoots. Chu Ran said, yes, digging bamboo shoots. Look at the ones I just dug. There aren't many in this area lately. If I want more, I have to look carefully. She didn't dig many. We'll just tour around and then head down the mountain. Over there is our village's pomelo orchard. It wasn't managed well before, but this year I learned some new techniques. I wonder if we'll get some tasty pomelos. Stay tuned, everyone. She was warming up the audience. If they had good luck, they could sell the fruit. The fans were excited and started looking forward to the pomelos. Some even shared their own experiences with growing pomelos. Chu Ran chatted with them as they wandered down the mountain. Suddenly, a comment appeared. Look at your husband, sending you gifts. Chu Ran replied, it doesn't matter whether he sends gifts or not, but he really doesn't like to be on camera. Please don't make things difficult for him. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of gifts started arriving, including rockets and cruise ships. Before long, he reached the top of the leaderboard. Chu Ran widened her eyes. Thank you for the gifts, but if you want to see him, it might not satisfy you. Maybe we shouldn't send any more? It's okay. You can't see him, but you can see you. Since you're so beautiful, you deserve it. The person kept sending gifts non-stop, making the fans in the live stream very excited. Who is this person? They keep sending gifts. Are you friends with the streamer? Chu Ran was also confused. Stay calm, she quickly said. She wanted to find out who this person was, but Xiao Tingnan gave her a look, telling her not to worry. Chu Ran understood. This must be his friend, and his friends are probably wealthy. The gifts kept coming, and they just wouldn't stop. Qianqian Junzi. A wedding gift. Red envelopes for the baby. First month celebration gift. Just love sending gifts. Beautiful women stream here often. From now on, I'll be your biggest supporter. Seeing the screen full of gifts, Chu Ran was a bit speechless, and her heart was pounding. Looking at Xiao Tingnan, he seemed very calm. Alright, today's live stream is the longest I've done since I started. I showed you our village and the surrounding area. Hope you liked it. Chu Ran turned off the live stream, and the tense feeling finally relaxed. She looked at Xiao Tingnan. Is that Qianqian Junzi your friend? Did he recognize me? Does he know about you too? That's probably the person he saw at my house that day. His name is Nie Ziqian, so it's him. He has the same character. If he found out about me, would it affect you? What about your family? Xiao Tingnan shook his head. I told him not to go around spreading things. He'll keep it a secret. That's good. I was worried it might affect you. Xiao Tingnan patted her head. You care about me that much. His voice stretched and sounded a bit flirtatious. Chu Ran pushed his hand away, feeling like he was in heat in broad daylight. When they got home, Chu Ran checked how much money she earned from this live stream. This time, the live broadcast had over 10,000 viewers. Thanks to Qianqian Junzi, the top supporter who spent a lot, her popularity and gifts brought in over 10,000 in earnings, not to mention the commissions from selling products. Although she didn't explain the products, some people still bought items linked to her. Because the live session was long, many orders were placed. So, her total income from this broadcast was a 5-figure amount, which made her very happy. At this moment, Xiao Tingnan's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he stepped aside to answer. Anan, is that female classmate of yours a little online celebrity? Before Xiao Tingnan could speak, Nie Ziqian continued. I just saw her live. She was just talking nonsense, with a rural background. What's going on? Is she from the countryside, or was she sent to rural areas to sell products? She said you guys have a child. How old is the baby? Last year, when Xiao Yusung took a photo of you two together, you looked pregnant. The baby must be a few months old now. When can we see the baby? You're so nosy. Xiao Tingnan didn't confirm or deny. Really? How did you end up with an online celebrity? Mind your own business and stop talking nonsense. I won't say anything, but you should pay me hush money. I just spent a lot on your child's mom's live stream. Aren't you going to compensate me? You spent your own money. I didn't make you do it. Didn't you hear her tell you to be rational? People like you spend money without thinking. What's rational about that? Xiao Tingnan then started criticizing him. Niezaquan didn't mind and even brought good news. Xiao Yusung is getting engaged, and it's with the Liu family from before. Here's another update. My brother, who was up for so many years, finally got serious. He's now dating Xiao Xiaohuan, and things are looking good for them. Where did you hear that Xiao Yusung is getting engaged to the Liu family? I have sources. The news is definitely true. Got it. If they're getting engaged, then let it be. Aren't you going to do anything? It's not the right time now. You have to stand tall to avoid falling hard. If you haven't stood up yet, falling won't do much. Niezaquan said, understood. It still has to be you. After hanging up the phone, Nieziqian opened Chu Ran's profile and looked at it. He saw the products she had listed and clicked to check them out. Most of the items were farm products with a few other things. He bought a few things randomly. His curiosity made him wonder what Xiao Tingnan was really up to. How did he get involved with a small internet celebrity and even have a child? Could it be that she gained status because of her child? He also watched some videos of Chu Ran. After watching, he realized these were her family's videos. She didn't have many followers, only about 150,000. So she was a small rural internet star. There are still many such internet celebrities nowadays. Their income is similar to that of regular office workers. He thought that besides being pretty, this internet star didn't seem to have any special talents. Why did Xiao Tingnan pay so much attention to her? He kept her as a treasure, hiding her away. The only explanation was the child. In the village, after Xiao Tingnan took a walk around, everyone knew he had returned. Seeing him holding the child, the Wang family felt jealous. Grandma Wang asked, Tingnan is back. When did you come back? I didn't see your car. I was brought back by a friend. The car left. How long will you stay? I'll stay for the weekend. I'll come back on the weekend because Chu Ran and the child are in the village. Young people are so lucky. You can come back often. I wish my grandson Wang Hua and the others could come back more often, she said, thinking of her grandson. If you have a car, you can come back anytime, Xiao Tingnan replied. Wang's mother said, we just built a new house. We don't have the money for a car. Unlike your family, with several cars. Chu Ran also came over. A tricycle isn't expensive. Grandma Wang, didn't you want to buy one last year? Why not buy it this year? Tricycles are very popular worldwide. On the other side of the planet, they're hard to find. They're perfect for rural areas. Yes, I've been thinking about it. I've been worried about whether to buy one. We live in the mountains, so having a car would be very convenient. But we can't afford a small car either, Chu Ran said. Tricycles are not only convenient for going to town but also good for carrying grain. No need to carry it on a pole anymore, which makes things much easier, she added. That's true, everyone agreed. Chu Ran held her child and called Xiao Tingnan to go home. The Wang family watched their family of 3 walk away. Grandma Wang said, Ran has been pretty since she was little. I thought she'd marry into the city, but now she's still in the village, living such a good life. Yes, Mom. Wang Hua's phone call just came in. Wang's mother happily answered the phone. Hello, Wang Hua. What?
Yang Yu is pregnant?
That's great, good news. She hung up after a few words. Everyone in the Wang family knew Yang Yu was pregnant. The Wang family was adding a new member. Soon after, the whole village found out this news. The Chu family just said congratulations. The most jealous was the Qi family. Wang Hua used to be just like their eldest son, unable to find a wife. But last year, he married a woman who had been married before. They've only been married a few months, and she's pregnant. Their own eldest son is still single. Grandma Chi sighed. Our eldest son doesn't try hard enough. Look at Wang Hua, he already has a wife. Chia Fei Song said, Wang's family spent a lot to build a big house. Of course, they can get a wife. We have nothing, so how can we marry someone? This year, we earned some money, but we still can't afford to build a house. If only we hadn't spent money on buying a house in the city for the second son. We should have used that money for the eldest. Grandma Chi said, that second son, that ungrateful guy, married and now doesn't want to take care of us. We've been back for so long, and he hasn't even called. Getting angrier, she said, no, I can't raise my son just to waste him. Now that they are living well, they just want to ignore us. How much pension money should he give us each year? Don't even think about it. With how the second son and his wife are, there's no way they will give us pension money. Grandma Chi became more upset. Raising children is useless. It would have been better if they were girls. Girls are more caring. Stop talking about this. Go help me tidy up these bamboo threads. The more we make, the more we can sell. Every bit counts. Shouting Nan went back to work and saw the news about Xiao Yusin's engagement. It said that Lu Jia, the daughter of the Lu family, and Xiao Yusin are truly in love. They had broken up before and weren't engaged because the elders of the Lu family looked down on Xiao's family, which was bankrupt. Now, their love has touched the elders, and they are rekindling their relationship. Seeing this news, it was like reading a touching love story. Boss, do I need to do anything for Xiao Yusin's engagement? Chen Shan asked. Check if there are any transactions between them, Shouting Nan replied. Got it. Chu Ran is now free in the village. The selling of goods has been left to He Mu and Deng Ruoqian, of course, with the old man nearby. However, because they are new hosts, they don't have much traffic, so sales are not very good. Some water celery from the Wang family hasn't sold, and they feel a bit anxious. Ran, I think you should do the live selling. They can't manage it. There are fewer than 10 people in the live stream every day. How can they sell anything? Chu Ran replies, Grandma Wang, I also have my own things to do. I've already put the shop link on my homepage, so I get some traffic. Chu's mother can't hold back. My daughter used to help the villagers sell things through live streams. It was just to help out a village, not for free. Now she wants to do what she likes, which is normal, the old lady adds. Exactly. Before, when you sold goods for Xena, Ran was live shouting to attract customers. We also helped with packing, buying boxes, and delivering. But those aren't our responsibilities. Hearing this, others look a bit embarrassed. Grandma Wang says, that's not what we meant. Right now, it's spring, and there are many wild vegetables in the fields. These vegetables are fresh, unlike potatoes that can last a few days. Wild vegetables wilt the next day. Compared to their own farm vegetables, wild vegetables are a no-cost business. Just pick them. The village has few people, and wild vegetables are everywhere. So, during this time when crops are scarce, they collected a lot of wild vegetables. Before, when Chu Ran did live sales every other day, the wild vegetables she picked could almost all be sold. But now, Chu Ran isn't doing live sales, and the village is selling on their own. The traffic isn't enough, so not many are sold. Chu's mother says, I think everyone is relying on Ran. It might be better to work together with the village to find a solution. It's not just one person's job, Chu Ran thinks for a moment. The traffic is low now because we don't do many live streams. Once the followers grow, it will get better. Our village's farm products aren't many, but once we get started, the traffic will be enough. She feels it's important to clarify that she doesn't want the villagers to see her help as a duty. It's a good time to explain this. Just then, the old man comes back. He looks at everyone crowded in his house. Later, we'll have a meeting in the office to discuss this properly. Not just this, there are other things from above. Grandma Wang immediately gets anxious. What's going on? Good news or bad? Let's talk about it this afternoon. The old man sent them away. The old lady could tell from his expression that something was wrong. What exactly happened? The old man looked at everyone and said, the higher authorities used to give us subsidies to help our village, but now those subsidies might be gone. We will have to rely on ourselves from now on. Chu Ran said it's normal for the subsidies to stop after so long. We've already received a lot, which is enough. Chu's mother agreed. Yes, once the subsidies are gone, that's fine. Everyone earns money and paying a little for delivery and packaging is normal. We can't always depend on outside help. The old man said, I'm worried the villagers might resist. We just started making some money. Chu Ran replied, even if we make money, we can still buy packaging boxes. It's not like we don't have enough. The old man nodded. That's true. In the afternoon, everyone in the village held a meeting to discuss this. When the Wang family heard that they would have to pay themselves in the future, they felt they would earn less. It was easier when Ran took the goods last year. Back then, she handled everything and we didn't have to worry about it. Chu Ran was also there. Hearing this, she quickly said, the price for receiving goods is lower now. If you sell directly at a higher price, and if you're willing to accept a lower profit, I can still handle the receiving. Hearing her words, the Wang family thought, maybe that's true. They had overlooked this issue. Of course, they wanted to earn more money. Grandma Wang awkwardly said, then let's sell like that. We'll buy our own packaging boxes, but we don't know how to do it. Ran, can you teach us? Churan didn't take on the task herself. You can ask Himu, Dengruaqian, or your family's Maizi. They're young and probably buy things online. Once they learn, it'll be easy. She also added, there's one more thing. My dad has been helping everyone send packages for free, but I think we should set some rules. Sometimes my dad is busy, and when he helps, it's out of kindness, not an obligation. Grandma Chi said, then we should pay him. Ran, you tell us how much and we'll do it. We're not very clear about this. Chu Ran replied, I don't know either. Let's see if the village has any good ideas. The old man said, since we're all here, let's talk. We want everyone to earn more, but we can't let people work for free. That's the idea, right? Everyone nodded, understanding that the Chu family had indeed helped a lot. If the Chu family came up with ideas and put in effort, their life in the village would only become harder. In the end, everyone discussed and agreed on a plan. Each person would pack 3 mao of supplies themselves, and if they didn't know how, they could ask the villagers for help. After the discussion, the Wang family might have felt a little embarrassed. Grandma Wang held Chu Ran's hand. Ran, we're getting old and don't understand many things. If I said anything wrong just now, I apologize. Grandma Wang, don't say that. It was just a meeting and we were talking about the facts. Now that we have clear rules, we can make better money in the future. Ran is such a kind girl. That's how it is. My family also wants to buy a tricycle, but we don't know much about it. Wang Hua's dad also wants to learn how to drive. Can your dad teach him? Chu Ran replied, Grandma Wang, you need a license to drive a tricycle. After passing the test, you get a driver's license. My dad paid for lessons and got his license before buying a tricycle. Really? You need a license for that? That's so complicated. How much does it cost? Asked my dad. Chu Ran called her father over and asked him to talk to their family. The Wang family wanted to buy a tricycle, but they first needed to get a license. Chu dad took Wang Hua's dad to register in town. After several rounds of tests, Chu Ran finally got her driver's license and was able to drive the small truck that Xiao Ting Nan kept in the village. Her family's cherries were sold out, and she made a small profit again this time. Recently, she was researching how to increase the yield of pomelos and how to take care of the trees. Her family had been pruning and fertilizing their pomelo trees. They hoped this year's fruit would be tasty and juicy. They didn't expect to make a lot of money, but with so many trees, it would be a waste not to take care of them properly. While working, she was also live streaming. It's April now, and the weather is around 15 degrees Celsius, sometimes up to 20 degrees on sunny days. To avoid getting too tan, she applied some sunscreen and wore a straw hat. She covered her arms with sun protection sleeves, almost fully armed. After a winter of being pale, the spring sun and UV rays made her feel like she had gotten darker again. While live streaming her work, she received gifts from viewers. A familiar name is Xiao Ting Nan, who sent 2 airships and immediately topped the leaderboard. Soon after, Jianjun also entered the live stream and sent 2 castle gifts. This caused the fans who were quietly watching Chu Ran to explode with excitement. The comments kept scrolling. What's going on? Are the two big brothers competing? Wow, someone else send one too. Ran, who is your top supporter? Xiao Tingnan quickly sent another generous gift. Chu Ran saw the dazzling gifts on the screen and immediately messaged Xiao Tingnan, asking him to stop, as spending so much money isn't the right way. There was no reply from Xiao Tingnan, which made Chu Ran anxious. Everyone, please send gifts reasonably. Don't compete with each other. This is just a chat live stream. If you like something, you can also check out the small yellow shop. Maybe Xiao Tingnan heard her words because he stopped sending gifts afterward. Chu Ran saw that both of them stopped and felt relieved. She was thinking about whether to end the live stream. After that wave of gifts, her live stream gained many viewers, and the orders on the small yellow shop kept increasing rapidly. There were also messages scrolling on the screen saying things like sold out or taken down. People asked for more items to be added. Chun Kai will restock later. You can follow our village shop for updates. We will restock when we have supplies. In the comments, someone said, Ran, your local chicken is the best I've ever bought, especially the authentic ones. I want to buy some. Chu Ran replied, there are no local chickens right now. The chicks are still too small. The others are laying hens, and I can't bear to sell them. But we do have fresh eggs. Someone else said, this year I managed our citrus orchard. I wonder if there will be any citrus to sell this year. Looking forward to it. After finishing work at the citrus orchard, she ended the live stream. Chu Ran went home to check the backend data and messages. Recently, she was short of money and wanted to do some tasks to increase her income. Her popularity isn't very high, and although some people wanted her to sign with a company, she currently had no plans to do so. She enjoyed the freedom to stream whenever she wanted and do other things when she didn't. If she signed with a company, her workload would increase, and her children would really be cared for by her family elders. Wouldn't that just add to their responsibilities? She took on some advertising work, carefully selecting safe and well-known brands. After accepting the ads, Chu Ran's income increased a bit. Looking at her savings, she had about 20 or 30,000 yuan, which was quite good. Soon it was May, and it was time to transplant rice seedlings. Her family had a rice planting machine. Last year, she and her grandfather did all the work by themselves, but this year her parents were home, so it wasn't as hard. The old man still used the planting machine, while others bent down to plant by hand. Deng Ruoqian and Himu had been in the village for over a month now. They had gotten used to it and planned to take some photos to post on the village's social media account. Do you still have a rice planting machine? Did you buy it yourselves or did the village buy it? Himu asked. Chu Ran replied, I bought it online. Last year, my parents weren't home, so my grandfather and I couldn't handle everything, so I bought it. There's a lot of land here, so I wanted to plant more. Himu saw that and said, that's true. A lot of land is left unused. It's such a waste. Chu Ran asked, you guys also grow some vegetables? Are you used to it? Deng Ruoqian said, it's okay. My family is from the countryside, so I can adapt. I just don't quite understand how to plant some things. Should I plant chili seedlings deep or shallow? Himu replied, yeah, I don't understand either. The village chief told us that chili seedlings should be planted shallowly and not watered too much. If you plant them in the ground, just enough rainwater is fine. Deng Ruoqian said, we bought a lot of seedlings online just to try planting and see how it goes. They were planting on some unused land that others in the village weren't using. Both of them, being young, still had curiosity and interest in farming. After all, farming skills had been passed down for thousands of years. This year, Chu's family also planted many rice paddies and took over some from others, like Zhuzi's land, which was now planted with rice. Because they now had machines to help, several families in the village shared the work of planting rice paddies. Deng Ruoqian and Himu didn't plant rice paddies themselves, they just grew some vegetables. Recently, their village social media account was gaining more followers and the traffic was good, showing they were putting in effort. Coincidentally, Xiao Tingnan came back for the weekend and saw everyone busy transplanting rice seedlings. He naturally rolled up his pants and decided to get into the field. Chu's mother knew he was from the city. She said, Tingnan, maybe you should forget it. It's your first time back in the village and the field of leeches. Shouting Nan looked at Dad Chu. You all go down there without fear? I'm a grown man. What am I afraid of?
I want to learn how to plant rice.
Mom, don't stop me. I'm just curious. Hearing this, Mom Chu stopped trying to stop him. A grown man in his prime, eager to work. Then just go ahead. Ran, teach him. She handed him over to Chu Ran. Chu Ran looked at his rolled-up pants, revealing a small leg. His calf was covered with thick, wild hair, giving him a rough, untamed look. It didn't match his delicate face. How did I not notice this before? Thinking back, when they got closer, it was winter. He was wearing pajamas. That day, when I saw him take off his pants, the room was dark, and I didn't see his calves clearly. My eyes only focused on the inappropriate parts. Shouting Nan looked at her muddy-legged. You all go to the field like this? Not wearing boots. No, wearing boots isn't good for walking in the field, Chu Ran said calmly. Your mom just said they're leeches. Are you afraid? Not really. I haven't encountered any, and if I do, I can handle it. Are you afraid? If you are, then don't go. If you're not afraid, I definitely won't be. Chu Ran stepped down, looked at Shouting Nan, and teasingly raised an eyebrow. Come down quickly. Her voice was clear and cheerful, like a mountain spring flowing into his heart. Shouting Nan lifted one foot and stepped in. The mud was soft, sinking under his weight. When it was almost over his calves, it was firm enough to stand. He then moved the other foot. He walked slowly into the field, still adjusting to the feeling. After a while, he got used to it. Chu Ran handed him a basket filled with rice seedlings. Take a bundle. Shouting Nan obediently took a bundle in his hand. Chu Ran picked out a seedling. Hold it like this. You should reach the roots, then insert it into the mud. Shouting Nan followed her instructions. How deep should I plant it? Just not too shallow. About 10 centimeters. She then selected another seedling from the bunch. This one isn't rice. It's A. You need to throw it away. How can you tell the difference? The root should be whiter. You can take some and see if it's softer. She handed some to Xiao Tingnan. Xiao Tingnan wasn't sure if it was on purpose, but when he took the rice plant, he pinched her hand lightly. Then, he casually pinched the root of the rice plant again. Yes, it should be softer. He looked serious, but you couldn't tell what he was thinking from that pinch. Chu Ran thought she might be overthinking it. Let's start now. Today is a busy day. She began working quickly and precisely, planting 4 rows at a time. Xiao Tingnan looked at her and also started planting. It was his first time doing this. Bending over felt a bit strange, but since they were young, they worked fast. Not far away, the old couple from the Qi family watched many people from the Wang and Chu families and felt envious. Normally, with 2 sons, we should have more people helping. But look at our family now. When I called the second son to help plant rice, he said he was busy. Busy doing what? Even the son-in-law from the Chu family came back to help, but our son won't. What's the point of raising children if they don't help? Qi Faison said, stop talking and get to work. Maisie was working alone, so she worked slowly. Recently, everyone was less enthusiastic about foraging for wild vegetables. But if there were orders, she would still gather them and send them out once ready. In the village, Chu Ran edited a video about planting rice, and it got a lot of views. Plus, with some advertisements, she earned several thousand yuan from that one video. Sometimes she wondered if Xiao Tingnan was the one bringing her traffic. But whenever she asked him, he said no. Most of the hyacinth beans in the village were ripe now. Selling them locally would take some time, and by then, the beans would be old. So Chu Ran started a live stream, teasing some of the farm products she planned to sell. If people liked them, they could watch the live stream. The hyacinth beans weren't shelled yet. Customers would peel them after receiving, making them more tender. Today, we're mainly selling hyacinth beans. The link is already on the shopping app. Hyacinth beans have many uses. Fresh ones can be stir-fried, and when they're older, they can be made into bean paste, which is made from hyacinth beans. Then she started sharing some knowledge about hyacinth beans. Most of the items she listed sold out quickly, and she ended the live stream. They packed everything and sent it out. Now, everyone manages their own goods. If there's a problem with someone's goods, they have to deal with it themselves and they bear the losses. Dad Chu took a bag to the town, but one car wasn't enough, so Chu Ren also drove over together. It took 2 cars to deliver everything. After the delivery, Chu Ran received a call from Director Chow. He said there is a village in the town that grows a lot of loquats. In the past, the loquats were sold by villagers individually at low prices, so everyone's income was also low. Now, the town wants to help expand the sales. Our town has been trying to sell products through live streaming, but the traffic isn't enough, and we can't sell many items in a day. So, we want to ask for your help. The village said they will pay a commission so they won't need help with packaging and shipping later. They will handle that themselves. All they need is for you to do the live streaming to promote the loquats. Chu Ran decided to go and see the situation herself. She drove with her dad to visit the village and check it out. It's a bit far from their village, but it's still in the same town. She had heard of it but never visited. When they arrived, they saw the loquat trees on the hillside behind, similar to their own citrus orchard. It was clear that the trees weren't carefully maintained, but they still bore many loquats, though the sizes were uneven. This time, they didn't bring Director Chow along. They came alone. They met an older woman working in the field. Chu Ran approached and asked, "Auntie, why does your village have so many loquats?" The woman looked at her, noting her youth and beauty, then at her car behind her. She said, "We grow them here. Our village used to mainly grow loquats. Now, no one takes care of them anymore. Where are you from? Do you want to buy some loquats? I have plenty, big and small." Her eyes lit up, thinking they might be big customers. "We just want to understand the situation. Have many people from your village gone out to work?" Hearing this, the woman sighed. "Yes, young people have no future here, so they leave. Only the older folks stay. These loquats look like they're heavily laden. We take some to the town to sell, but they don't sell well. Every year, we just eat them ourselves or give them away. Sometimes they rot in the field. I heard our village chief went to the town to see if they could sell some, but I don't know if it helped. Every year they go to the town, but in the end, we just eat them ourselves. What's the point of having so many? If you want, I can sell it to you at a lower price." "How much loquat does your village produce roughly?" "Who knows? Many people are not at home. They let neighbors pick and sell on their own. No one has kept track, so it's a waste of time. Then I'll buy some." Chu Ran really bought 10 jean of loquats to take home. After buying, she and her father ate a few. The taste was similar, not sour or bitter, and the larger ones tasted better. She thought they didn't grow loquats here, but it turns out there is a loquat orchard nearby. So she told Director Chow that she would take on this business. However, they had to prepare their own packaging, and they even signed a contract. This was her first time taking an order for live selling. Both sides discussed the product size and price, then started the live broadcast. Since the fruit was already ripe and hanging on the trees, they couldn't delay. Any delay meant more worry. So, the preparations were quickly done, and she went to the village. When the old lady saw her, she said, "Aren't you the young girl who came here that day? Today, our village chief said there's a live-selling host. Is that you?" Chu Ran nodded. "I came here for an inspection that day." The old lady patted her thigh and said, I should have guessed." The old lady continued, "In our countryside, you can't find such a pretty girl. You look like someone from the city with talent." Chu Ran replied, "Andy, I am from our town too. You can tell by my accent." She exchanged a few pleasantries and then talked with the village chief about the live broadcast. Their background for the live was the loquat orchard, making it more authentic and effective. People from the village gathered around, naturally concerned about whether their loquats could be sold. If not, they would have to consume them themselves. "I heard that these online influencers can't really sell their goods, they just cheat money." "Cheat money from whom?" The village chief said, "We don't pay anything. We only give a commission based on what they sell. If they don't sell a single jean, they get nothing." "Is that true?" "I heard their live fees are very high and there are also spot fees." "I don't understand at all. People these days find all kinds of ways to cheat money. Look at this woman. She is young and very pretty. She probably doesn't know much about farming. She just poses in front of her phone for a few moments and can sell her fruit. We should not have high hopes. Whether she can sell it or not, we will see. I heard from the village chief that we don't have to pay anything upfront. Whatever we sell, we keep. If it doesn't sell, we can take it to the town to sell. Selling for less is still money. Why not pay upfront? Remember those packaging boxes? We paid for them ourselves. The government gave some subsidy, but I don't think it covers much. If we can't sell even one jean today, we will have to explain ourselves. The villagers are talking loudly. Chu Ren also hears some of the talk. She glances at the village chief, who looks a bit embarrassed. All right, stop arguing. The boxes aren't worth much. Now we are selecting the best loquats to pack. The bad ones go aside. Have your own loquats been prepared?
No, not yet.
Why are you still talking? I told you. Each family's loquats should be linked separately. If customers receive them and are unhappy, you'll be responsible for the loss. The villagers are still unsure if they can sell, so they stay and watch, not arguing anymore. Chu Ran doesn't waste time. She finishes her preparations and starts the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Ran. Do you see the loquat orchard behind me? Yes, today I am here to show you the loquats. Now is the season when loquats are ripe. In our town, one village grows many loquats. In the past, everyone took their fruit to the town to sell, so the sales were not very good. This time, we hope to sell online so more people can buy our high-quality loquats. She squats in front of a basket of shiny, golden loquats. She picks one up casually. See this? These loquats are quite big, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Fellow villagers, we have large and small loquats. Small ones are 10 yuan per jean, large ones 15 yuan per jean. Buying 3 jean in a pack is cheaper, 25 yuan for 3 jean or 5 jean for 39 yuan. Large loquats, 3 jean for 35 yuan, 5 jean for 59 yuan. Chu Ran takes a loquat and takes a bite. Fresh, juicy, and very sweet. This year, our villagers have had a big harvest of loquats. Shouting Nan just finished a meeting and opened his phone to see Chu Ran's live broadcast. It seems she mentioned last night that she took on a project to help sell loquats from a village for a good harvest. He looked at it and wanted to order 500 large loquats, each weighing about 3 jean. But he saw many links, each with different stock. Since he wanted 500 jean, he would have to buy from each link separately, which is troublesome. Chun Shan, go to Chu Ran's live stream and buy 500 large loquats, 3 jean each, as company benefits, he said, handing the task to his trusted subordinate. Chun Shan knew everything and was the most trusted person, so he felt assured to do this. Chun Shan received the order and went to place the order. Seeing Chu Ran selling loquats live, baskets full of bright yellow fruit, he felt the joy of a good harvest. He initially thought it would be easy for the boss to just pay and buy quickly. But after clicking into the small shopping cart, he understood why the boss didn't buy directly. Because the links showed the villagers' names, and although the products were the same, the stock was limited. Chun Shan bought 5 or 10 pieces from each link to reach a total of 500 jean. Not only Shouting Man saw the live broadcast, but Nie Ziqian also watched it. He thought that Anand, this classmate, didn't usually do live streams. And she only streamed during the day, so he hadn't seen her live at night. The last time he bought something from her live stream, it had already arrived. He checked the address, an unknown small mountain village. Could it be her hometown? Nie Ziqian saw Chu Ran selling loquats, saying she was helping the village sell them because of a bumper harvest that was going unsold. He thought he was a good person and decided to show his kindness. So, he bought 10 large 5 jean packages and had them shipped directly to his home. Chu Ran was still alive, but many links had already been taken down backstage. Chu Ma gave her a signal, and Chu Ran opened her phone to see the situation. Most of the stock was sold out, so she ended the live broadcast. This time, the loquats were sold through a shop in town, not her village shop. All after-sales services were naturally handled by the town. Chu Ma printed the order list and handed it to the village chief to arrange packing and shipping. The village chief saw the stack of orders and couldn't believe his eyes. Did these really sell? It's probably not fake. The goods have been shipped now. They can return them later. Chu Ran said, as long as your quality is good, with no short waits or missing items and there are no issues, customers won't return them. The quality is definitely good. You saw, they are all freshly picked from the trees. He immediately sent the order list with the names. Chu Ma said, Ran, I noticed when I was making the order that some items are going to the same address, and it's in our city. Maybe we should just send a delivery truck directly there. Chu Ran replied, it's okay. Let the courier deliver it. Just arrange a truck for the courier, and I'll talk to the village chief. The village chief, since many items are going to the same address, you can set them aside separately. That way, when they go to the courier point, it will save a lot of work later. The village chief was busy supervising the villagers. Okay, I understand. Everyone listen up. There is a big order going to one address, set it aside separately. Chu Ran suddenly remembered her mother mentioning that the address was in their city. She looked at the address with some suspicion. It was indeed in their city, but she didn't recognize the recipient's name. Could it be anonymous? She suspected Xiao Tingnan bought it, but she had no proof. Buying so many items at once meant she had to skip a few hours of her live broadcast. Chu Ran stared at it for a while. Someone from the town was responsible for this. She then took her parents home. Her dad was driving. While in the car, she sent a message to Xiao Tingnan. Did you just buy loquats in my live stream? Xiao Tingnan replied quickly, no, denying it directly. He didn't use his ID to buy, so Chu Ran had no idea. His denial was also because he didn't want to hear her nag. Chu Ran didn't expect to be wrong. I thought it was you. I was live streaming loquats today and a big customer bought a lot, all to one address in our city. Maybe it was your fans buying. They often buy vegetables in your live streams, right? Buying so many must be for some kind of promotion. Isn't the Dragon Boat Festival coming soon? The Dragon Boat Festival is too early for that. Even normally, you can give out benefits. The boss has money, and if he wants to, he can do it. Since someone bought, why worry? I'm worried it might be deliberate, malicious competition. If they buy and then return, I need to be mentally prepared. No. Xiao Tingnan replied simply and decisively. After sending the message, worried she might suspect, he added, you sell farm products, but there's no competition or conflict with anyone. Why are those people bothering you? Not exactly. Didn't Meng Jiejia and Li Jiqiang offend me? Those two are no longer in the city, so they can't cause any trouble now. Alright, I was just overthinking. Back home, Chu Ran checked her earnings and commissions on her account. Her commission from selling loquats wasn't much, but the quantity was large. With that amount, it would take several days for the villagers to receive their shipments. When Nie Ziqian's family received 10 boxes of loquats, they were quite surprised. A servant pushed in a cart of loquats, saying, this is bought by the young master. He said it's for everyone to try and enjoy fresh fruit. Nie's mother looked at the boxes. When did he start liking this? Loquats? Open it and see. She examined the boxes carefully. The servant opened one, revealing large, bright yellow loquats. They looked fresh and beautiful, with no signs of blackness or spoilage. Madam, they look good. Yes. Wash them first. I'll try one. Loquats usually don't need washing because you peel and eat them, but Nie's mother wanted to wash them to feel cleaner. The servant quickly washed the fruit and arranged them on a tray, stacking them like a small golden mountain. Just then, Nie's grandfather returned home. Wow, where did these loquats come from? They look nice. Father, Ziqian bought them. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been buying all these things. Last time it was vegetables. Nie's mother complained. He, who usually doesn't do any chores, has learned to buy vegetables now. Grandfather also took a bite of a loquat. It tasted good, not sour, with a hint of sweetness, but not overly sweet. It was soft and delicious. Is he seeing someone? Learning this for his future wife, Nie's mother widened her eyes. No way. He's unpredictable. How could he do this just for a girl? Besides, he only buys vegetables, he doesn't cook. It's fair to say that Nie's mother was quite objective in her opinion of her son. If he brings a girl home one day and says he wants to marry her, then the sun will really rise from the west. Old master, Zihan is still young now. In a few years, I will bring him back. Loquats are delicious. Mother Nie, they are tasty, but you can't eat too many. Stop fussing. There are so many. Let each of them take a box, and the rest can be eaten at home. By they, he naturally meant the housemaids. Loquats are not very precious, so it's unlikely to call relatives to pick them up. Others wouldn't bother to make a trip, so giving them to the housemaids is the best choice. This is seasonal fresh fruit, which won't last long. It's a small benefit for the housemaids. When Zihan came back, he saw loquats on the coffee table. Did my loquats arrive? Where are they? Mother Nya, you bought quite a few. I sent them to the housemaids as a benefit. Zihan, that I was planning to give them to someone. Why did you send them out without asking me? Mother Nya, you didn't tell me in advance. Who knew you wanted to give them to someone?
Just buy more next time.
Where did you buy them? I can compensate you. Zihan, forget it, I'll buy them myself. He clicked on a link to buy more, but then the link was taken down. He looked at the shop, saw more loquats and other links, and finally placed an order, also buying some other things. I bought some wild vegetables and cured meat. When they arrive, I'll ask the cook to prepare them. Mother Nya looked at him carefully. What's wrong with you lately? Wild vegetables and cured meat? You didn't like these before. Recently, I wanted to try new flavors. You're eating them too. I heard that wild vegetables are healthier because they don't need fancy techniques. Mother Nya was suspicious. Really? Or is it because your girlfriend likes these foods? Or maybe she runs a shop. Are you taking care of her business? I don't have a girlfriend. Don't guess randomly. Zihan thought of something and said, I have good news. I don't have a girlfriend. My younger brother, Zai, has a girlfriend. Mother Nya didn't take it seriously. If he does, he does. At this age, you can't get married. If you want to date, go ahead. Our family is open-minded and supportive. Really? Then can I marry someone I like? Of course. As long as you find someone good, we'll support you. What do you mean by good? If the other person has only elementary education, is fat, ugly, and short, you wouldn't accept her? Mother Nya looked at her son and said, as long as you like it, that's what matters. Whether we like it or not isn't important, as long as you don't feel ashamed to show it off. She knew her son was very particular about appearances, so she doubted he would choose something just because he said so. Mom, what if one day I suddenly had a son outside? What would you think? Mother Nya's hand, holding a loquat, dropped to the ground. She stared wide-eyed. You have a son. Nya Ziqian realized he had gone too far with his joke. I mean, just hypothetically, just a guess. Hypothetically what? If you had a son, bring him home. Do you want your son to be out on his own? Of course not, but it's not my son. It's someone else's. Mother Nya looked him over carefully, thinking he wasn't talking about herself.
Who?
Your friends. No, you wouldn't know him. Could it be your younger brother? If that troublemaker Nyezaheo had a child, I'd kick him out. Mother Nya's face changed. Dating is fine, but having a child is impossible. He's still a student, he should act like one. Nya Ziqian raised an eyebrow. You can't control that. Mother Nya's expression grew colder. I'm going to give that kid a stern talk. She stood up and left. A few days later, Nya Ziqian received the replacement loquats. He took one and headed to Xiao Tingnan's office, mainly worried that no one was home and he wouldn't be able to get in. When Xiao Tingnan heard that Nya Ziqian brought a box of loquats, he understood what was going on. He asked Chen Shan to let him in. Ah Nan, look what I brought you. He placed the box in front of him like a treasure.
Loquats.
Do you know where I bought them? Xiao Tingnan didn't answer but looked at him. I bought them from Ranran's live stream. She's your classmate, right? See how good a friend I am? Taking care of your girlfriend's needs. Where else can you find such a good friend like me? How many did you buy? Xiao Tingnan asked. I bought 10 the first time. My mom took them for household help benefits. I bought 10 more. See how thoughtful I am. Nya Ziqian leaned over the table and asked, do you want to see if your child is a boy or a girl? Just to satisfy your curiosity. Yes, I'm bored. It's rare to have some gossip. Is it a son or a daughter? With your free time, you should focus on working properly. Don't get left behind by the times. Money-making is my dad's job. I don't need to worry about that. I just want to eat, drink, and have fun. Nya Ziqian said casually. You're really good at hiding her. Why did you let her go live to sell products? Someone will find out sooner or later. Who dares? His voice was deep and cold, with a serious tone. Nieziqian gave him a thumbs up. All right. Chu Ran was walking around the village with the baby. The weather was getting warmer, and each day was hotter. The rice in the water fields was just planted, but it was already lush and green. Chu Ran always thought this was the best time to see the scenery, with everything covered in green. The trees on the mountain were full of leaves, the greenest and most vibrant. The fields were also full of green, full of life, and the vegetable gardens were about to bloom and bear fruit. Even the pumpkins planted in less noticeable places were climbing their vines at this critical growth stage. In the blue sky, birds occasionally flew by, and their cheerful chirping could be heard. This scenery showed that summer was coming soon. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, because last year's sales of mugwort and calamus were good, they planned to do it again this year. Villagers went to find wild mugwort and calamus. Chu Ran told everyone it was best to gather everything in one day and sell it quickly afterward. They shouldn't delay too long, and transportation time should be included in the planning. The price would be the same as last year, 10 yuan per bunch. Since she was live streaming, she also needed to sell vegetables. Now, the crops in the fields were ripening one after another, and it was harvest time. This time, she planned to take a commission from the villagers for selling their goods. It was her first time collecting a commission from the villagers. At first, everyone was surprised, but they eventually agreed. After all, there were so many vegetables in the fields now. Who wouldn't want to sell them quickly and make money? Chu Ran wanted to collect commissions to keep things clear. Otherwise, if she kept helping out, others might think she was doing it for free. Sometimes being tolerant and easy to talk to doesn't earn respect. A little sharpness is needed. Chu Ran now has over 200,000 fans. Although the number isn't very large, her live streams attract a lot of viewers, especially because her sales results are quite good. She receives some cooperation offers through the back end. She chooses her partners carefully. If it's profitable, why not? Of course, she only cooperates within her comfort zone. She definitely won't work with products that seem completely untrustworthy. Last time, she sold loquats in a village and some other villages approached her, but she didn't take those deals. Their products could be sold locally by the town, so she didn't need to get involved. After selling some calamus and mugwort, Chu Ran's earnings increased significantly. She now has about 150,000 yuan. Recently, her sales have earned her quite a lot, and combined with her usual income, it's quite substantial. Moreover, the vegetables from her fields are selling every day, and her income is rising fast. In late June, when the young corn was ripe, she streamed for a few days, selling half of the fresh corn from various farms. The remaining half was kept for elders, chickens, and other uses. In July, she harvested the mature corn, and in August, she harvested rice. After the rice was collected, Sister Du took several thousand jin of rice away. The Wang and Qi families wish they could grow more crops. They have no worries about selling them. Wheat production has also increased a lot, mainly because there are many vegetables in the fields. Even a single vine can produce something sellable. Starting in September, they plant winter vegetables, entering the off-season. But in October, the grapefruits on the hillside ripen. Chu Ran picked a few from her own family to see if they were edible. Her grandfather held a grapefruit happily. This year's grapefruits are much bigger and heavier than previous years, probably because they have more water. Chu Ran said, "We'll see once we open them. If they're not good, we won't sell them, just pick the best ones." She opened the biggest one and it looked pretty good. It had red flesh. Chu Ran took a bite and felt a bit numb. This is a sour grapefruit, kind of tasty, but how do you tell different kinds of grapefruits apart? She had marked the trees when she picked them. "Do I have to taste each one? Grandpa, when you planted them, didn't you divide the orchard into sections?" Her grandfather said. "I don't remember. One was a red grapefruit, and the other was a white grapefruit. I really can't recall." Chu Ran thought it was better to separate the fruits, as the process was too rough and not detailed enough. Still, each one should be picked and tasted, then marked so we'll know next year. They used the simplest method to tell the fruits apart because they couldn't distinguish them otherwise. In the end, they gathered quite a few, each tree marked with a number, and the same numbers were on the grapefruits, so it wouldn't get mixed up. Chu Ran tasted some and could tell what kind of grapefruit it was after just one bite. She spent the whole day organizing, wasting many grapefruits, but she didn't want to waste them. She decided to give them to Xiao Tingnan to eat. Seeing the pile of grapefruit slices, Xiao Tingnan asked, "Why are there so many?" Chu Ran explained, "You can eat them or share with others. I mainly don't want to waste them. Every family in our village has some, so they don't seem so precious. Leave them here. Recently, your family has been harvesting grapefruits. How many Jean do you think you've collected?" "I don't know. It's our first year managing the grapefruits. This summer, we picked some plums and sold part of them. The new plum trees didn't bear fruit this year. We'll see if they do tomorrow. When we sell them, I feel like these trees are fewer. I hope we get more next time." Grapefruit trees are the same. They seem hard to manage, and now that it's harvest time, it feels like there are fewer. Xiao Tingnan said, "I'll be back this weekend and can help out." He thought picking fruit was a happy task, so he was glad to take off his suit and work in the fields. It was also a way to get closer to nature.
Great.
Then we'll do a live sale this weekend. I've ordered protective nets and big boxes online. The grapefruits are quite large, so I need different sizes of packaging boxes. Chu Ran started to ramble. Suddenly, she remembered something. "By the way, my guest house is about to start construction. I've saved enough money. If you have any suggestions, let me know. I'm worried I might have missed something." Xiao Tingnan stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulder. "Go ahead and do what you want. If there's anything you can't handle, just ask me. I'll support you. Have you found someone to build the guest house? Do you want me to introduce a construction team?" Chu Ran was still touched by his previous words, but was quickly distracted by his next. "My dad works in this field. He has his own team, so I don't need to worry about it. I just need to see what it looks like when it's built." Shouting and nodded. "All right." Chu Ran felt like they were getting too close. Why was he holding her shoulder? This position made it seem like he was half embracing her. She looked at his hand resting on her shoulder. His fingers were long and strong, very attractive. She looked into his serious eyes and thought she might be overthinking. Maybe he was just casually resting his hand there. Shouting and sat her down on the sofa. Still very close, close enough to feel the warmth and energy coming from him. Chu Ran shook her head. Was she being too sensitive? "Why do you want me to sit down?" I was about to go back. Shouting and let go of her and started eating a piece of grapefruit. "I'm bored alone. Stay with me for a while. Or you could take me back to the village." Chu Ran said, "You're coming back on the weekend, so that's okay. But if you show up every night, people will start to suspect." Shouting Man said, "Let's discuss your guest house. I want to see if there's anything I should add." Chu Ran nodded and took out her phone. "This is what I've thought of. It won't be very tall, no elevator, just 3 floors. The exterior won't be tiled, just the original brick walls. I think it looks good." They started discussing. Chu Ran was very detailed and even made a budget. Of course, she also planned the interior decoration. "How do you plan to set the prices?" She thought for a moment. "Our mountain area can't compare to the city. I plan to set the prices around 100. Big rooms during holidays, 100. Standard rooms, 129. During normal times, it'll be a bit cheaper. Large rooms, 69. Standard rooms, 99. Shouting Nan said, "Those prices are really affordable. After all, our mountain area doesn't have many people. We don't know if there will be enough visitors once it opens. Are you not confident?" Chu Ran replied, "It's not about confidence. Just do your best. And that's also a fact, so I don't expect too much." They looked down at her phone, studying the plans closely, so close that their breathing intertwined. It means getting closer and closer. At this moment, someone entered the door. It's Chen Shan. Seeing the scene, Chen Shan quickly covered his eyes and said, "Sorry, I didn't see anything." He hurriedly left. Chu Ran put away her phone, sat up straight, and moved back a lot. She thought to herself, there's really nothing going on. Chen Shan's loud shouting made it seem like something was happening. "I'm going back," she said, running to a corner to hide from Chen Shan, and then headed back to the village. Back in the village, the October wind cooled her face and made her feel less hot. She looked at the child, who was crawling around near the old lady. "Grandma, where are my parents and grandpa?" Your mom is working in the fields. Your dad and grandpa went to pick grapefruits in the mountains. The weather is cool now, so they won't spoil easily. It's better to pick them early so you don't have to rush later. Recently, there aren't many vegetables. Your mom can harvest the chicken feather greens she planted last month. If you sell them, they're still small, and there are also small radishes. You mean cherry radishes, right? They grow very fast, one crop in a month. It's good to plant more. Yes, that's the one. I also used it to make pickles, which taste like big radishes. Chu Ran said, they taste the same, but the prices are different. Cherry radishes are a bit more expensive. People in the village see her family planting them and start planting too. They sell for 5 yuan a jean, which makes more money than regular big white radishes. But they're sold by weight. The land is still the same. If what's grown can be sold for money, then it's worth planting. Chu Ran went to the grapefruit orchard to talk to her dad about building a house. Her dad said, I've already arranged everything. Next week, everyone will come to our village to start work. Grandpa checked the calendar, and that day is just right. I've asked people to deliver the materials little by little. Once they arrive, we can start. She transferred 100,000 yuan to her dad to prepare the materials. If it's used up, she'll send more later. She wanted to transfer 200,000 yuan, but her dad said it was too much. Having that much money at once didn't feel safe. Selling a batch of grapefruits will be enough to start the work. Soon it was the weekend, and Chu Ran began her live broadcast. This time, we're showing our own grapefruits. I believe many of my fans know that this year, we've taken care of our grapefruit orchard again. A few days ago, I posted a video where I explained different types of pomelos. Today, we are listing them for sale by category. There are red pomelos, white pomelos, spicy pomelos, and this pear-shaped pomelo I found online called Shatian pomelo. All of these taste pretty good, especially the spicy pomelo, which has a tingling sensation. If you like that flavor, you might want to try it. While Chu Ran was explaining, the links were already live, and some people had placed orders. She thought everyone would prefer the usual white pomelo, but that wasn't the case. The red and spicy pomelos sold faster, especially the spicy one, probably because people want to try something new. There is also a batch of cherry small radishes for sale. They can be used to make pickles, stir-fried with meat, or dried as radish chips. Fresh sweet potatoes are 3 yuan per jean. Peanuts are also available this year at 10 yuan per jean. There are also high-quality sorghum brooms and some bamboo crafts. They helped promote these items as well. Their family also has some pomelos, but they haven't taken good care of them. So many are of poor quality. That's why Chu Ran didn't promote their pomelos. If she sold poor quality fruit in her live stream, customers would complain when they received it. After the live stream, she checked the orders, which were still quite a few, and everyone started packing and shipping. Orders from other sellers were sent to them. Most of Chu's orders were for pomelos, some still on the trees and not yet picked. So, the elderly grandmother and grandfather packed the fruit, while Chu Ran, Xiao Tingnan, and Chu's father picked the pomelos. Little Hang Hang was told to sit and play in his walker nearby. Some of the trees are tall, and even a high stool can't reach the fruit, so they needed long scissors. They bought these last year when selling acacia flowers, and are still using them now. Since pomelos have thick shells, they won't break if they fall into muddy ground, so no one needs to catch them. Just pick them up directly. That day, Chu's father and Xiao Tingnan drove to town to deliver a batch of goods. The next day, they did another live stream and continued shipping. Xiao Tingnan went back to the city to work, and the workers arrived on Monday. Chu Ran didn't do a live stream that day, so the unripe pomelos on the trees could stay longer to ripen. The Wang family saw how many pomelos Chu's family sold and couldn't help but feel envious. I wish we had also taken care of the orchard like them. Now, we have so many small pomelos that we can't sell or eat them all. They're just rotting in the ground. Grandma Wang sighed. Watching the Chu family work in their orchard, she thought it was a waste of effort. Instead of doing that, she believed they could try other jobs that might make money quickly. Looking at the pomelos she picked and placed in a basket, she asked, "Why can't we sell these? They're still good to eat. Maybe we can talk to Himu and sell them together, 1 jean or 50 cents per jean. It's better than letting them rot. I think next year, I'll also help take care of the Chu family's orchard. Seeing how much money they make makes me want to earn some too. I'm jealous. Watching others earn money, how could she not feel envious? Auntie Wang nodded firmly, agreeing. Yes, that Chu girl is really capable. She makes money from everything. If we worked in the village, we could earn some too. I should have listened to the village chief and taken better care of the orchard. I'll go talk to Himu and see if we can put the pomelos up for sale. She went out. After hearing their request, Himu was unsure what to do. He asked the village chief for advice. Other villagers also had pomelos, and they couldn't eat them all. If they didn't sell them, they'd just be wasted in the fields. The old man asked Chu Ran, what do you think? The Wang family wants to sell at a low price. Any money is better than letting the pomelos rot in the ground. Let's sell them as the Wang family suggested, but make sure to mark them as processing items. They're not bad, but the taste and sweetness might vary. The village chief told Himu to put the pomelos up for sale at 1 jin per piece as processing items. Now, the other 3 families went to pick their own pomelos from their orchards. Each jin could weigh around 3 or 4 pounds, some lighter around 2 pounds. The quality wasn't controlled, but the quantity was enough. Chu Ran didn't worry about these things anymore. She was now focused on her own house's construction. After the processed pomelos were listed online, some customers noticed that the prices of Grandma Chu's pomelos and the processed ones were quite different. They even asked customer service. Customer service was handled alternately by Himu and Deng Ruoqian. They explained that processed pomelos are shipped randomly. They only guarantee that they're not rotten or bad, but the taste and sweetness might vary. They are considered imperfect products. Because this year, the village didn't work with Grandma Chu's family to manage the pomelos, so the quality of other families' pomelos varies. Now, they can only sell the lower quality ones as processing products. A note was also posted on the product page, saying that buyers who are willing can purchase. Surprisingly, some people are willing to buy because it's really hard to find such cheap pomelos. They cost 1 yuan per jin, about 0.5 kilograms, so even 10 jin only cost 10 yuan. 10 yuan is less than what you'd spend on a bowl of fried rice in the city. As a result, the other 3 families' pomelos also started selling. Although the sales aren't huge, they are at least making some money. Even if the pomelos might not taste great, when they ship, they still clean the outer skin to make them look better. Some lucky buyers who get the processed pomelos might find they taste quite good. These pomelos can be slowly ripened. Their maturity period isn't very short, and they can stay on the tree until winter. A month later, the guest house at Chu Ran's family was starting to take shape. She applied for the necessary licenses and related procedures. With Director Chow helping her, everything was processed quickly. Soon, Xiao Honghong's first birthday was coming up. Now, Xiao Hanghang can walk on his own, though he's still a bit unsteady. On his first birthday, he was dressed in festive clothes and held by an adult. His big, lively eyes looked very adorable. They invited some relatives from the Chu family and villagers to celebrate. When grandparents came to see the house Chu family was building, their expressions were complicated. Looking at Chu's mother, they said, "You guys are building a house and you didn't tell us." Because after their last argument, the grandmother's family hadn't helped Chu Ran sell vegetables much. That argument made both families look bad. Chu's mother replied, "We were just about to start building, and we didn't have time to tell you. Where did you get the money to build the house? How many floors are you planning?" 3 floors. The money is earned by Ran. Our old house is really worn out, so we plan to build a bigger, more comfortable one. Grandpa looked at the new house and asked, "Your house is quite big. How much will it cost?" Ran wants to open a guest house, but I don't really understand. So, we built it a bit larger. If it's bigger, you can come visit more often. What is a guest house? Grandma asked. Chu's mother explained, "It's a place where tourists stay when they travel. Isn't that just a hostel or a hotel?" Grandma said. "I think you're just causing trouble. In this big mountain area, what kind of hotel is there? Does anyone come? It's a waste of money. With that money, you might as well lend it to your younger brother." "Mom, Chu, Dad, the place we built, isn't it a waste of money? Let's not argue about this. Let's go see Honghong's first birthday. I don't want to argue with her dad. I know his personality. He's very bossy and overbearing. Even the younger generation has to listen to him. Whether it's sons, daughters, grandsons, or granddaughters, except for the granddaughter. They already favor boys over girls. After a daughter gets married, in their eyes, she becomes an outsider. The granddaughter is even more of an outsider. Since the last argument, Mom Chu has realized this. She doesn't want to force anyone anymore. As long as everything looks fine on the surface, that's enough. Good days shouldn't be spoiled by arguments. Xiao Tingnan prepared many things: books, plans, gold, phones, computers, screwdrivers, and more. Hang, hang, catch it. Catch it quickly. Catch this one. Chu Ran pointed at the gold. Little Hang Hang looked at the circle of items on the red cloth and crawled over. She looked at her dad, then her mom, and then at the other elders. Grandpa Chu also came over. Why are you still catching things for a child's first birthday? Where did the gold come from? Such things are just for show. Maybe sensing the unfriendliness, Little Hang Hang blinked her big eyes at him, then suddenly pulled all the items toward herself. Chu Ran ignored her grandpa and picked up the child. Our Hang Hang wants everything. Little Hang Hang waved her small hands. Since it was winter and she was dressed warmly, holding a 1-year-old wasn't easy. After a while, she handed the child to Xiao Tingnan. The man had strength, so holding the child was just right. Grandpa whispered to Mom Chu, "You guys are too precious with the kid. In the countryside, there's no need to spoil them so much. Otherwise, who will do farm work later?" Mom Chu felt a bit embarrassed. We haven't spoiled her. Now that conditions are better, isn't that how children are raised these days? Mom and Dad, dinner is ready. She wanted her parents to say less, worried that if they talked too much, they might argue again. Fortunately, dinner was soon served. During the meal, the men sat at one table, the women at another. The men wanted to drink, and there were many conversations. Grandpa, Ran's family, you're called Tingnan, right? Why aren't you drinking? On a day like today, of course you should drink. Grandpa, I might need to drive later, so I won't drink. Driving is just an excuse. If you're drinking, you must drink. Xiao Tingnan looked at Chu Ran, and Chu Ran nodded at him. Originally, Chu's mother wanted him to take Grandpa and the family home. Since he drank, he obviously couldn't drive now.
Chu didn't like that.
He kept drinking and talking boring things. Sitting at the table with women and children, he felt more comfortable. After dinner, Grandpa and Grandma's family went home. Chu's mother didn't ask Xiao Tingnan to drive them, since he had just drunk. She saw them off at the village entrance. Her mother said, "Ran's temper is getting worse. Last time, she just said a few words, and now she's giving us the cold shoulder. We're elders, and she acts like that." Chu's mother replied, "Mom, when she was little, you treated her differently from your grandson. Now that she's grown up, she has her own thoughts. It's normal. All this is passed a long time ago. Why still hold on to it? Mom, let's not talk about this. You all go back slowly. Come visit us when you have time. Don't worry, I have something to tell you. Because of what happened last time, we didn't bother you to sell things. Your nephew wants to go to school and buy a house, and we need money. I think my husband and I can still work, so we plan to earn more. Winter is coming soon. We still want you to help sell some vegetables to earn extra income. Since your family has a car, you can drive here to bring vegetables, which will be more convenient." Chu's mother thought for a moment and agreed. All right. Her father said, "Your family doesn't have enough money to build such a big house. If you had that money, you'd be better off buying a house in the city. Who still builds houses in the village? You have no vision at all." He was scolded again. Chu's mother was used to it. Ran has returned to the village to develop. There's no need to buy a house in the city. I heard that house prices are dropping and will drop even more. Buying a house in the city can wait. That's their young people's business. We won't interfere. I think building a house in the village is good. We're used to it. Being together as a family, there's no need for the young ones to stay in the city. We stay in the village and become left behind elders. This remark suddenly hurt her parents' feelings. Their faces changed. Mom Chu also realized, I'm not talking about you all, I mean everyone. Look at our village now, there are young people and children, and things are looking good. Although there aren't many families, everyone is hopeful. They can earn money, buy things on their phones, or drive to the town to shop. The Wang family also bought a tricycle. Now they can drive to the town to send goods, which makes things easier and reduces conflicts. With a tricycle, it's much easier to harvest corn and rice. One trip can carry several hundred jin to the drying yard. Alright, I understand. Your family is now making money, which is great. But you spend money freely without thinking. How can the young people have a say? We're going back now. Grandma angrily waved her sleeve and left. Mom Chu didn't mind. She returned to the village, looked at her house, and thought it was pretty good. Chu Ran didn't ask what her grandparents said. She knew without asking. If her grandparents weren't around, they might say even more harsh words to manipulate her. Ran, your grandma still wants to sell some vegetables. They want to earn a bit more. Look at this. Mom, you saw it too. I rarely do live streams in the village now. Only when we have seasonal products that need to be sold quickly do I do a live stream. Otherwise, I just do collaborative streams for others. If your grandparents want to bring vegetables to sell in our village, first those vegetables need to be displayed in the village shop. The shop belongs to the village and currently, He Mu and Deng Ruoqian are managing it. If they bring the vegetables, it's also part of their work. You should ask your grandpa if they're willing. It's not really my business. She explained a situation to her mother. Mom Chu then realized it wasn't as simple as she thought. She forgot that the shop was a village matter. She thought it was still managed by their family like before. Then I'll ask your grandpa. Mom Chu went to talk to her father about it. How did Ran say? Mom Chu repeated what Chu Ran said. I think Ran is still upset with her grandparents, which is why she said that. Isn't she also involved in selling goods? I think Ran Fan makes a good point. Now she doesn't do many live streams anymore. It's He Mu and their group who stream every day, mainly to help their own village. Your maternal family isn't from our village, so if we bring them over, He Mu and the others probably wouldn't agree. Plus, it's not like the old days when someone delivered goods and we just took them. Now it's online selling, which we don't fully understand. Only young people seem to get it. If there's any disagreement, I can't really explain it. I think it's better not to bring them over. Let your maternal village decide for themselves. I think it might be better for your dad and mom to take the goods to the town since they also do live streams every day there. Aunt Chu didn't expect it to turn out this way. She thought the old man would agree right away. There shouldn't be a problem, right? The village outside is the same as ours, and He Mu and their group sell there too. It's definitely different. It will add more work and responsibilities. The old man said, it's better for them to take it to the town. This place isn't suitable. He also didn't like this in-law family. In the past, every time Ranfan visited her grandmother, she came back unhappy. She would secretly tell her wife that her grandmother disliked her and that she didn't like visiting her grandmother. As Ranfan grew up, she stopped worrying about those things. She even accepted vegetables from the Chin family, hoping they could earn a little more money. But old man Chin was still stubborn and unreasonable. So, he didn't want to give this in-law family any face either. Aunt Chu felt a bit disappointed. She had already promised her parents, but now it was impossible. She didn't know how to explain. This anxious feeling couldn't be shared with anyone else, only with her dad. Ranfan says she doesn't do many live streams now. If my parents sell vegetables, they can only hang them in the village shop, but now the shop is managed by He Mu and his group. Increasing their workload isn't reasonable. I just talked to Dad about it. He said my parents should take the vegetables to the town, since there are shops there. But my parents don't have many vegetables, and how could the town manage that? Dad Chu said, I notice your parents are starting to dislike Ranfan more and more. They seem to dislike us too. Why is that? Our family is doing well. Are they unhappy? Before, when I visited your home, your parents always found fault with me. I didn't say anything. It's normal for a father-in-law to dislike his son-in-law, but when we built our house, shouldn't he be happy for us? Mom Chu felt a bit guilty after he spoke. My dad is just like that, you know. They like to talk about everything. Now it's about selling things, so why are you bringing up other stuff? I think my parents are right. We help them out, that's fine, but you can't expect He Mu and the others to help too. They have no connection. When reasoning doesn't work, just talk about the facts. But isn't your dad the village chief? It means he moo and the others still need to listen to the village chief. He moo and the others are college students. Can't they tell what they should do and what they shouldn't? My dad is the village chief, but he can't let people work for free. Mom Chu asked, then what should we do? If my dad doesn't say anything, your parents can take the goods to the town, or your family can figure out something on their own. Mom Chu asked, what can they do? You know they only care about their own land. Since that's the case, you can help deliver vegetables from my parents' house to the town. They don't know many people there and haven't made connections. From now on, you just help my parents run errands. Isn't that okay? Don't you think? Dad Chu frowned. I need to watch the house. I don't have time. If they want to sell in the town, ask your brother to come back and help, or Chin Tai and Chin Yang. They're in their 20s and can work. Mom Chu said, basically, you just don't want to help. My brothers work in the city, and Chin Tai and Chin Yang are even younger. They definitely won't come back. I used to help a lot. That year, I helped plant rice and harvest grains, but I was never appreciated. My daughter was even bullied. Dad Chu didn't want to hold back anymore. He used to go to his father-in-law's house, but he never got a good reception. If it weren't for manners and his wife, he wouldn't want to go. He went every year to work and pay off debts, but he hasn't gone this year. Mom Chu's face turned pale. She was about to argue when Chu Ran came over. Mom, Dad is busy. I think we should ask my cousin and the others to come back and help. Grandma keeps saying that my cousin is the backbone of the Chin family. When help is needed, how can they not come back? Mom, if you can't make a call, I can talk to them. They're men, and now is the time for men to step up. Even if your older cousin can't come back, what about your uncles? Surely one of them can come back. Mom Chu said, Ran, your grandparents are getting old. They want to earn some income. You can help the villagers, so why can't you help them too? I replied. I didn't help enough? I helped with the harvest last year. This year, when I was busy, they got upset and didn't send vegetables. What could I do? Ran said. Mom, I think my grandparents are old. They should go to the city to live with their sons and enjoy life. It's not right for them to stay in the village as left-behind elders. You see, your uncles bought houses in the city and rarely come back. Without them nearby, how can the elders be taken care of? Doesn't that make you sad? It makes me sad just thinking about it. Mom Chu thought for a moment and said, maybe you're right. I said, I think they don't want to go to the city. It's probably your uncles who don't want them to go. Your grandparents love their sons very much. Why wouldn't they want to live with them? You should talk to your grandparents and tell them to move to the city. They shouldn't suffer in the countryside. The city is better, with children and grandchildren around, enjoying family life. Also, from what I heard from my grandfather, it seems they prefer the city and look down on us rural folks. Mom Chu weakly explained, your grandfather doesn't mean that, but I said, that doesn't matter. What's important is that they should live with their sons. Even if it's just one person at home for a year, it's better than being left alone in the village. Mom Chu thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to your grandfather about it. I said, yes, now is a good time. It would be best if, starting from the new year, the two uncles take turns caring for them. Mom Chu nodded, agreeing with the idea, and stopped worrying about selling vegetables. I'll go visit your grandfather's house. Mom Chu hurried back to her parents' home. Dad Chu heard what his daughter just said and came over. Do you think your uncles will bring your grandparents here? Ran replied, it doesn't matter if they bring them or not. What's important is that your grandparents want to go. But knowing their temper, if they don't listen, there might be trouble. We'll see what happens. Dad Chu asked, if both your uncles refuse to bring them, do you think your mom will bring them here? I said, no, my grandfather is very stubborn. He won't want to live with us. If Mom wants to take care of him, she can go back to her parents' house. That's also a way to show respect. Dad Chu nodded and said, yes, that's fine. It's just your mom. Is there any other way? Otherwise, she'll have to convince both uncles. If they refuse, she'll have to carry the burden herself. Chu Ran knew her mom wouldn't handle everything alone. When the time comes, the two uncles won't just sit back and do nothing. Mom Chu went back to her parents' house and explained everything carefully. Now the village is in charge. Since we're not from the same village, they won't handle this. They said you should deliver the vegetables to the town. But I think the town is quite far, and it's better for you to just eat them yourselves. Her mom looked unhappy when she heard this. Why should we eat so many? Is it because your sister Ran is giving us the cold shoulder and doesn't want to help, so she's saying this? To get to the town, can the two old folks manage? Tell your dad to come with a vehicle to help. We'll take the vegetables to the town, contact the people there, and sell them. Mom Chu frowned. Seeing her parents' attitude, she also wanted her husband to help. If it was just a one-time thing, it might be okay. But this isn't just once. It looks like a long-term thing, and they seem to think it's natural. At first, she didn't think much, thinking it was simple, just take the vegetables to the town. But now, thinking more carefully, it's not that simple. Getting to the town involves negotiations, and after selling, they need to pack and send the goods. All these steps require preparation. They need boxes, packing tape, and other supplies. It might take several days, and they need to keep an eye on everything. Ran's dad is busy supervising the house construction. He can't leave. If you really want to sell online, ask one of your brothers to come back. She quickly added, I think you don't need to bother so much. You don't have many vegetables. Just eat them yourselves. If there are too many, sell them to me. I'll pay you all at once. You're getting old. In the future, don't farm so much. It's tiring. Have your older and younger brothers take you to the city to enjoy life. Your children and grandchildren are nearby, and I'm sure you'll be happy. At first, her mom was angry, thinking she was just avoiding the issue. But after hearing the rest, her expressions softened a bit. Especially the last few words, they really touched her heart. Your older and younger brothers don't have extra rooms. When we go, there's no place for us to stay. And your nephews and nieces are there too. No matter whether you have a place to live or not, your two parents are responsible for your retirement. One of you should stay in one place for a year, or one of you should take care of one parent. You need to come up with a plan instead of letting you stay in the village all the time. They don't come back to visit, not even during the new year, which is not right since it's not very far. Mom Chu was a bit upset while saying this. The old lady quickly explained, your younger brother's family of 5 came back for the new year, but your eldest brother didn't come. Mom and Dad, you should talk with both of their families. It's not good for you to always stay in the hometown. You should go to visit them instead. When they bought their house, you didn't use the family's money. You took the money, but you don't even have a room. That's unfair. Grandpa said, all right, this is our family's matter. You, as the married daughter, shouldn't interfere so much. Go back now. We will handle it ourselves. Mom Chu looked surprised when she heard this from her father, but she quickly accepted it because he always thought this way. Whenever it involved her two brothers, she was considered an outsider. She was a bit unhappy and went back to her husband's home, feeling upset at her own family, but too embarrassed to talk about it. Chu Ran saw her mother's expression and knew she had probably been scolded at her grandfather's house.
She didn't ask about it.
In her mother's mind, her grandfather's family still held a lot of authority. If she said anything, she might get scolded herself. In the following days, her mother didn't come to ask her to help sell the sweet potatoes, so it seemed the issue was resolved. But she was too happy too soon. Mom Chu received a call from her grandmother, saying they needed to go harvest the sweet potatoes. They would sell them to the Chu family, and then they wouldn't worry about it anymore. If so, Dad Chu was still willing to go and harvest. It wouldn't make much money. After deducting delivery and packaging costs, they sold for 3 yuan per jean online, but they only got 2 yuan per jean, because the weight was inaccurate. If they handled it this way, Chu Ran didn't say anything. It was also more convenient and avoided many problems. Mom Chu received a call from her younger brother, who was scolding her. Big sister, you're in the hometown just taking care of mom and dad now and then. How can you encourage them to come to the city? The city's houses are small and can't fit everyone. I think you just don't want us to do well. This was a call from her eldest brother, Chen Zijin. Mom Chu was a bit confused at first but quickly understood. She said, is there anything wrong with what I said? You haven't come back to see your parents during the new year. Shouldn't you bring your parents here to live with you? You brothers should discuss how to take care of our parents. Leaving them in the village and not caring is not how children should behave. Chen Zijin replied, I have something to do, and can't go back. You're a married daughter, always worrying about everything, even your own family. If you're so capable, why don't you bring our parents to your house? Mom Chu said. Like I said, I am a married daughter. Is it appropriate to bring our parents to my house? If I do that, what about you two brothers? I won't take responsibility anymore. This year, you must give a clear plan for our parents' care. If you don't say anything, I will go to the media to expose you. She learned this from online media that focus on elderly care issues. Go ahead if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mind your own business. Our parents are very happy in the village. If they don't want to come, stop telling me what to do. This really made Mom Chu angry. Since you don't care, I won't either. Don't come to me with problems later. After saying that, she hung up angrily. Dad Chu heard this and asked, will we still go to collect things in the future? Mom Chu glared at him. Yes, it doesn't interfere with anything. Isn't that caring? But Dad Chu kept quiet and didn't say anything more. Soon, their house was built, costing over 200,000 yuan. They used simple materials, nothing fancy or high-end. Next was the decoration. Chu Ran wanted to finish everything before the new year. She had already bought the materials, cement and sand, when building the house, so there was no need to buy more. The tiles had also been delivered. They weren't expensive tiles, but imitation wood tiles. After installation, they looked like wood but were actually tiles. This style suited the rural, pastoral look. The railings also needed to be made to look like wood. The exterior wasn't modern but a simple, vintage Chinese style. The fence wasn't tall, about 1 to 1.5 meters, so from inside, you could see outside. It created a sense of distance, but wasn't cold or distant. Once the workers arrived, they started working together. They carved grooves, laid hidden wiring, and installed floor tiles. It's like an assembly line. Dad Chu has quite a bit of work. In the kitchen, there's a stove built for burning firewood. He also brought in mountain spring water, which was previously used as tap water. This water needs to be stored on the roof in a water tank, then pressurized before it can be used with the water heater. Since there's no natural gas here, they can't use gas-powered water heaters, so they use electric thermostatic water heaters. Professionals installed them, along with the renovation. The renovation and furniture cost about 200,000 yuan, carefully budgeted. Chu Ran also bought a desktop computer. After setting up broadband internet, she downloaded the hotel management app and uploaded all the necessary documents, which took several days to be approved. Once approved, she posted her hotel video on her homepage to attract visitors. She even made a special video introducing her guest house, inviting everyone to visit. Surprisingly, many people showed interest, especially after seeing the prices, which made them a bit tempted. Ran, why are the prices so low? Chu Ran replied, our place is a bit remote and not a popular tourist spot, so the prices are set like this for now. You're welcome to stay. The video explained that this is a relaxing place, perfect for escaping the city for a couple of days. After watching her video, many felt very relaxed. Living here might give them an even better experience. Some fans were very interested but hesitant because of the distance. Is it very cold in the mountains before the new year? Chu Ran responded, yes, it can be a bit cold. Be sure to keep warm and you can turn on the air conditioning. To match the overall style, she installed a hidden air conditioner. Installing the air conditioner was quite expensive. She chose her words carefully. Chu's mother looked at the newly built guest house, happy but worried. Will there be no guests? If no one comes, all the money we spent on things like beds, mattresses, air conditioners, and water heaters will be wasted. How could it be wasted? The house won't run away, and your grocery store can also be moved here. A special room was reserved for selling small items, also serving as the dining area. Instant noodles and safety supplies were stored there. Just as she was talking, Chu Ran checked the online orders. Surprisingly, someone had booked her guest house for 2 rooms for people. She smiled happily. Mom, look. Someone has already made a reservation. Just then, the landline phone rang. It was newly installed. Hello, this is Ran Guest House. A man's voice answered from the other side. He said they would take the bus to the town tomorrow, but didn't know how to find her guest house. Chu Ran replied, we can arrange a car to pick you up. What time will you arrive in the town? They shared the arrival time and number of people, then hung up. Chu Ran noted down the contact information. Her mother also heard and said, "So soon? We have guests already." Her eyes lit up. Chu Ran nodded seriously. Yes, for people in 2 rooms. Probably 2 couples or friends. She reminded them, keep a respectful distance from the guests. As long as they don't damage anything, there's no need to say anything. If they hug or show some affection, don't stare. When you come to a place like this, just enjoy yourself. Her mother rolled her eyes. Why would I stare at young people? I'm just eating and have nothing else to do. Since the guest rooms had been built, they were always well ventilated, so there was no bad smell. They kept the doors open for fresh air. Chu Ren also placed some green plants from the mountains inside, like mint and rain lilies. Even in winter, when it's not their growing season, the plants stayed green and lively. At dinner that night, everyone mentioned this, and they all felt relieved. Having guests so soon was a good start. The next day, Chu Ran personally drove to the town to pick up the visitors. It was indeed 2 couples who saw her videos and wanted to relax in the mountains. One girl was surprised to see her, saying, "You look just like in the videos, maybe even more beautiful. Is your village really that pretty?" Chu Ran smiled and replied, "Some scenes in the videos are edited with filters, and some are shot from special angles, so it might look a little different. But the pavilion and bridge are real. When you go up there, you'll see for yourself. Are there many people in your village? Is it noisy? And is it safe at night?" Another girl asked. "There aren't many people in our village, so it's quiet. It's better not to go out at night because there are no streetlights. Life here follows the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. There's no nightlife, and people usually go to bed early. It's a very healthy routine." "Wow, really?" She nudged her boyfriend. "That's great. Maybe you can finally stop staying up so late. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. I'm actually looking forward to it now. We've been feeling lazy in the city and wanted to slow down a bit. Then we saw your video." Chu Ran said, "There are no restaurants on the mountain. If you want to eat something special, please order in advance so we can prepare the ingredients." "That's fine. We're not picky about food. As long as we can eat enough, we're happy. Since you grow vegetables, we'd love to try some homemade dishes." "No problem," Chu Ran replied. She had already prepared a menu. There were some seasonal vegetables from the fields, like radishes and cabbages. But if they wanted summer dishes, she would have to buy them in town. If they didn't order anything fancy, it would be 15 yuan per person for a meal, and breakfast was free. If you plan to go up the mountain, please be careful. There are many unpredictable things there. It's safer to stay near the foot of the mountain, Chu Ran reminded them again. She had even put up a warning sign at the entrance. "Oh, okay, got it." The car drove straight to the guest house and stopped. When they got out, they saw the house. It looks exactly like in the video, so beautiful. And the air here is so fresh, it feels so clean and comfortable. Chu Ran smiled. "Let me register you first." They handed over their ID cards for registration, and Chu Ran led them to their rooms. There were 2 rooms with large beds. After showing them around, Chu Ran left. Soon, the 4 of them went out to explore. Meanwhile, Chu Ran started preparing dinner for them. The elderly woman looked a bit nervous. Cooking for herself was fine, but cooking for guests felt different. "Did they say what they want to eat?" she asked. I asked. They said anything is fine. They'll eat together in the dining room. Chu Ran thought for a moment. "Let's make a bit more of what we usually eat. Cabbage with vermicelli, pork knuckles stewed with radish, boiled sliced meat, stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of pickles to start. There's meat and vegetables and some soup. That should be enough." The elderly woman and Chu's mother started cooking. The group wandered around the pavilion, took some photos, and when night fell, they headed back. When they returned, they immediately smelled a strong, delicious aroma. When you're hungry, such a smell is irresistible. Chu's mother saw them and smiled. "You're back. Is it time to eat now? Should I bring the food to the dining room?" "Yes, thank you, Annie." They were really hungry. After returning to their rooms, putting down their cameras, washing their hands, they came straight to the dining area. Seeing the dishes on the table, some with meat, some vegetarian, spicy, and mild, they felt satisfied. Wow, I love boiled sliced meat the most. Thank you, Andy. Chu's mother was happy to hear that. You're welcome. Eat slowly. I'll clear the table later. The meat was bought and stored in the fridge. After the guest house was built, they also bought a double-door refrigerator. Otherwise, how could they prepare so many ingredients? After eating, the young people felt relaxed. The taste was like home-cooked food, maybe even better, but not worse. Eating here was very relaxing, probably because of the environment. After dinner, they looked outside. It was already dark. The night in the mountain village is so quiet. No busy traffic, no bright city lights. Being here feels like everything has slowed down. One of them sighed. They went upstairs and sat on a balcony that extended out. Looking at the peaceful village, they could see little, but it felt like they could see something that made their restless hearts calm down and become peaceful. They sat on the balcony, snacking on sunflower seeds, watching outside. Their restless hearts settled down. There's not much to do at night, just watch TV. Their guest house didn't have a TV, but they had internet. The young people found ways to entertain themselves. Nowadays, young people rarely turn on the TV. Seeing some villagers turn off their lights and go to sleep, they returned to their rooms and started playing cards. By 10 o'clock, I started to yawn unconsciously and then went to sleep. The next day, they decided not to leave and planned to stay one more day to explore properly. They wandered to the Chi family and saw that the yard was full of bamboo sticks, strips, and threads. Curious, they went inside to look. They saw bamboo stools, baskets, and some woven bamboo items. "Ma'am, are these all handmade by you?" Chi Posey replied, "Yes, we made them ourselves." "Are you selling them?" "Yes, the village helps us sell them online." "Would you like to buy some? These items are too big to carry easily." "Do you have smaller ones?" Chi Posey said, "Small ones?" "We have bamboo cups and hairpins made from bamboo." "Would you like to see?" "Hairpins." The girl was interested. Traditional culture is very popular now, especially Hanfu clothing. Wearing Hanfu, you can't do without hairpins and hair accessories. "How much for this hairpin?" 5 yuan each, and the cups are 10 yuan each. "We also have fans here. Would you like some?" "We have 21 fans." Chi Posey took out some smaller, handcrafted items for them to choose from. "Here are some accessories made by the old man himself, 25 yuan each." Wow, these are so pretty. The young girl couldn't resist these small, delicate items. The pendant on this accessory was carefully carved from a small bamboo piece with patterns on it. Very beautiful. 25 yuan is quite reasonable. "I'll take 2 of these hairpins, 2 cups, 2 fans, and 2 pendants." Since they were a couple, they naturally bought matching items. Chi Posey smiled so broadly her mouth almost couldn't close. Okay. Can I use my phone here?" "Yes, of course. You can use my phone." She had been trained by He Mu and others on how to handle mobile payments. The total was 120 yuan, and the girl paid quickly. Another person bought the same items, thinking they were very nice. The fans aren't needed in winter, but they'll be perfect in summer. They continued to stroll around the pavilion, then went to see the farmland. Most of the water had been drained from the fields, and vegetables were being grown. "Do you know what kind of vegetables those are?" "I don't know," said the man, showing little interest. "This should be baby bok choy. It hasn't fully grown yet, but seeing so many different vegetables in the fields makes me think about retirement life." "Me too," said another girl. "I went to bed early last night, and I feel very energetic today." Actually, they didn't get up to eat breakfast and didn't want to. They just had lunch after waking up, and now it's already afternoon. Young people are like that. When they have free time, they prefer to sleep until they wake up naturally and don't like to go to bed early or get up early. Because waking up early is very hard for some spontaneous young people. So, they wandered around in the afternoon and then returned to the guest house, which was also a scenic spot. They took many photos. The Chu family was in their small courtyard. On the 3rd day, these 4 people checked out, and Chu Ran took them to the town. "Boss, staying in the mountains for 2 days makes me feel like I've traveled back to ancient times. Life is so regular. I can even sleep in a double bed at 10 o'clock. Chu Ran said, "Life in the mountains is like that. There aren't many entertainment options." If you enjoyed the experience, please leave a good review. No problem. I took many photos too, and I'll upload them later. I plan to come back again. After saying that, they all went to catch their bus. When Chu Ran returned, someone asked if she accepted elderly tour groups. Of course she did, but are the elderly interested in mountain village life? She asked around and found out that the elderly group was made up of retired, highly educated city folks who just wanted to experience rural life and come see. There were 20 people, so they needed 10 double rooms, big bookings. Chu Ran accepted the order. But then she faced a problem. Her car couldn't hold that many people, so she needed to prepare a bigger vehicle. It turned out they had their own car, which could drive directly to the village, so she didn't need to pick them up. That made things even easier. Not long after accepting this order, her guest house received a review from the 4 people who had booked earlier. It was a very positive review, with photos and about 100 words of comments. Chu Ran was happy. This was a good start. The elderly group was from the city. Chu Ran drove to the town to pick them up, leading the way with her car, while the tour group followed behind. Since so many people came, they naturally needed to prepare meals. 20 people, plus the tour guide and driver, make 22 in total. Since there are many people, more food is prepared, but it is still sourced locally. There are many vegetables in the garden, so they are used cabbage, mustard greens, and radishes. A large pot of radish and pork rib soup is quite filling and counts as a main dish. Mom Chu and the elderly woman are cooking together. They enjoy cooking because it brings in some income. 20 people, 1 meal costs 300 yuan, 2 meals cost 600 yuan. What about accommodation costs? At this time, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law realize that the guest house can make money. Since there aren't many visitors now, they wonder how much they could earn if it were busier. They might get tired of eating cabbage and radishes every day, but guests staying for a day or 2 wouldn't mind. Their radishes are cooked with meat, either pork knuckles, ribs, or cured meat, so the broth isn't clear or watery. Even the cabbage vermicelli includes slices of pork belly. Boss, your vermicelli is good. Is it made from sweet potato starch? An elderly woman asks Mom Chu. Yes, it's sweet potato starch, made from our own grown sweet potatoes, she replies. Your own farm? No wonder it tastes better than what I buy outside. Do you make a lot? Do you sell it? I want to buy some. Yes, we sell it. 15 yuan per jean. Hearing the price, she asks, is it a bit expensive? Our authentic sweet potato vermicelli is sold at this price online too. Check our online shop. Mom Chu shows her phone with the online store. All at this price. Every family in our village makes some sweet potato starch and vermicelli, and any extra is sold online. She also promotes the local shop. An elderly woman comes over. I saw your video and came here. I've bought your products before. They are truly authentic farm products, unlike some live streams that are all fake. Really? I'll take 2 jean of sweet potato starch and 2 jean of vermicelli. Mom Chu takes out the packaged products. She hands them over, and her small shop immediately sees a rush of customers. Many people find her vermicelli delicious and buy 1 or 2 jean. After shopping, everyone goes outside to stroll around, bringing their cameras. These people are walking along a country road, taking photos in various poses, with the red shawl catching everyone's attention. That day, someone booked a room again. Before the new year, her family's guest house had welcomed 100 guests, which she thought was a good start. With this, they earned about 20,000 yuan, though there were costs too. The biggest expense was food ingredients, while other costs like electricity were not calculated. The village's bamboo crafts from the Chi Fa Song family also sold quite well. Wang's farm fresh chickens and eggs were bought by the elderly group. During the New Year days, no one booked the guest house. Everyone stayed at home, and no one chose to come to such a remote mountain area. Xiao Tingnan was also on holiday, planning to spend the new year in the village. Mom Chu said, I think life is really good now. I can take care of the fields and also earn money at home. Chu Ran replied, Mom, Grandma, you've worked hard. Most of the work at the guest house is done by you. They cooked and cleaned, and Chu Ran also helped. She bought a large washing machine to wash sheets and blankets and bought disinfectant. When washing, she added some to disinfect. Hotels and inns need to disinfect their sheets and pillowcases to keep everything clean and hygienic. The old man and Chu's dad took care of the fields. As for little Hang Hang, whoever was free would watch him. Mom Chu said, "We're not tired. I think life is great now. We don't need to go out to work or leave home." She also mentioned, "Tomorrow I'll visit my parents. They want to discuss elder care and I'll go too." Chu's dad asked, "Should I go or not?" "Probably not. I'll just listen. If you go, it might be hard to say what you think." Chu Ran thought it wouldn't be that simple, but since her mom didn't ask her, she didn't say anything. That night, Xiao Tingnan saw her looking worried and asked, "What are you thinking? Are you upset because I came back?" "I'm thinking about my grandfather and their plans for elder care. Can they really discuss it peacefully?" Xiao Tingnan asked, "What do you think will happen?" She replied, "My two uncles are selfish. After they started working outside, they stopped caring for the elders at home. A few of my cousins follow their example, they just don't help out. This time, I probably asked my mom to come along because I thought she could help, but she definitely wouldn't agree, so there's still some arguing." On the Chun family side, it's really like that. Before the new year, the old man called everyone back. He said, "I've told you over the phone, we need to discuss how to take care of me and your mom in old age. Now you're all in the city, and your mom and I are here. What do you think we should do? According to your eldest sister's plan, we stay at home for a year after the new year, then the next year at the Qing family's house, and the following year back at our home. The two brothers will take turns visiting." After hearing this, Chu's mom looked at her dad. Was he pushing her out? Sure enough, she received looks from her two sisters-in-law. Chun Zai-jin said, "Dad, as sons and the eldest son, it's natural for us to take care of you. But now that gender equality is promoted, shouldn't our eldest sister also be responsible for caring for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, others started to agree. But the old man's face darkened. "Nonsense. Your eldest sister has been married for many years. Asking a daughter to take care of us? Do you want people to laugh at our family? I and your mom have sons too. Can't the two sons take care of us? Do we need a married daughter to do it?" This comment made both sons and their wives fall silent, afraid to suggest that Chu's mom should take care of them anymore. Chun Zaiqing said, "Mom and Dad, you can still move around now. If you go to the city, you might not get used to it. The city has tall buildings and elevators, but you probably wouldn't know how to use them." Chun Zaiqing's wife added, "Yes, and we have many children at home. There's no extra space. We only have 3 rooms. One for us, one for Chinyang and Chenin, and one for Chinduo. There are no spare rooms." Chun Zaiqing continued, "We really want to bring you to the city, but life there isn't easy. Chenin and Chinduo are still studying and need a lot of money. Chinyang graduated from college, but he's been looking for a job for half a year. Nothing lasts long." Seeing her youngest brother complain, Chun Zai-jin quickly chimed in. "Yes, my brother Chun Tai is about 25 or 26. He's saving to get married. Without tens of thousands of yuan, how can he marry? My family doesn't have much space. Dad and Mom, I think it would be better for you to live in the countryside. The air is good, there's plenty of space to move around, and most importantly, you're familiar with the environment. You wouldn't need to adapt to a new place. How about this? We will give you a certain amount of money each month. What do you think?" The old man looked unhappy. He wanted to be close to his son, but now everyone was avoiding the issue. "Are you saying you don't want to take care of us in our old age?" The elderly woman said, "We are old and just want to be near you. Are you implying we are useless?" With their mixed signals, one soft, one firm, the younger generation didn't dare to act as they did before. Chun Zai-jin said, "Mom and Dad, if you really want to move to the city with us, we can only rent a room for you in our community. You can decide if you want to." This was a small concession. Of course, he had his own thoughts. The elderly haven't lived in the city before and don't know how city life works. Letting them experience it might make them change their minds. He continued, "Here's an idea. Rent in our community for a year, then rent in Qing's community for a year. Big sister wouldn't need to take care of us. Since Dad just said she is married, let's give her some money. 2,000 a month." Mother Chu looked at her younger brother Chun Zai-jin. 2,000? Where can I find that much in a month? I used to serve food, and I only earned about 3,000 a month. If I give Dad and Mom 2,000, I won't need to support the family. If I give 2,000, do you think you should give 10,000? She responded directly. So, big sister, How much do you think you should give? You can't do nothing, right? Now, everyone promotes gender equality. Sons and daughters should both help take care of parents. It's fair. You must contribute, Chen Zai-jin said straightforwardly. Mother Chu replied, I can give money each month, but I can't give that much. In Qing, you agree that when it's your turn to support us, you will rent a house in your community for a year? Chen Zai-jin said, Brother, since you already rented a house, when it's my turn to support, I can just pay the rent. That way, Dad and Mom won't have to move around so much. Chen Zai-jin responded, No, that won't work. Dad and Mom need to live nearby so they can be taken care of. If you only pay and the distance is far, how can you look after them? The old man said, Can't you all just move to the same community? That would make things easier. This is difficult because our 2 younger children still need to study nearby, and the house we bought makes moving difficult. Chen Zaiqing said, Let's stay there for a few months first. We don't know if we can get used to it. If we do, one person can stay there for a year. Your eldest sister only needs 200 yuan a month, he continued. Originally, married daughters only gave some respect money during festivals and didn't need to be involved at other times. That's our tradition. But now things have changed. Let's give her 200 yuan a month, so she doesn't add any burden to her husband's family. Mother Chu nodded. 200 yuan was manageable. Chen Zai-jin asked, Dad, is 200 yuan too little for big sister? The city prices are high now. Renting a 1-bedroom apartment costs about 1,500 yuan. She should at least get 1,000. The old man looked at him and said, According to our rural rules, your sister doesn't have to give us any money. It's your responsibility to take care of us in old age. When you got married, your mother and I paid for the bride price and the wedding. He added, Your sister's wedding didn't come with a dowry, so why should she pay 1,000 for our support? You are shameless. I only ask for 200 or nothing at all. His words made the brothers feel ashamed. In the end, they agreed to give 200. Mother Chu returned home, without eating. The grandmother told her, Eat first, then go back. No, I'll eat at home too. We've been delayed so long, and I still need to wash the bedding. Thinking about it, she wondered, since no one in her family was cooking, what was the point of staying? Her 2 younger brothers and their wives sat quietly, and the atmosphere was tense. It was better to leave early. It was always like this before. She and the grandmother would go to the kitchen to cook. Today, she didn't want to cook. Her family had enough food. If her mother-in-law and daughter could cook, or even if they didn't, the men would do it. When Chu Ma returned, she moved lightly, finally feeling relieved that the matter was settled. She told Chu Ran and Chu Ba about it. From now on, I will give 200 yuan each month for support. I think it's okay. 200 is manageable. Chu Ba also thought 200 wasn't a lot. Soon, it was New Year's Eve, and everyone was busy. The grandmother and Chu Ma were in the kitchen cooking, while the old man watched little Hang Hang. Dad Chu and Xiao Tingnan pasted couplets together. Wang Jia sighed. Wang Hua and pregnant Yang Yu returned home, and the family was lively and happy. The Qi family also came back, with second Uncle Qi, his wife, and children, along with first Uncle Qi. Only Mai Zi brought her 2 children, but she was also preparing for the new year. The children were noisy, so it wasn't boring. During the New Year's Eve dinner, firecrackers were set off one after another, making the quiet mountain village full of festive atmosphere. On the second day of the new year, Mom Chu took Dad Chu to her parents' house, but she didn't call Chu Ran. Since they couldn't meet, whether they went or not didn't matter. When they arrived at the Chen family, everyone was outside chatting with villagers. Seeing them, they greeted, Big sister and brother-in-law are here. Mom and Dad are waiting for you. Hurry back. Then they continued chatting with the villagers. Mom Chu and Dad Chu went back to her parents' house and saw her father and mother sitting under the eaves. You've come, said the old lady, taking the things from her hand. It was milk and bottled oil, practical items. Mom Chu and Dad Chu sat beside them. Why didn't we see Chen En and the others? Oh, they're upstairs watching TV. They're in high school, right? How are their grades? Which university are they aiming for? The old lady said, I don't know yet. You're their big aunt. If they get into university, shouldn't you show some support? In the past, your family was also poor, but now it's different. Chun and Chun Duo are your nephews and niece. If they get into university, you should show some encouragement. Mom Chu didn't expect her mother to speak so directly. Chun Zai-jin is the eldest son, her big brother, with one son and one daughter. The eldest son, Chun Tai, is 26, a few months younger than Chu Ran. The daughter, Chun Hee, is 22. Both children didn't do well in school and didn't get into university. They started working early to earn money. So, compared to them, Chun Zai-jin's pressure was relatively lighter. The youngest, Chun Zai-ching, has 3 children. The oldest is Chun Yang, 21, graduated from college, and has the best education among the grandchildren. He has been looking for a job for half a year but hasn't found a suitable one yet. The 2 younger ones are twins, 16 years old, currently in high school. Their grades are average, and it's unlikely they'll get into a top university, but they might get into a third-tier university or a vocational college. It depends on whether Chun Zai-ching and his wife are willing to continue supporting their children's education. Mom, that's not fair to Chun Yang. Let's wait until they get into college, she said, dismissing the idea. The old lady seemed to see through her thoughts. You came today but didn't bring Wan and the others. They are busy. Young people need to work. My husband and I are free, so we came. I'm the daughter, so I can come. The younger generation isn't that important. I see Wan is earning money now, and thinks she's impressive. She doesn't want to come. If she doesn't want to, then she won't. Mom Chu said, Look, you don't like her, so why do you insist she come? Even if she comes, you probably won't be happy. I can come instead. Don't come either. You don't even want to take care of your nephews and nieces. Do you have a sister-in-law like you? Mom Chu wasn't angry. Maybe in the past she would have felt sad, but now she seemed confident enough to face such criticism. She smiled and said, Mom, taking care of my nephews and nieces requires ability. When I was working outside to pay off debts, I only earned 3,000 a month. Who asks about me, their aunt? After Wan graduated, she rented a place in the city to work. Her 2 uncles are also in the city. Did they ever take care of Wan? The old lady looked uncomfortable. That was in the past. Why are you still holding on to it? I didn't know, and you're so petty. I'm not petty. Mom, you shouldn't be either. Don't I treat my nephews and nieces well? When they were young, I gave them red envelopes. I also prepared some this time. She took out a few red envelopes. But I didn't give any for school promotion. After all, my Wan got into university, but no one showed any appreciation. That's just exchanging pleasantries. Wan and Xiao Hanghang didn't come, so it was understandable if the grandmother's family didn't give red envelopes. She didn't mind that. However, the amount in the red envelopes was small, just like in previous years. Their custom is that children who don't come to pay New Year visits don't need to receive red envelopes. Since her parents were here as juniors, it was normal for them to give some red envelopes to their nephews and nieces. The old lady reached out to see how much money was inside. But Chu Mom avoided her. Mom, these are for the children. I can't give them to you. If I give them to you, then later they will say, I didn't give anything. That wouldn't be right. The old lady glared. Let me see how much you've packed. Your family is doing well now. You can easily take out tens of thousands. The red envelopes should be at least a few hundred, right? Mom Chu said. If we're talking about being well off, it's really my younger brothers who are doing better. They bought houses in the city, each costing at least tens of thousands. Our house in the countryside can't compare. She was cut off again. Big sister, I say one thing and you reply 10 times. I noticed that since your family became better off, you've changed. Are you getting a big head? No matter how proud you are, you're still a daughter of the Chin family. Don't forget your roots. Your dad cares about face, and he already gives you 200 yuan a month for your old age. You should be grateful. Considering your current situation, I think it's reasonable to ask you to give 2,000 yuan. Your family only has one daughter, and you're not in the city developing. Your burden is small. You should help your 2 brothers and your nephews a bit. They're your relatives. I've said all I need to. It's up to you now. It's getting late. Go cook. You can't just watch me, an old woman, do all the cooking, right? Mom Chu had expected this to happen. In the past, She might have just greeted everyone and gone straight to the kitchen. But now, she saw things more clearly. She didn't really want to go. "Mom, I gave red envelopes to a few nephews and nieces." She said this and went upstairs to give them the envelopes. Then she came out. "Mom and Dad, I just came to pay my New Year's visit. Since no one is cooking here, my husband and I won't eat either. We'll go home to eat. We'll visit you again later. We're leaving now." She grabbed Chu's dad and left. "Big sister," the old lady was angry. "I asked you to cook and you still made that face." Mom Chu was stunned. She didn't want to argue during the new year, so she quickened her steps. Chu's dad was driving a tricycle. He started the engine quickly and didn't want to stay and chat. On the way back, Mom Chu looked unhappy. Chu's dad comforted her. "It's nothing. We can eat at home too. Maybe your parents are used to it. You're the oldest, so you should take care of the younger ones." Mom Chu wiped her face and forced a smile. "My mom once said something right. Our family was poor before, so I didn't have the confidence to visit my in-laws. That's why I tried to do more chores. I want her parents to treat Ranran's dad better. Now that Ranran has returned to the village, is developing around us, and has little Hang, I feel a bit more confident and don't want to be so easily told what to do. If I go to cook for my parents, I will do it because I am their daughter. But my younger brother, sister-in-law, nephew, and niece won't do anything. When I, as the married daughter, go to cook, I don't want to move anymore. Dad Chu understands my feelings. When we were poor before, I used to visit my father-in-law's house, but he looked down on me. Now, even though my father-in-law still acts the same, I feel more confident. I don't care as much about his dismissive or harsh words. If you don't want to cook, then don't. Your brother and sister-in-law are at home, so it's not your turn. We'll eat at home." When we got back, we had already eaten. Mom went to the kitchen to prepare some food. The ingredients for the new year were abundant. The old lady asked curiously, "Did you eat at your parent house?" Mom didn't want to talk about it because it's a family matter, and she felt it would be embarrassing to say. "We ate, but not enough." The old lady looked suspiciously at us but didn't say anything. During the new year, how could we not be full? Nowadays, it's not like in the past when food was scarce. We can definitely eat enough, just not always the best. Right now, the two of them haven't eaten. Ranran was at the guest house with Hang and Xiao Tingnan, unaware of whether Dad and Mom Chu had eaten. They wouldn't think about that. Xiao Tingnan said, "Didn't you say you wanted to build a small house?" "Yes, I plan to do that after spring when things are less busy. By then, I will also have enough funds." Ranran was walking with Hang, who loved to move around. He kept running around, and after a while, bending down felt tiring. "What kind of house do you want to build? Do you have a plan?" "I've already thought about it. It will match the style of the guest house, simple Chinese style, traditional but much smaller. But the interior will be more refined, since it's a living space, so it will be convenient." Chu Ren also showed him the blueprint she found online. "It's roughly like this, no tall building, just 2 floors. My grandparents definitely want to live on the first floor, we'll stay on the second, and my parents can have their own space. Take a look and tell me what you think." Chu Ran handed it to him. "Is there anything I haven't thought of?" Shouting Nan didn't look. "Your guest house is already set up and running. With your experience, you should have thought of everything. No need to look, just let me know if you need help." "When did your guest house open?" "Already open. It's listed online, but no one stays during the new year." Just then, the computer rang. Chu Ran was surprised. "There's an order. It's only the second day of the new year. Aren't they visiting relatives?" She handed the child to Shouting Nan and went to see who it was. It was a large bedroom, and there was guest information on the screen. She looked at Shouting Nan. "Could this person be your friend?" "Who?" Shouting Nan came over and saw the name, Nieziqian. He frowned. "I'll call him and ask what he's up to." Chu Ren nodded, took the child, and Shouting Nan made the call. It was answered quickly.
"Hello, Anan."
"A special guest calling me? That's unexpected. You know what you did." "What did I do?" "No, I really did something. You got the news so fast." Nieziqian thought for a moment. "Could it be that you're celebrating the new year over there now?" The more he thought about it, the more he believed it. "No wonder I couldn't find you these past few years during the new year. Did you hide away in the mountains? I've always been curious about what the mountains are like. My family is so annoying. They're eager to match me with someone. I just wanted to hide for a while. I won't tell anyone about your situation. My family, my brother, Su Yunha, they haven't said anything.
Do you see?
After I found out, I kept my mouth shut. After some time, it was clear that Niezi Qian hadn't been talking nonsense. So Shouting Nan agreed to let him come over. He told Chu Ran, just treat him like any other guest. No special treatment. Charge him what you normally would. He's not short of money. Chu Ran nodded. Is he alone? Yes, alone. He ran away to hide because his family was forcing him into an arranged marriage. With that, Chu Ran understood. When she first graduated, her family started pressuring her to marry. They analyzed her situation and said she probably couldn't find a man willing to marry into her family. They suggested she find a steady, caring man to marry, someone who could occasionally help take care of the family. They told her she didn't need to worry all the time. At that time, Chu Ran felt shy and uncomfortable. Since she was an only child, her family expected her to take care of her elders. So, when she unexpectedly got pregnant, she decided to have the baby, wanting to give herself a child. How old is he? He's a year older than us. He's my college classmate. That's not very old. With her family so eager, I thought he was already 30. Chu Ran thought that nowadays, wealthy families usually wait until their children are 30 to marry. Shouting Nan smiled and said, he's a bit eager to grow up. Chu Ran quickly distanced herself from the topic. I didn't say that. That's the truth. He's coming over tonight. Will you pick him up or should my dad go? Your dad can go. Just say he's a friend, not a guest, she emphasized again. All right then. Shouting Nan didn't go to pick him up because he wanted Niezi Qian to see himself as a guest, not just a friend. They didn't tell Chu's dad that Niezi Qian was Shouting Nan's friend. Niezi Qian arrived in town only in the evening, and Chu's dad went to pick him up. Of course, Niezi Qian also drove, but given the mountain roads and the fact that he was alone, it felt a bit scary, so he needed a ride. He thought Shouting Nan would come to pick him up, but it was actually a middle-aged man. He didn't ask much, and just followed him up the mountain to the accommodation.
There, he saw Chu Ran.
Hey there, beautiful. Do you remember me? Did you open this guest house? Chu Ran nodded politely and smiled. Hello? Yes, I did. Here's your key card. The key card system was installed by professionals. Niezi Qian took the key card and looked around. Where's Shouting Nan? Isn't he here? Guess yourself, Chu Ran said mysteriously. Niezi Qian was a bit surprised, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Oh, I guess he's here. It's only the second day of the new year. If he's not here, where could he be? He sighed afterward. In previous years, he spent the new year alone. Now that you're here, he must be celebrating with you. Do you think I'm right, beautiful? This made Chu Ran feel a little embarrassed, but also sympathetic toward Shouting Nan. If you want to find him, you can call him. Okay, I understand. I'll go to my room to put away my luggage. Chu Ran took him to the room and then left. Niezi Qian put down his luggage and called Shouting Nan. Where did you go? You weren't at the guest house. My grandpa came here and didn't know to come pick you up. Are you friends? Shouting Nan took a breath. No, I don't know him well. I didn't invite you here. Then he hung up. Niezi Qian looked at his phone, about to check out the room style, when there was a knock on the door. He thought it was Chu Ran, or the man who came to pick him up. When he opened the door, he saw Shouting Nan holding a child.
Niezi Qian, was stund?
He looked at the adult, and then at the child.
You.
He was speechless. Shouting Nan took the child's small hand. Say, uncle. Niezi Qian kept staring wide-eyed. Is this your son? Yes, his name is Chu Boyang, but we call him Hang Hang. Hang Hang, come here, uncle will hold you. Niezi Qian reached out his arms to take the child. Then he realized, why is his name Chu Boyang? Shouldn't it be Xiao Boyang? Isn't this your child? It's just Chu Boyang, Shouting Nan emphasized. I don't want to carry that surname. I dislike it. Niezi Qian suddenly understood. He saw a flash of hatred in Shouting Nan's eyes. All right, let's call him Chu Boyang. Hang Hang, uncle has a red envelope for you. He started to fumble in his pocket for cash. But there was nothing. Few people carry cash these days.
See.
You didn't tell me in advance. I wasn't prepared. You weren't watching her live stream and sent gifts. That's different. Today, I have to give him something. Niezi Qian placed the child on the bed, opened his suitcase, and took out a red envelope. This is what I got for the new year. It's for Hang Hang. Xiao Tingnan didn't refuse. Thank you, uncle. Jia jia zhu zhu. Niezi Qian said, Uncle, I'm an uncle. What zhu zhu? He pinched the child's face. A 1-year-old kid being able to talk is pretty good. Don't ask for too much. Niezi Qian then brought the child over, looked at his face, and said, This child really looks like both of you. He's very handsome. Xiao Tingnan was feeling proud. Of course, just look at whose child he is. Hee hee. Niezi Qian gently tossed the child, making Hang Hang giggle happily. I never thought you'd come to such a remote mountain village. Are you planning to live here quietly? Not exactly. I usually go to work, but sometimes I come back here to relax. It's pretty good. Seeing his relaxed expression, Niezi Qian noticed he used to be full of rebellious anger, but now he seemed much calmer. It seems this place has changed him a lot. It looks nice here. I'm hungry and haven't eaten dinner. Can you get me something to eat? What's available here? Xiao Tingnan rolled his eyes at him and pointed at the stuff on the table. That's instant noodles. Just cook it yourself. But it costs money. Being stingy, I care about that small amount of money, but I don't want to eat instant noodles. I want something tasty, like barbecue and beer. Let's have a drink. Are you inviting me? This time, Niezi Qian rolled his eyes.
I'm paying.
You go prepare it. There's no barbecue or beer, but we have spicy boiled fish, beer, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. They caught a few fish in the afternoon. Perfect for cooking. All right, wait a moment. Xiao Tingnan took the child and went out. He went to tell Chu Ma, Mom, today's guest is my classmate. He didn't have dinner and wants to eat something. There's fish, so make some spicy boiled fish. He'll pay. Your classmate? Why didn't you say earlier? If a classmate comes, we don't charge.
No charge.
I'll go kill the fish now. He's paying, and if he doesn't, he'd feel awkward ordering. His family isn't short of money. Just treat him as a guest and charge accordingly. Everyone from the Chu family looked at each other. Then they looked at Chu Ran. Chu Ran nodded. Let's do as he says. The Chu family started to prepare. Chu Dad killed the fish. Chu Ma and the elderly lady prepared the side dishes and they cooked. In half an hour, the dishes were ready. Chu Ma brought them out. Just then, Xiao Tingnan said, He said you're his classmate. He didn't tell me earlier. If he had, we would have waited for you to eat together. Niezi Qian. Auntie, I didn't tell him in advance that I was coming. It smells so good. Xiao Tingnan brought over some beer. They were on the outdoor balcony, which made the atmosphere better and kept the smell out of the house. Mom, you guys go rest. I wanted to stay here myself. Okay.
Have fun, then.
I won't bother you. After saying that, she left. Now only the two of them were left. Niezi Qian just heard him call that Andy Mom. So, she must be Chu Ran's mother. You still say you're just classmates? Classmates have babies and call each other's moms mom? Xiao Tingnan cleared his throat, but didn't give a clear explanation. It's just what you think. Did you used to be stubborn about this? Do you want some food? Not wanting to argue about this, he sat down and poured drinks for both. It's been a long time since we had a good drink together. Not that long. We drank at the club last time. You left alone, and that woman, Pei Yuan, he looked at him and asked, Is she still bothering you? Xiao Tingnan shook his head. No, we're not a good match. Don't bring up those annoying people. Grandma Chu Rand is a good cook. You should try her food. Niezi Qian took a bite of the fish slices. They were fresh, spicy but not too much, and the flavor hit his nose. Delicious, full of flavor. The fish is tender and smooth. You should try some. Xiao Tingnan also took a bite. They raise their own fish at home. They've been doing it for 2 years. It's really good. Do they sell the fish? Used to think about selling it. Now that they run a guest house in their own home, if guests want fish, they don't need to buy it. So, they probably won't sell. Xiao Tingnan continued. Plus, live fish delivery is quite troublesome. You need special packaging, and it's easier to just eat it yourself. Niezi-chan looked at the guest house. Chu Ran runs a guest house at home, and you work in the city. Isn't that long-distance love? I come back on weekends. It's in the city, not far. But in his mind, he thought, I can be back in a minute if I want to. Anan, I feel like you're becoming more down-to-earth now. When have I not been living my life? No, you used to be the kind of person who struggled to get by, not knowing where your next meal was coming from. Now, you seem more like a real person. Shouting Nin kicked him lightly. Speak properly. After that, he couldn't help but smile. So, it's still important to spend more time in nature. Niezi-chan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Are you talking about getting closer to nature or getting closer to your wife and kids? Eat your fish, don't choke on it. Niezi-chan stopped teasing him. He looked outside at the dark night. Honestly, eating fish in the mountains feels quite different. No wonder ancient people like to go to the mountains. What was it called? Yes, the charm of the wild. Xiao Tingnan teased him. You see everything and immediately think it's the charm of the wild. Well, there's the moon, right? You can still see some shapes. How long do you plan to stay? Not sure. It depends. Anyway, everywhere is on holiday now and the city isn't fun. Niezi-chan is a very relaxed person. I never thought you were the first to decide on this. I thought you didn't believe in marriage. Hee, I never said that. Chu Ran's guest house is really cheap. Didn't you suggest she raise the price a bit? This is a mountain area. There aren't many visitors, so if she raises the price too much, who will come? Just set a reasonable price, Xiao Tingnan added, and there's the cost of meals. For a mountain place, it's about the same. How much are the meals? He asked casually. Breakfast is free. Lunch and dinner are 15 yuan per person. Extra charges for ordering more. Her parents, grandparents, and other family are in the village, so there are enough people, Niezi-chan asked. So, she plans to stay in the village and not go to the city. Why go to the city? The village is pretty good. That's true. I suddenly feel like living a simple life too, doing nothing, just enjoying the green mountains and clear waters every day. Xiao Tingnan said, You're not old yet and you're already thinking about retirement? I don't want to keep working. Then, I guess the Nye family will go bankrupt. That's not possible. It's many people's livelihood. Niezi-chan looked toward the guest house. Hey, the Chu family doesn't live here. Where do they stay? Over there, Xiao Tingnan pointed. Separate place. Otherwise, the kids might make noise. When he entered the village earlier, it was already dark, so he didn't see much and just took him straight to the guest house. A few houses had their lights on just now, but now they are all off and sleeping. Life in the village is simple and regular. People go to bed early, around 9 or 10 o'clock. Do they sleep well? Shouting and smiled a little. That's how it is in the village. Early to bed and early to rise. When you see old men and women in their 60s or 70s still carrying things, you understand why they are in good health. Niezi-chan looked at his face. No wonder your dark circles have lessened recently. So, this is the kind of life you live. Shouting Nan's face darkened. When did I have dark circles? He just joking. But I definitely can't get used to your early bedtime and early rising lifestyle. If you can't get used to it, go back to your room and scroll on your phone. I'm going to sleep now. After saying that, he ignored him, covered the things on the table with a large pot lid, and left the guest house for the small yard. Niezi-chan watched his back, clearly feeling that his steps were light and quick. He chuckled to himself. Is the warmth of family life really so attractive? Back in his own room, lying on the bed and scrolling on his phone, he received a message from his mother. She asked where he was, why he wasn't home, and said they had promised to meet. I went on a trip. Don't look for me. I don't agree with arranged meetings. I'm still very young. Don't force me into marriage. If you keep pressuring me, I might just run away or come out. The other person didn't reply again. Niezi-chan kept scrolling, feeling that outside was unusually quiet. When he lived at home, his family was in a villa area, and it was just as quiet at night, but it felt different from the quiet of a mountain village at night. This quiet seemed to calm his restless mind. At his own villa, that same quiet only made him more irritated. He smiled to himself, thinking he was a bit crazy for having such thoughts. He put down his phone and really closed his eyes to sleep, In the morning, he was awakened by the crowing of chickens. He looked at the time. Only 7 o'clock. It was really early. Usually, at this time, he was still sleeping. Anyway, the second-generation rich kid didn't need to go to work. He was just a figurehead at his company, working sporadically. His grandfather was unhappy about it and had told him many times, but he didn't want to listen. Looking outside, it was still dawn at 7 in winter. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he received a message from Shouting Nan, telling him to come down for breakfast. 7 o'clock, breakfast time? It wasn't even dawn yet. What should I have for breakfast? Ah, Nan is really. Nie Ziqian sent a message to decline the breakfast invitation. Xiao Tingnan only wanted to ask a question and didn't expect Nie Ziqian, who is usually casual, to reply. But he did. I'm a bit surprised. This person actually woke up at this time? It seems he didn't stay up late last night scrolling his phone, but went to bed early. There was a quick knock on Nie Ziqian's door. He got up to open it and saw Xiao Tingnan standing outside. Are you crazy? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Don't you know I don't eat breakfast? His voice was full of dissatisfaction and a bit hoarse from waking up. Since you're in the mountain village, you need to get used to the life here. Hurry up and wash up, then come down for breakfast. Today is New Year's Day, and during the holiday, you can't stay in bed. Did I want to curse? Nie Ziqian was dragged to wash up. After splashing cold water on his face, he felt much better. Does your mountain village even have running water? Xiao Tingnan leaned against the doorframe. It's mountain spring water, brought down from the mountain through pipes. No wonder the water felt different. While brushing his teeth, he sensed a sweet, fresh taste. Stop wasting time and go eat breakfast quickly, so everyone isn't waiting for you. Nie Ziqian asked, do you also rush other guests to eat breakfast like this? Other guests? What does that have to do with me?
I have so much free time.
I only came to wake you up because you're my brother. Nie Ziqian looked expressionless. Thanks, brother. That sounded more like sarcasm. He arrived at the Chu family's courtyard and for the first time saw everyone there. It seemed like they were all waiting for him. The breakfast looked quite rich, not as varied as his family's, but almost like lunch or dinner. Instead of porridge or steamed buns, there were dishes that were quite light. Xiao Tingnan explained briefly, and then sat down to eat. After breakfast, everyone went about their own things. Nie Ziqian followed Xiao Tingnan, watching him hold a child. Your task is to take care of the kid? Yes. What else could I do? I can't do anything else, so I might as well not cause trouble. Taking care of the child is also to lighten the load. Have you really become a dad? I've always been a dad. Not ashamed but proud. Let me show you around the village. Nie Ziqian followed behind him and took out his phone to take pictures. You know, this village is quite beautiful, with mountains, water, and houses. I didn't expect you to have a poetic side. They went to the pavilion. Nie Ziqian sighed. This pavilion is really comfortable. It would be even better in summer, with a breeze. Oh, are those lotus roots planted below? Yes, we dug some up last year. There should still be some left that haven't been pulled out. They will grow back on their own. Do you still know how to farm now? Isn't it in my genes? Maybe when you get older, you'll start planting flowers or something. Nie Ziqian, why didn't you invite me here in summer? Why would I invite you? The topic was hard to solve. The two of them wandered around the village in the morning until Xiao Hengheng got hungry and they returned. They thought they were giving Xiao Hengheng formula milk, but it was actually rice porridge. He's only a little over a year old. Don't you give him formula? Chu Ran said, we do, but he mostly eats porridge. When we were kids, we couldn't afford formula, so we ate these. They are nutritious and formula isn't always safe. That's true. Feeding him like this saves money. After Hengheng was weaned, Chu Ran bought a small pot to cook porridge just for him. She also occasionally fed him rice mixed with other foods. Hengheng isn't picky. He'll eat whatever he's given. For lunch, Nie Ziqian ate with Chu Ran's family. It was all home-cooked dishes. For someone like him, Chu family's house was quite old. Even the dining table looked antique. Who in the city still uses such a traditional table for meals? After eating, he pulled Xiao Tingnan aside and muttered, with a house like Chu's, aren't you planning to rebuild it? It's hard to imagine Xiao's young master living in such a house. It's practically a dangerous building. How did you become his son-in-law? Xiao Tingnan replied, like I said, I'm the son-in-law. Chu's family doesn't want to take advantage of me. After spring, they plan to rebuild it in a style similar to a guest house. Oh, that's good. I thought you just ignored it. Ziqian felt Xiao Tingnan had changed a lot. He couldn't believe he was living in such a house where you have to bend down to enter. Take care of yourself. I'm going to take a nap. You should rest for a while too, Xiao Tingnan said, not really wanting to talk to him. He carried the child back to the house to sleep. How many years has Ziqian gone without taking a nap? He usually wakes up around noon, so how could he still take a nap? But when it comes to napping, he felt like yawning. With nothing much to do for entertainment, he decided to go back to his room, take off his down jacket, and lie on the bed. Looking around the room, he realized there was no TV. Although nowadays people don't watch TV much, and the TV is rarely turned on, it's still something most homes have. Without a TV, he just scrolled through his phone. As he kept scrolling, his eyelids started to feel heavy. It was clear he needed a nap. In the afternoon, he woke up feeling refreshed. After waking, he felt very energetic, quite different from his usual late nights and late mornings. He felt like a young, lively guy. He washed his face with mountain spring water, feeling very comfortable. The coldness was sharp, but it quickly cleared his mind. Standing upstairs, he looked over the whole village. It was now the beginning of spring, so it wasn't as cold anymore. There was even some sunshine in the afternoon. He saw farmers carrying something into the fields and children playing by the roadside. He noticed Xiao Tingnan holding something and quickly went downstairs to follow him. Curious, he asked, "What are you holding?" "Seeds for breeding." "Do you recognize what kind of seeds these are?" Ziqian looked. There were plastic bags with seeds inside, some unopened, and some with labels. "I don't know." "How would I know what kind of seeds these are?" he replied. The unopened bags had names on them, but the plastic bags without labels made it impossible to tell. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand."
Come help out, Xiao Tingnan said.
Since there was free labor, he decided to take advantage of it. They were taken to the breeding field, where Chu Ran and Chu Ma were sifting soil. Seeing them arrive, Chu Ma quickly said, "Oh, what are you two doing here? Tingnan was showing your friend around the village. Don't come over here. It's just dirt and dust." "Ma, my classmate has never worked with you before. He's curious about how you grow seedlings. He wants to see and help. I won't let him do the work, but he's eager," Xiao Tingnan explained.
Ziqian was surprised.
Why would he be in a hurry? He'd rather be lying on his bed watching videos or playing games. He wasn't bored, and he definitely wasn't in a rush. However, he still nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, Annie, I just want to see how you do it." Seeing this, Chu's mother didn't stop them from leaving. Chu Ran pointed to the simple seedling tray and said, "You can plant the seeds now. After planting, you need to put a label to mark them." Ziqian asked, "Do you also need to label them?" Chu Ran replied, "Of course, because there are many vegetables like peppers, pumpkins, winter melons, and so on. You can recognize these small seedlings once they grow, but peppers have many varieties, like spiral, bell, horn, and star peppers. The seedlings look similar, so it can be hard to tell them apart later." Ziqian didn't know that peppers had many types. He nodded as if he understood well and sat next to Xiao Tingnan. He asked, "Do you know the different kinds?" He shook his head and said, "I can't tell the difference." He pointed to the name on the bag and said, "Isn't it written here?" He felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing his serious expression, he thought he knew a lot, but it turned out he didn't. Planting seeds really is a detailed task. That evening, they still ate fish, but it was pickled fish. The taste was a little different, but still delicious. A neighbor from the village said his pregnant wife wanted to eat fish, so he bought one to bring home. Ziqian returned to his room and thought village life might actually be quite interesting. It might be less fun than city life because there aren't as many entertainment options, but there's still stuff to do. He went to work in the fields, and Chu Ran's family also had a guest house to manage. Chu Ran was also making videos. He saw her account posted a video of cooking fish, promoting the guest house where people could eat fish. Those who liked fish could come. Looking at the comments, some people said they wanted to visit. He wasn't sure if they were serious. That night, Xiao Tingnan didn't stay with him. When he returned to his room, he had nothing to do but scroll through his phone.
Soon, he went to sleep.
When he woke up, he heard a rooster crowing. He checked the time and thought it was more punctual than his alarm clock, so he got out of bed. Then, he went to have breakfast. Xiao Tingnan saw him and asked, "I didn't call you, and you're already up?" Nie Ziqian pointed to the big rooster passing by and said, "It woke me up." Chu Ran chuckled softly. "In our village, people go to bed early and wake up early. If you stay here for a while, you might get used to it. I'm already used to it now, and I think it's pretty good. I feel energetic during the day and want to do things, but I don't know what." Xiao Tingnan looked at him. "If you want to work, it's easy. There are many chores in the countryside for you to do. Later, I'll take you to walk around the mountain." After breakfast, the two of them went to the mountain. In winter, the mountain isn't just bare. It has many plants. "What are we doing on the mountain?" "I saw in Chu Ran's video that she was digging for bamboo shoots. Are you planning to take me to dig some too?" "Exactly. Let's dig." He handed him a. "How do I hold this?" Nie Ziqian felt awkward holding it no matter how he tried. They were digging for bamboo shoots on the mountain. Chu Ran was busy working in the field when suddenly her mom's phone rang.
Chu's mom answered. "Hello, Mom."
"What's the matter?" "Big sister, during the new year, your nephew and niece are bored at home. I heard your place has a guest house. They want to stay for a few days and have some fun. Can you come pick them up?" Chu's mom replied. "They're about to go back to work. We have guests at the guest house, so it's not convenient. Plus, Ranran's dad is very busy and doesn't have time to pick them up. You're their aunt. It's normal for them to visit you. Haven't you ever seen such a stingy aunt like you?" Her mom said unhappily. "They are eager to visit their maternal family. Do you not want to see your relatives?" "Mom, when they came to my house as kids, they said they disliked it. They said our house was about to fall down and couldn't live in it. They even bullied Ranran. Why should I welcome them?" Chu's mom said. "When I went back to my parents' house the day before yesterday, they didn't treat me kindly. I gave them red envelopes, but not a single aunt called me. Why are they coming? To act like masters and expect me to serve them. And now Ranran's dad has to go pick them up. They're around 20 years old. Why can't they walk themselves? We're busy at home. The guest house is guests, and we don't have time to entertain them. If they want to come, they can. I've never seen such disrespect for nephews and nieces or younger relatives. You actually said that about your own nephew and niece. They are your family." Hearing this, Chu Ran understood roughly what was going on. She snatched her mom's phone and said, "Grandma, I don't like cousin and the others, so don't come to my house." "Why don't you like them?" "Ask Chen Tai what he has done. Just don't come. I get annoyed whenever I see him," her mom replied and hung up. She handed the phone back to her mom, who took it. "What did Chen Tai do?" Chu Ran didn't hide it anymore. "You told me to visit my uncle's house often, so I went once. I saw Chen Tai with a group of people. Chen Tai saw me and called me over, asking me to play with his friends." Her mom took a deep breath. "And then, I saw the way those people looked at me, so I hurried to leave. Luckily, I was on the street, or I might not have been able to run away. That Chen Tai, don't contact him anymore. If you want to go to Grandma's house, go. If you don't want to, don't go." Her eyes turned red. That was her own family, but what kind of people were they? What do they think of their own daughter? At that time, she thought her daughter was alone in the city for college. Her two uncles had bought houses there to look after her. But what happened? Ranran, Mom was wrong.
"It was all my fault."
"I am useless, so your two uncles look down on you. Your cousin bullies you." Chu Ran squatted down, looked at her mom's red eyes, and wiped her tears. "It's all in the past. I just don't want to deal with them anymore." Okay, no more dealing with them. I will find Chen Tai. I will find Chen Tai." She picked up the phone about to call Chen Tai when her phone rang again, her mom's call. Before she could speak, she heard Chen Zijin's voice on the other end. "Big sister, what did you say to Mom?" She was so angry she almost fainted. "Why don't you come and see her?" Her mom gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll take your uncle to see her now. Tell Chen Tai to wait for me." After hanging up, she went straight to her dad and told him what had just happened with Chu Ran. "Chen Tai just looks down on us because we used to be poor. Now that they bought a house in the city, they think they're better. I must go there today and get an explanation. Her dad drove with a group of people straight to Chen's house. When they arrived, they saw the old lady still sweeping the floor. Aunt Chu, Mom, Chen Zai-jin didn't say you fainted out of anger. He asked me to come quickly. What's really going on? Chen Zai-jin came out of the house. Big sister, it's the New Year holiday. Why are you talking like that? Mom fainted out of anger because of your words. Now she's fine. Do you still want her to really faint? Is that how a daughter should behave? You all came just in time. Chun Tai and the others want to stay at your house for a few years. They're bored at home. You can drive and pick them up. Aunt Chu called Chun Tai out. Chen Zai-jin looked at his older sister with some suspicion. Something felt different, but he still called upstairs. A group of young people came down, led by Chen Tai. The people from the Chu family looked at him with disdain. Aunt, why did you tell Grandma I didn't call you? I did call you. It's not an important occasion. Why do you have to call? You elders always act superior. He also complained a bit. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, instead of support from his family, he received a slap from his aunt. She slapped him again. Aunt Chu was really angry. She only has one daughter, whom she loves dearly. She hoped her family would take care of her daughter too. But what did her family do? Chen Tai, you've been bullying Wan Wan since you were little. I turned a blind eye because you were young and didn't understand. But now you're over 20. You're still bullying Wan Wan and hanging out with your troublemaker friends. What are you thinking? That's your cousin. How can you treat your cousin so badly? Chen Tai and the Chin family were stunned. Chen Tai's mother, Gao Yuexiang, quickly stepped in between them. Big sister, why are you hitting people during the New Year? Mom, look at what Aunt is doing. She came to our house just to cause trouble. The old lady reacted and grabbed a broom to hit Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu quickly grabbed the broom. Mom, Chen Tai is your grandson. Wan Wan is also your granddaughter. If he misbehaves, he should be taught a lesson. If you dare hit my eldest grandson, you're no longer my daughter. Get out. This isn't your family home. The old lady was very angry. Chun Tai snapped out of his rage, his eyes full of hostility. He reached out to punch. But just as he raised his fist, someone grabbed his collar. Come outside and talk. It is Xiao Tingnan. He initially didn't understand what was happening, but it was still Chu Ran who spoke on the car. He carried Chen Tai out like a little chick. Niezaquan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the little boss about to fight? Hurry up and follow. When someone joins in, you definitely can't be left out. Gao Yuesheng shouted. Where are you taking my son? You're fighting, she screamed loudly. Chen Zaiqing's wife saw things were getting serious. She signaled to her children to leave quickly. Chen Zaiqing also wanted to hold his older sister back, but his wife pulled him away. Chen Zai went to pull Chu Ma, but Chu Ba pushed him away with a punch. Every time Wan Wan comes to your house, she leaves crying. Is that your doing? Chu Ma grabbed the broom from the old lady. Gao Yuexiang tried to step forward to hit her, but was pushed aside by Chu Ran. At this moment, Chu Ma slapped Gao Yuexiang across the face. And you know what you've done. After a few slaps, she felt much better. Chu Ma had been working on farm chores and was much stronger than Gao Yuexiang, so Gao Yuexiang was no match for her. Gao Yuexiang was stunned and cried out, I will call the police. I will call the police. Chu Ran said, Go ahead, call the police. I also want to sue you for trying to harm me when I was a child, pushing me into the pond. Which is more serious, fighting or attempted murder? Gao Yuexiang was silenced. I didn't do it. You're lying. Hearing this, Chu Ma slapped her several more times. Your heart is so cruel, Gao Yuexiang. You even want to kill Wan Wan. Go ahead and report it now. Chu Ma grabbed Gao Yuexiang by the collar, trying to take her to the police station. Gao Yuexiang was scared. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Ruan. I apologize. Auntie didn't mean to. Now Gao Yuexiang's face was swollen like a pig's head. Chu Ren asked, Annie, you pushed me into the pond on purpose. No, I didn't. How could I hurt you on purpose as an adult? All right then, Auntie. I recorded everything. If your family causes trouble again, I won't hold back. Gao Yuexiang gritted her teeth and said, "You. Are you plotting against me?" The old man looked at the family with a stern face and shouted at Aunt Chu, "Get out. Don't come back. This is not your home." Aunt Chu wiped her eyes. Despite feeling sad, she straightened her back and said, "I remember anyone who bullies Ran. Today, we're just collecting some interest. We can settle the rest slowly." Ran's dad, "Let's go." The Chu family quickly drove away after arriving. On the car, Aunt Chu sat in the front passenger seat, crying the whole time. The three behind her didn't dare make a sound. Chu's dad stayed silent and didn't try to comfort his wife right away. He just drove. Soon, they reached home. Nieziqian knew it was better not to get involved now, so he quietly left. The old lady was at home taking care of the children. When she saw them return, Aunt Chu's eyes were still red. "What's wrong?" Aunt Chu shook her head. "Nothing, Mom." Then she went to her room. Chu's dad followed, and Chu Ran also went in. Xiao Tingnan was asked to go to the fields to find the old man. She said she would go later. Seeing her husband and daughter come in, Aunt Chu took Chu Ran's hand and said, "Mom is sorry for you. I made you suffer. I am useless and too weak. I didn't stand up for you, so Chun Tai and others kept bullying you. At that time, I thought you were an only child with no brothers or sisters. If I had been nicer to them and made good relations, you would have brothers and sisters. When you marry, you have cousins to support you." Aunt Chu gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile and wiped her eyes. "Now I see I was very wrong. Did my sister-in-law really push you into the pond?" Chu Ran replied, "I was too young then. It's been a long time, so I don't remember clearly. I was playing with Chun Tai and the others, and by the time I realized what was happening, she had pulled me out of the pond." She remembered her sister-in-law being very strict. She told her a Chu family girl isn't allowed to steal Chun He's things. If there's anything good in the future, it has to go to Chun Tai and Chun He. What she remembered most clearly was those words. It was summer then. She fell into the pond and was pulled out by Gao Yuexiang. She was young and didn't think much of it. She had been playing with some village kids in the creek, catching fish. Now, looking back, she realized Gao Yuexiang was threatening and warning her. If Gao Yuexiang hadn't yelled about calling the police today, she might have forgotten all these upsetting things. Mom Chu cried even harder. Chu Ran patted her and said, "Mom, it's all in the past. Our family is doing pretty well now. Just stay home more in the future." She comforted Mom Chu for a while, then went out and handed things over to her dad. Since she couldn't do these chores, she decided to continue working in the fields. In the evening, the old lady cooked fresh bamboo shoots dug up by Xiao Tingnan and Niezikong, stir-fried with cured meat, which had a special flavor. After dinner, Niezikong went back to his room, and Xiao Tingnan followed Chu Ran to her room. Chu Ran hung the bamboo shoots in the shop and was editing a video. Once she finished editing, Xiao Tingnan spoke. "Don't you want to hear what happened to your cousin?" "Cousin? Chun Tai is a few months younger than me. What happened? Did he get a scolding?" "Well, he deserved it. Chun Tai is tough, so he should be scolded." "Yes, he did get a scolding, but I think that's not enough. Their family is so mean they need to be taught a lesson." Chu Ran said, "Just don't cause any serious trouble. Of course, I'm a good person." In the morning, she woke up to find several new booking orders for the guest house. Some called wanting to come and eat fish because it was nearby in the city. So Xiao Tingnan and Niezikong went to catch fish. Niezikong liked doing this. "Your small pond can attract a lot of fishing enthusiasts." Chu Ran asked, "Do you guys like fishing? Maybe I can film a fishing video. You don't have to appear on camera, I'll try." "Do you have fishing gear at home?" "It seems not. I need to buy some in town." Her dad and grandpa don't fish. They don't have the leisure to do that with all the farm work every day. For them, fishing is a waste of time. Xiao Tingnan said, "I'll drive to town to buy some later." Niezikong, who liked fishing, suggested, "You might as well buy some small fishing tools like hooks, fishing lines, and bait." Chu Ran agreed, "Good idea," and accepted the suggestion. Niezikong proudly looked at Xiao Tingnan, but he just ignored him. There were plenty of fish in the pond, so it was easy to catch them. Soon, they caught a few big fish. while small fish were released back. Xiao Tingnan drove to town in a tricycle to buy supplies. Chu's dad went in a small truck to pick up people. Originally, Xiao Tingnan said he could pick up people, but Dad Chu said he didn't seem like a farmer, so people might doubt him. Therefore, he didn't go along to pick anyone up. After buying some things, as for the small tools Niezi Qian mentioned, of course, she didn't buy them in the store. Now, she wasn't sure, but Chu Ran ordered them online because it was cheaper. She also asked Niezi Qian about it, and he said the more expensive ones were better. Chu Ran agreed, but she bought some of both the expensive and cheap ones. This way, there are more options for guests to choose from. Everything was ready, and two young men went fishing. During the filming, Dad, Chu was asked to appear. After filming, Chu Ran edited the video and uploaded it to a video platform. Those who like fishing can come and enjoy the countryside scenery. She actually has quite a few fans who love fishing, and soon someone asked about the price in the comments. Chu Ran thought for a moment and checked again. For accommodation, fishing is free. The fish caught can be bought and processed here as part of the meal cost. If you don't stay overnight and only fish for 51 days, the price for the fish will be calculated separately. The other person saw that the price was quite affordable, but some thought it was too far away. However, in the city or nearby, they felt it wasn't far, and there was a place to stay. The weekend was just 2 days, perfect for relaxing. So, Hurin actually received some guests specifically for fishing. They came in groups, not alone. Soon, her guest house was quite busy, and with the previous bookings, 10 rooms had been reserved. She printed out the fishing prices and posted them behind Nian's counter, where they could be seen easily. Chu Ran shared this news with Niezi Qian and Xiao Tingnan. Niezi Qian looked proud and said, "See? Am I really good? I brought in customers right away. Thanks. Tonight, we'll prepare a big meal. You can order whatever you want to eat." Niezi Qian was still thinking. Xiao Tingnan made the decision for him directly. Anything is fine. He's not picky, so just cook whatever. Hey brother, that's not fair. I want hot pot. The dishes prepared include pork belly, sliced beef, and shrimp dumplings, all stored in the fridge. There are also vegetarian dishes like radish slices, potato slices, lettuce tips, and bamboo shoots, all from our own garden. Some wild vegetables are also included, which is part of the countryside fun. Of course, a plate of Grandma's pickled vegetables is placed nearby for anyone to enjoy. Niezi Qian says, "It's been a long time since I had hot pot. It smells so good." The elderly woman replies, "Eat as much as you like. This is farm-style food," referring to the vegetarian dishes. "Grandma, your cooking skills are really good, even better than a chef. This makes Grandma happy." She says, "Oh, I can't compare to a chef. I just experiment on my own. Ranran bought a few cookbooks and I follow the recipes. It makes the dishes taste different and better. Grandma enjoys cooking. She feels she can't do heavy work, so she stays busy in the kitchen. When she was young, her cooking was delicious. Now, with cookbooks, her skills have improved even more." The guests have already been served spicy boiled fish and some side dishes. After the meal, Xiao Tingnan says he will go back to the city to work tomorrow. The Chu family isn't very sad, because he might come back on weekends. Why would they be sad? Niezi Qian blinks, wondering when he ever said he was leaving. But he doesn't spoil his friend's plans at this moment. This time, Xiao Tingnan rides in Niezi Qian's car back to the city. Niezi Qian says, "I still think your tricycle is really cool." Xiao Tingnan suggests, "Then you can buy one and ride it to the club." Niezi Qian laughs, "I think I'd get laughed at for a year if I did that." Niezi Qian says, "I think riding a tricycle in the countryside is convenient and fun for a little ride." Xiao Tingnan responds, "But winter might be tough." That day, I felt like my face wasn't even mine anymore. Xiao Tingnan reminds him, "It's spring now." He replies, "Oh, spring. I don't really want to leave. Maybe I could build a house here and visit sometimes." Xiao Tingnan says, "You don't have a household registration, so you can't get land. But you can rent." Niezi Qian responds, "I'd rather stay at your guest house. That way, I don't have to cook. Grandma Chu's cooking is so good, I fell in love with home-style dishes." Xiao Tingnan suggests, "You should go back and enjoy delicacies from the mountains and sea." Eating too many delicacies from the mountains and the sea makes me want to try some homemade farm dishes. Grandma Chu has been so kind to me and even gave me lots of bamboo shoots. Since you've stayed so many days and are a big client, of course she treats you well, Xiao Tingnan said bluntly. Both of them were given some seasonal rural vegetables by Grandma Chu. Nie Ziqian took the person home and then returned to his own house. Nie's mother saw him and scolded. Where did you go during the New Year? You have no manners at all. It's the time for visiting relatives, but I haven't seen you. I have to explain to each family. Mom, I just didn't want to visit relatives, so I went outside to hide. Then he looked at his housemaid. Auntie, I have fresh vegetables in the trunk. Please take them to the kitchen so they can be cooked tonight. Going shopping again? Do you know the daughter of the vegetable seller? Are you trying to pursue her? That's why you often go to take care of her business. Nie's mother started to think wildly, worrying because Nie Ziqian had a long record of mischief. How is that possible? Where do you think I went? I never look for proper girls, Nie Ziqian said on purpose. This made Nie's mother angrier. Get lost. You're just trying to upset me. You don't look for proper girls?
Who do you want to find?
Do you want our Nie family to be a joke? I won't agree to any of those club girls. Don't even think about coming into our Nie family, Nie Ziqian said. I'm just playing around. I don't want them to come in. Since I'm playing, I should find girls to have fun with. Don't go ruining good girls. Are you going to play your whole life? You're over 26, and you haven't managed the company well or found a partner to marry and have children. No one from a good family would look at you. Good, then they don't look at me. I don't expect to marry any of them. You can stop worrying. I'm not worried.
Who's worried?
Your grandpa's old, and you don't think much about the family. The company just reopened, and your grandpa said you must work hard at the company this year, or he'll cancel your card. This was serious. Let's talk properly. I'm talking properly. I give you two choices. Get married and have children soon, or go to work at the company. You choose. Look at the young people outside. Someone like you, 26 or 7, accomplish nothing, just wasting time. College students are delivering food to make a living. And you? I am also a college student. Send me out to deliver food. Nie Ziqian replied speechlessly. If you want to go, then go. I don't think I will feel sorry for you. Dream on. This time, Nie's mother was really cruel, determined to steer her son onto the right path. Otherwise, her husband would suffer the most. When Nie Ziqian returned to his room, he went to complain to Xiao Tingnan. Ah, Nan, my mom wants me to deliver food. Why is my life so hard? Xiao Tingnan said. Delivering food is a job too. You've been sleeping early and waking up early lately. You could use the exercise. Is that even human talk? I might as well stay in the countryside. His reply was a muffled sound, and the other side had already hung up, ignoring him completely. Over at the Chen family, after the Chus left, Chen Tai leaned against the wall, his face swollen and bruised. Gao Yuexiang was struggling with Chen Zaijin, thinking he was useless. Seeing her son's miserable state, she screamed sharply. Ah, big brother, what happened to you? Big brother. She reached out to touch him, but as soon as she tried to touch Chen Tai, he hissed. Mom, be gentle. They were too cruel, so cruel, to beat you like this. Chen Tai's eyes were dark and fierce. Mom, I want to call the police. They came to beat you, so they should be arrested. Gao Yuexiang hesitated, her face looking grim, and she seemed a bit afraid to look at Chen Tai. I think calling the police might be better left alone. We're family. We shouldn't make such a scene. I'll get some alcohol to rub on your injuries. After saying that, she left. Chen Tai couldn't believe it. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, do you all think the same? Should we call the police? Chen Zaijin coughed lightly.
Your mom has a handle on them.
If we call the police, your mom might get involved too. It's better not to. Chen Tai asked. What handle? Chen Zaijin repeated himself. Chen Tai found it ridiculous. That was so long ago. There's no evidence. It's all just threats from Chu Ran. Chunyi said, Chu Ran is too sneaky. She lied to Mom. When she was young, she was weak and easy to bully. Now she has a man and things are different. That man is just playing around. She got pregnant before marriage and they haven't even had a wedding. They say they registered, but who knows if it's true, Chen Tai casually said. Chun Zai-jin said, I think the Chu family has made some money now, so they act more confident. We should keep less contact with them. Gao Yuexiong brought back some wine and looked at her son's face. Let me give you a massage. Chen Zai-jin said, Mom and Dad, what should we do now? Big sister doesn't care about your reputation and even came to hit you. That's just wrong. The old lady said, What can we do? Who knew you guys would do so many things? Although she didn't like Chu Ran and thought she was just a girl with no use, she only disliked her and didn't do anything too extreme. She didn't push the girl into a pond like Gao Yuexiong did. Seeing this contrast, she felt she was much better than Gao Yuexiong. She is your daughter. It's natural to take care of her in old age. 200 yuan a month is too little. It should be 2,000. Dad used to take care of her family and said she only needed 200. Now she treats us like this, so she should give 2,000, right? The old man watched the scene of the argument, his face from gloomy to cold. He looked at his son. If you can get it, go ask for it. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. If you want to take us to the city, we don't want to stay in the village anymore. It's embarrassing. Let's go to the city. Chen Zai-jin was stunned. He wanted to persuade his parents not to go to the city, but now it seemed impossible. Chen Zai-jin and Chen Zai-ching discussed how to ask their big sister for 2,000 yuan a month for old age. Chen Zai-ching didn't care and didn't want to get involved. I don't think big sister will give it. She wasn't stupid. How could she give 2,000 a month and be the fool? They still had 2 brothers at her parents' home. If she paid all the money, what were the brothers supposed to do? Taking care of parents in old age is natural. If she doesn't give it, we can sue her, Chen Yang said. Suing the older sister will only get a few hundred a month, definitely not more than 500. The most educated person in the family spoke up. Chen Zai-jin said, Isn't that just a waste of effort? Almost, it is the children's duty to take care of their parents in old age. The grandfather has 3 children, and the family belongings are inherited by you. The eldest, Anne, is already married, and if you share the costs, she usually only contributes a little money, and not much. Her family has now built a guest house. Even without guests, it looks grand enough for her to live in. It seems they're doing well. Yet, they don't give any monthly allowance for parents' care, which shows they don't really respect their parents. Chun Tai said, Talking about it won't change anything. Now they are more confident, and we don't dare to do anything to them. In the past, if he said something, the eldest aunt wouldn't dare to argue. But if he still bullied Chu Ran now, that man definitely wouldn't let him go. Thinking about Xiao Tingnin's look at him, Chen Tai felt scared. He's not afraid of the eldest uncle, who is a timid, honest man, often pushed around by his father and younger brother. In front of the grandfather, he's like a quail, no threat at all. But Chen Tai fears Xiao Tingnan. He doesn't know how strong the other person is, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. He needs to observe first. Chen Tai sighed, realizing he still can't find a good solution. Since they just had a fight, asking for money now wouldn't work. He needs to wait and talk later. Chu Ran's family's guest house welcomed the first group of fishing enthusiasts, who were picked up by Chu's dad in town. When they arrived, they looked at the guest house. On the way here, he saw no one on the mountain, which made him nervous. Now that he saw the village, he felt more at ease. Your guest house looks just like in the videos, very unique. It fits well with the rural style. I want to take some photos. There were 5 people in total, including 3 women with their families. They booked 4 rooms, 1 standard room and 3 large beds. Chu's dad, honest and simple, said, We are a bit remote here, but the air in these mountains is very good. Yes, the air is much better than in the city. Let's check in first. Chu Ran quickly helped them with the check-in. Beautiful boss, do you sell fishing hooks here? I didn't bring many, and I'm worried I might break them and can't find replacements. We do have fishing hooks, Chu Ran said, waving at the new fishing gear. They're right here. Oh, I didn't expect you to really have them here. Knowing you all were coming, I went to the newly arrived stock and asked a friend for advice. The person gave him a thumbs up, saying, You, boss, are really good at making money. The person in front said, Hurry up and put away your luggage. Don't just stand there chatting because someone looks nice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he waved his hand and said, I'm going to my room. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. Chu Dad took them to the room, and she went to bring little Hang Hang. After everyone put down their luggage, they came downstairs and saw her holding a child. Beautiful boss, are you married? Chu Ran nodded. The child is over a year old. Hang Hang says hello to the uncles. Hello, Hang Hang called out cheerfully. The person seemed a bit disappointed and was nudged by a friend. Beautiful boss, we want to go fishing now. Where is the fish pond? Another quickly changed the subject and asked. Dad, take them there. Chu Dad nodded and led the group over. They had quite a full set of fishing gear, fishing rods, tackle boxes, stools, and more. It was clear they fished often. They fished all afternoon and caught quite a few fish. That evening, they cooked 2 big fish and made a few side dishes. They didn't take the other fish home because they planned to fish again tomorrow, and the fish they caught could be bought or eaten at home. Boss, your fish pond really has a lot of fish. It's so easy to catch them. Chu Mom was talking to them while bringing vegetables. The fish in the pond have been fed for 2 years. They haven't been taken out much, just eaten gradually, so there are many fish inside. No wonder, the fish are delicious. We feed them grass and grains, not commercial feed. Then I want to catch more tomorrow to take home and eat. Hearing this, other guests also became interested in buying some authentic farm products to take home. The next day, some guests went back to work, and the fishermen also left, buying their caught fish and some wild vegetables. Other guests saw Chu's chickens and wanted to buy some. There were some old hens that no longer laid many eggs, so Grandma decided to sell them. This Sunday, they earned quite a bit. Mother Chu cleaned the rooms where these people had stayed, changed the bedding, disinfected, washed, and hung it out to dry. All of this is work. Fortunately, there is a washing machine, which greatly saves effort. Chu Ran taught the elderly lady how to check in using her ID card and how to check out. The lady mostly stays here to watch the children. Xiao Hang Hang can now walk, but he is still unsteady. So he is allowed to play in the hall by himself, just watching him. For the elderly lady, learning a little about computers is very difficult. She doesn't want to stay here. She prefers working in the fields or cleaning rooms. She just doesn't want to deal with high-tech things like computers. But now it is spring planting season, and everyone is busy. She is relatively free, but still needs to stay in the hall to watch over things. As the weather gets warmer, Chu Ran sprouted last year's lotus root seeds and planted them. She also transplanted some seeds that had already sprouted in the nursery and covered them with thin plastic. Chu's father and mother have started growing rice seedlings. In March, Chu Ran is busy filming videos, digging up wild vegetables. The vegetables are fresh and tender, and they're selling well lately. But there is also a big family matter. They need to rebuild their small courtyard house. Chu Ran went to get the necessary permits and then started buying materials and construction. After finishing the seedling work, Chu's father began building the house. Chu Ran showed the construction workers and her father what kind of house she wanted, and she showed them the design drawings. The workers made their own plans, measured everything, and then started construction. Chu Ran's family moved into a guest house, living entirely on the first floor. Most guests prefer not to stay on the first floor. They like the second or third floors for a better view of the village. Their family lives on the first floor, so the elderly lady and others don't need to climb stairs. When packing, they could discard many things or use them as firewood. The guest house also has a kitchen, so they are not worried about not having a place to cook. After moving, they tore down the old small courtyard, tidied up, and started digging the foundation. With the help of machinery, it was very quick. Chu Ran bought some supplies online to be ready for future use. There is construction happening nearby, which can be quite noisy at times. Because of this, there haven't been many guests at the guest house recently. However, on weekends, about half of the rooms are usually full, especially among the fishing enthusiasts. Maybe after a few of them went back and told others, more people have come to fish. As a result, the fish in Chu Ran's family's pond have become fewer, so she bought some fish fry online and released them into the pond. Chu Ran's cherry trees are ripe now. The small trees she planted 2 years ago only bloomed last year, without bearing fruit. This year, they are bearing fruit, though not in large amounts. The small trees that bore fruit last year are producing more this year, so they seem to be growing well. Her family's old trees are still doing well, with lots of cherries on the branches. The construction workers see the cherries and drool. Chuma picks some for them to eat, and the rest are sold. Chu Ran did some live streaming from her office and sold all the small cherries. She also helped villagers sell mulberries, wild vegetables, and other produce they picked. Not only that, the guests staying at the guest house also buy some of these local products, and they buy quite a lot. They think the villagers have plenty of land but grow fewer types of crops. They suggest, why don't you plant some strawberries? They taste good this season. If you plant some, it would be great if next year when we visit again your family has strawberries. Chu Ran replies, strawberries? I haven't grown them before, but I can try. Since strawberries are easy to grow and not expensive, it's worth a try. She says, plant more, and when the time comes, I'll invite people to come here and relax, and they can pick strawberries too. Chu Ran agrees. Okay, we'll try planting some. Her phone rings with a message. She opens it and sees it's from her college roommate, Xiao Xining, who was also a housemate when they shared an apartment. She had a boyfriend but later moved back to her hometown with him, so she moved out. The apartment was then rented by Chu Ran alone. The message says, Dear, I broke up with my boyfriend and just came back. Are you still there? I don't have a place to stay now. Can I rent with you again? Crying, Chu Ran replies, Sweetheart, I'm not renting anywhere now. I've already moved out and am running a guest house back in my hometown. If you want to relax, you can come visit me here. The other person quickly responds, Back to your hometown? Why are you back and running a guest house? Wow, your hometown is in the mountains and you have a guest house. Are there visitors coming? Chu Ran replied, My hometown has beautiful scenery. If I promote it, I can get some guests. Why did you break up with Peng Feng? They had loved each other passionately before, traveling far for love. Suddenly breaking up was unexpected for Chu Ran. She thought she would soon receive their wedding invitation. Well, it's a long story. What's the name of your guest house? I want to stay for a couple of days. I'm feeling very sad and need your comfort. Ran Guest House. Chu Ran said, giving the address. Don't book online, just come directly. I'm at the train station now. Tell me where to go, I'll come right away, Xiao Xining said, sounding busy. Then she didn't say anything more. Chu Ran thought she was coming back soon, but she was already at the train station. How can things happen so suddenly? Love is very unpredictable. Taking such risks is exhausting, Chu Ran thought. She believed it's better not to fall in love, especially not to love so deeply that you forget everything else. Because no one knows how long love will last. One day, love might become a burden, and when you turn around, there's nothing behind you. What's the point of regretting then? Some youth is gone, and there's no courage to start over. Some people are heavily in debt. Even if they are young, they don't know how to move forward again. It's better to live a simple life. Love can be a spice in life, but it's okay if it's missing. During dinner, Chu Ran talked with her family. She also told Xiao Tingnan. When Xiao Tingnan heard that her college roommate was crying over a breakup, he felt annoyed. Now, Chu Ran told him not to come back because seeing their family might upset her roommate. Actually, Chu Ran just didn't want them to meet because Xiao Xining would ask too many questions and she didn't want to explain everything. Chu Ran drove to town to pick her up. When she saw Xiao Xining, she thought she looked very different. What's wrong? Why do you look so thin? Her eye sockets looked sunken, and she didn't seem like someone in her 20s. When Xiao Xining was asked so kindly, she immediately put down her luggage and hugged Chu Ran. Darling, I feel so sad. Peng Feng and his family are so mean. They only bully me, a girl from another place, just because I have no relatives here. Sniff, I can't forgive him. I left everything to go to his city, and he still secretly agreed to a matchmaking arranged by his family. Does that honor me? Chu Ran's anger quickly rose. If he has you as his girlfriend, why does he still go on matchmaking dates? The two got into the car. Xiao Xining wiped her tears from her face. I'll tell you everything when we get back. I just realized one thing. Girls should never go to work in a man's city before getting married. It's not valued, and his family will look down on you. Chu Ran thought of Mai Zi. Like marrying far away, almost maybe even more disliked because a distant marriage has a proper reason, marriage. But I don't have that, so Peng Feng's parents see me as rushing into things. They look down on me and our family. Chu Ran remembered when she wanted to quit her job here and cancel the apartment they rented together to follow Peng Feng to a city. She had warned her to be careful. Back then, Qiao Xining was still very much in love, thinking Peng Feng was perfect everywhere, rushing headlong into the relationship, loving without hesitation. She truly loved him, with such passion. And you, Chu Ran, you're so beautiful. Why haven't you dated anyone? Chu Ran smiled a little. My child is over a year old. Really? Qiao Xining was shocked. You're married? When did that happen? Why didn't you tell me? After I went there, did you stay in touch? I was quite busy these years. Not long after you left, I lost my job, then went back to the village to have my baby. I didn't have a wedding or anything, didn't want one, so I didn't tell anyone. Chu Ran spoke vaguely. Qiao Xining didn't press further, probably understanding that she was waiting in the village, then married and had a child, and had stayed there ever since. I never thought that someone like you, who never dated, would get married and have a child just a few years after I left. I thought you'd stay in the city and find a rich man to marry, since you're so beautiful. Life in the city isn't easy. After I lost my job, I haven't found another one for a long time. I couldn't even get a job paying 3,000 a month. It's hard to settle down here. Now, finding work is very difficult, so I gave up my apartment and went back to the village. Otherwise, I couldn't even pay the rent in the city. Qiao Xining said, Is it really that hard? If I had known, I would have quit my job earlier. I wonder if my boss still wants me now that I'm back. She looked at Chu Ran. Maybe I can work for you. Do you need someone to watch the guest house and handle the front desk? I can help you. Isn't that a waste of your talent? You should find a good job. Not many young people stay in the village, unless they are like our village officials. Having a job and security is the way to stay. Her family's guest house can't afford to hire a college graduate. Do you still have village officials in your village? Yes, many villages do. Are you thinking of taking the exam? Forget it. I graduated a long time ago. I can't focus on studying anymore. And right now, I just want to make money quickly. Qiao Xining didn't have much money, so she had no free time to prepare for exams. Chu Ran nodded, understanding her. They arrived at the village. It was early spring, with warm sunshine shining brightly. The farmland was busy with activity. Neatly arranged fields, farmers bending over to work, and elderly people walking slowly, holding children, talking and laughing. From afar, green mountains stretched endlessly. Up close, everything was full of life. A small bridge stood over a gentle stream, lonely and proud. Wow, this is your village. It's really beautiful. No wonder you can run a guest house here. The car kept moving forward. There's even a pavilion. Oh my, is this a paradise? I feel like once you enter from that road, it's like stepping into a paradise. So magical. The sadness on Qiao Xining's face just moments ago disappeared. Her face was full of excitement and happiness. It was as if she had truly discovered a paradise in this era. When the car reached the guest house, Qiao Xining looked at it. Your guest house has such a unique style. It looks like an ancient building. Is that your old house? Were you a landlord before? Chu Ran said. What landlord? I come from a poor family. This is a new building. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so new. It's built in a traditional style, but simplified. Oh, this place is so stylish. I looked up your guest house online, and the photos looked fake, but I didn't think it was real. I told you not to book a room, but you still booked 2 days.
Why?
I'll refund your money. No, I might stay more than 2 days. Don't refund me, or I'll have to leave right away. Zhou Xining was very firm. Since she was running the guest house and came from far away, she didn't want to be treated unfairly. Seeing Chu Ran still wanted to refund her, she quickly said, Let's forget about the money for these 2 days. If I stay longer, just don't charge me. I'll work for you in exchange for the stay. They argued for a while. If Zhou Xining tried to get her money back again, she would leave immediately. Chu Ran didn't insist further. As she said, she might stay longer than 2 days. Regarding Zhou Xining working for her, Chu Ran didn't take it seriously. Are you staying on the first, second, or third floor? Right now, my family is building a new house in the small yard nearby, and everyone lives on the first floor here. I'll stay on the second floor, she said. Actually, she wanted to live with Chu Ran, but since Chu Ran was married with children, that wasn't possible. Just then, the old lady came out of the house holding a child. Grandma, this is my college friend, Zhou Xining. Just call her Xining. Hello, Grandma, Zhou Xining greeted. This is your son? He's so cute and handsome. Even at this age, I can tell he'll be a big handsome guy when he grows up. She reached out to touch the child's face. What's his name? Be good. Call me older sister. Hang high, call auntie quickly. Call me older sister. I'm still young and don't want to be called auntie. Just call me older sister. Chu Ran smiled. All right, call her older sister, Xining older sister. Hang high drooled a little. Goo goo, so cute. Let's go. I'll take you upstairs. There are a few guests staying now. Chu Ran led her to a room. This is a big bedroom. The view here is pretty good. Do you like it? Yes, of course. It's just that your guest house is very cheap, only a few dozen yuan. Our place doesn't get much traffic, so it's naturally cheaper. It's a bit more expensive on weekends and holidays. I looked and it's not much more expensive. It's still very affordable. Chu Ran went downstairs, and Xiao Xining opened her suitcase to take out some daily necessities and washed her hands in the bathroom. Soon after, she came down. Chu Ran was busy cooking in the kitchen and asked her, You don't want to rest for a while? You look tired from rushing here. Yes, I'm a bit tired, but it's getting late now. If I sleep now, I won't be able to fall asleep tonight. Then wait a little while after eating and then sleep. Dinner is almost ready and she was preparing the dishes. Not only for her family, but also for the guests. The fields are full of wild vegetables now, so she made stir-fried pork with 5 spice, some vegetarian dishes, and more. Since there were many people, she also cooked fish in a big pot, with a small bowl of pickles on the side. Xiao Xining helped her wash vegetables. They chatted in the kitchen, and the elderly lady was also there, but didn't speak. As for Xiao Hengheng, she brought a small stool for him to sit on and told him not to run around. You're making so much food. Will you be able to finish it? There are guests, and since there are no restaurants nearby, we only eat here or have convenience foods, so I make extra. Chu Ran said, These fish are from our own fish pond. They taste very good. You'll see when you eat later. Xiao Xining looked at the fish swimming in the water tank. I envy your life. Her family lives in the city and rarely visits the countryside. She finds her own farm animals quite new and interesting. What is this vegetable called? It's water celery. There are many in the village. We pick and sell it, and sometimes we eat it ourselves. It's delicious stir-fried with meat. It looks like celery. Where do you sell it? Online. I have a video account and I can sell it by posting videos. The village also does live streams to sell farm products. Xiao Xining asked, Are you an internet celebrity? If my few followers count as being an internet celebrity, then I might be a small one. Wow, that's impressive. I don't have any ideas about that. I probably can't be an internet star, so I'd rather find a regular job. Soon, the dishes were ready. She called the guests to tell them the food was prepared and asked when they would come back to eat. If they weren't in a hurry, she covered the dishes and kept them warm. When they returned, they could reheat the food in the microwave or warm it in the pot. The Chu family ate in the dining room. Xiao Xining met the Chu family. The workers had all gone home, and they only ate lunch here. They planned to come back after breakfast tomorrow. She looked at the Chu family and felt like someone was missing. She quietly asked Chu Ran, Where is your husband? I didn't see him. He works in the city and rarely comes back. Oh, she replied, not asking more. She felt that Chu Ran's husband was a bit mysterious. After eating, there wasn't much entertainment in the village. Xiao Xining went back to her room, and Chu Ran took the children with her. This was a good time for a proper chat. Chu Ran, your in-laws are also from the village. Do you live at your mother's house now? My in-laws are from the city. I usually stay at my parents' house. Xiao Xining said, That's good. There won't be many conflicts like that. I don't know what happened to me. I just followed him without thinking. His mother doesn't like me. When I lived at his house, she would tell me what chores to do and said I didn't do them well. She would wait for me to come home from work to cook, and if I didn't, She called me lazy. I tried to endure it at first, thinking that if I kept a good relationship with his family, life would be easier. But I didn't expect him to go on blind dates behind my back. Do you know how I found out? I accidentally overheard his mother talking about a young, pretty girl. I wondered what that had to do with her. Their family only has one son, Peng Feng. Peng Feng has a girlfriend, so he wouldn't be looking for a young, pretty girl, right? Once the seed of suspicion is planted, you start to become paranoid. So one night, when Peng Feng went to shower, I looked at his phone. Guess what I saw? I saw Peng Feng chatting happily with a girl and sending her many red envelopes. That's understandable. It's his money, after all, and I tolerated it. But he also complained about me to some friends, saying I was a burden, and that he was tired of playing with me. He even said he wanted to give me away to his friends, but they didn't want me. Xiao Xining started crying, and Xu Ran handed her some tissues. I'm really a failure, she sobbed loudly. Xiao Hengheng saw her crying and stopped, also handing her tissues, just like Xu Ran. Stop crying, don't cry anymore. This made Xiao Xining suddenly unable to cry. She touched his small hand and said, Sister, thanks to Hengheng. Sister won't cry anymore. Xu Ran, your son is so adorable. Then she thought about her own situation and sighed. At that moment, I was trembling all over and directly asked him questions. That was when I felt like myself again. After that, I broke up and packed my things quickly to leave his house. I couldn't stay in that city anymore. I told my boss I was quitting immediately. I wanted my salary, but if they wouldn't give it, I didn't care. I just wanted to leave quickly because it was not an important job anyway. Xu Ran, do you think I am too clingy or that I am undervaluing myself? No, loving wholeheartedly is not a bad thing. You are still you. It's okay to feel sad for a little while over a man, but he is just a tiny part of your life, not important. Maybe after experiencing such a bad love, everything else will be sweet. As people say, after hardship comes happiness. Xiao Xining was touched and said, Dear, you are so good at comforting people. I thought a lot on the train. I am still young. Going through a failed love is not a big deal. Yes, that's right. Stay and have fun at my place. Here, life slows down and you can enjoy nature. Thank you for accepting me at this moment. Otherwise, I might have ended up on the streets. They talked for a while. Xiao Hengheng dozed off, and Xu Ran carried him back to the room. The next morning, Xu Ran didn't wake Xiao Xining for breakfast. Young people need to sleep until they wake up naturally. Her face looked so bad that sleeping more was good. By around 10 o'clock, Xiao Xining finally got up. Xu Ran saw her eyes were swollen. Did she cry again last night? Love really can be harmful. Eat some breakfast. There's porridge, pickles, and scallion pancakes. She took her to the dining room, heated the porridge, and warmed the scallion pancakes with an electric griddle. It only took a minute or two. I'll do it myself. You go busy yourself. I'll just eat something casually. Not eating is fine too. I'm used to it. Still, eat a little. You slept a bit, and your face looks much better. You really scared me yesterday. Xiao Xining's face was no longer as pale as yesterday, and her eye sockets looked better. Sure enough, being young helps you recover quickly. Xiao Xining touched her face and asked, Was it really that bad? Yesterday I was unwell, but today I feel much better. After resting for a while, I will be fine. We are young, so we should go to bed early and get up early. There's no need to worry about anything else. It's impossible not to think about anything. I still need to find a job. Without work, how can I live? I can't just keep freeloading at your place. If you don't mind me, your family might get tired of me. Our village has few people, and we actually hope more come. That way, it will be livelier. No one would get tired of it. But I still need to find a job. I didn't even take my salary this month. I just left. My boss is probably angry with me. My salary isn't high, and I also have to help support Peng Feng's family. Now I only have enough money left for train tickets. Xu Ran thought for a moment. I've been doing live streams recently. Why don't you join me for part-time work? 200 yuan a day. Do you want to try? Sure, I'd love to. Xiao Xining's eyes lit up. 200 a day, that's 6,000 a month. My current salary is only 3 or 4,000. It's even more than what I earn at my job. Are you giving me a special deal? I used to go with my parents. My mom helped manage my online account. But now, since we opened a guest house at home, I've been pretty busy.
Great.
Just think of me as part of your team. I'll be your assistant. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. But tell me what exactly I'll be doing, or I won't know what to do later. Okay, I'll teach you later, Chu Ran said. After dinner, Chu Ran started training her. For young people, it's not difficult. But when she saw the data from her online account, she was very surprised. You're not just a small influencer. Your data is amazing. I didn't expect you could make so much money in a month. Chu Ran replied, I only have about 20,000 followers. Maybe I'm considered a small influencer, but I don't know if I can keep this up long term. Anyway, I'm earning now, so I'll just work hard. That's incredible. If I could earn that much, I'd be smiling in my sleep. I wouldn't have to worry about work anymore. Of course, she was envious, but she didn't feel jealous. Xiao Xining knew she couldn't become an influencer like Chu Ran. She didn't have the talent or the content. She was just on the edge, barely enough. Looking at her figure, she knew she didn't have the conditions for that either. No wonder you can stay in the village and not go out. Living at home with a house and a car, no need to rent in the city or listen to noisy sounds. It's so comfortable. There are also worries in the village, but you just arrived and don't know about them yet. What worries? There are a lot of gossip and rumors. Isn't there hardly anyone around? And this? Maybe so. The two of them discussed tomorrow's live broadcast. They need to go to the town to register in the afternoon. This time, Mom Chu doesn't need to go. Since she will be live streaming in the town, Dad Chu doesn't need to go either. If they were in another village, he would come along. It's just her and Xiao Xining. Mom Chu and the elderly lady are taking care of the guest house, which still has visitors. Dad Chu is busy watching the construction and sometimes working in the fields. They are really busy. There is a lot to do in spring. Chu Ran is still picking cherries. Xiao Xining started to feel a little nervous, but quickly got the hang of it. Seeing the gifts pouring into the live stream, she realized that looks really matter. Even without makeup, Chu Ran looks very pretty on camera. Seeing the order numbers rising quickly, the sales are really fast. They printed out the previous orders so the team could pack and send the products. Chu Ran's live stream lasted about 5 hours. She started around 10 a.m. and finished around 3 p.m. There were quite a few items, including cherries and other farm products. They ended the live stream around 3 or 4 p.m. Looking at the data on the back end, her commission might be a few thousand yuan. With the gifts, it could be around 10,000 yuan. When she got home, she transferred the part-time earnings to Xiao Xining. Today and yesterday counted as 2 days. Chu Ran transferred 500 yuan because she worked overtime last night. Xiao Xining received the money and felt relieved. Finally, she had some money. It wasn't much, but she was really poor and had almost nothing. After leaving Peng Feng's house, she only had about 500 yuan. She spent around 200 yuan on train tickets, over 100 yuan on 2 nights at a guest house, and a few dozen yuan on the bus from the train station to the town. All the small expenses left her with only a few dozen yuan, so she had to muster up courage and call Chu Ran to ask for shelter. Now, 500 yuan felt like a lifeline to her. At dinner that night, Xiao Xining ate an extra bowl, feeling happy. After eating, she asked Chu Ran, "When will you do another live stream? I want to keep working with you, or maybe I can help you at the front desk sometimes. Maybe in a few days. Are you really not planning to go back and find a job? Our place is very remote, as you can see, so a bright future is probably hard to achieve. Let me earn a living first. I have no savings, and even if I go to the city, I can't afford a house. I need to save some money." Chu Ran thought for a moment. "That's fine. You can help me part-time at the front desk here. As for the pay, it won't be based on live streaming like before. How should we calculate it?" Xiao Xining saw her agree and said excitedly, "Any way you want is fine. My previous salary was only 3 to 4,000 a month. Here you can pay me the minimum wage, and everything including food and accommodation is covered. It definitely won't be that high, I understand. She needs to work here with free food and lodging because it's in the mountains, far from any village or shop. 3,000 a month, and when I go live, you can go out with me, earning an extra 100 each day. Is that okay? Yes, of course. But isn't that a bit high? You also provide accommodation. Let's start with that. If I can make money, that's great. If not, I might not be able to pay your salary. You're so kind, Chu Ran. From now on, I'll stick with you and be your assistant. Today, Assistant Xiao is online. She believed Chu Ran could definitely earn enough to pay her salary. Her live streams bring in over 10,000 in commissions, plus income from the guest house. So, she felt she had a stable future now. That was wonderful. I'll talk to my parents about it. Chu Ran told her parents one by one. Her grandfather and grandmother had no objections, especially her grandmother. Recently, her grandmother was also training her on computers. She just couldn't understand it. She got nervous whenever she touched a computer. Chu's mother was a bit worried. Will the guest house income be enough to cover her salary? Mom, I also have online income. Just look at today when she and I go live together. You'll feel much better. Isn't that good? As we grow bigger, we really need more help. We can't handle everything ourselves. All right, that's good. It will be much easier. Sometimes, we're so busy in the fields that we can't even take care of everything. She is now considered an employee at the guest house, so staying here is not a waste, and she feels more settled. At night, Chu Ran and Xiao Tingnan discussed this matter on their phones. I asked her to help me with some tasks. She might stay here for a long time. If you want to go back to the village, you can. But when I pick you up, be careful not to let her find out the secret. When Xiao Tingnan heard that a female classmate was staying, he was a bit annoyed. But after thinking carefully, he realized Chu Ran seemed very busy lately. She was doing live broadcasts selling farm products, building a house, running the guest house, and working in the fields. If someone helped her as an assistant, she could relax a lot more. Okay, I'll come back this weekend since I have time off. You can pick me up in the evening. Chu Ran looked at his reply and felt like he was acting a bit shy. Was it just her imagination? A couple of days later, Chu Ran took Xiao Xining to do a live broadcast in town. Recently, there were many farm products and many people wanted to sell more. After the broadcast, she gave Xiao Xining 300 yuan. Xiao Xining was a bit confused. Isn't it 100 yuan a day? Chu Ran explained there was overtime, so I gave extra. Consider it overtime pay or a bonus. All right, thank you, boss. Xiao Xining accepted it happily. In the village, she didn't need to spend much money. She planned to stay longer and bought some things online. Over the past few days, she also brought back items from town. Having a car is very convenient. After stocking up on some daily necessities, she focused on working hard, forgetting her heartbreak, and enjoying the relaxed rural life. On the weekend, she saw a man come out of Chu Ran's room. He was young, handsome, with well-defined features and a sharp look in his eyes that made people hesitant to approach. He looked a bit like Hang Hang. Xiao Xining immediately thought he must be Hang Hang's father. Chu Ran also came out and pointed at Xiao Tingnan. Ran, is this your husband? Chu Ran was a bit unaccustomed to hearing husband. Oh, he's Hang Hang's dad. He's back from the city for the weekend. Seeing that the man didn't want to talk to her, Xiao Xining just nodded in greeting and then walked away, not wanting to be a third wheel. Did Chu Ran say her man was so handsome? She had said she was coming back to the village for a blind date, marriage, and children. But her husband's family is from the city. What's going on? Xiao Xining was a bit curious, but didn't ask. After staying at Peng Feng's house for a while, she learned it's better not to ask too many questions. The more she knew, the harder it was to get along. Chu Ran saw the elderly lady and Grandma Wang chatting happily. When she returned, she said, Wang Hua's wife just had a big, chubby baby boy. The Wang family is very happy now. Chu Ran asked, she had the baby? Yes, she did. Everyone has come back to rest and recover. It was a natural birth. Now Grandma Wang walks with a spring in her step and looks more energetic. Xiao Xining didn't know Wang Hua, but she knew she was from the village. That's good. Yes, it's good. The Qi family sees that both our families have built houses. They plan to take advantage of the less busy time to build their house too. They asked her dad for help. Your dad introduced them to his team, and once they finish our house, they'll help them build theirs. Does their family have enough money to build a house? Chu Ran casually asked, since the Chi family hadn't built a house before. First, because they planned to find their second son to retire in the city, so they didn't need to build a house in the village. Second, because they really didn't have money. Over the past 2 years, if they had money, they would have built a house already. Grandma Chi often complained that her second son was ungrateful, spending all their money on him. Now that the parents are old, they don't care anymore. Old Chi has come back. He has earned some money over the years. Building a simple house should be fine. Seeing the Wang family get a wife after building a house, they must be envious. So, are the village houses now owned by Old Chi? Does Old Second have no share? The elderly lady heard about Old Second and looked a bit emotional. Of course. Old Chi isn't foolish anymore. He signed the papers with his brother. The village house and land are now his. Old Second's household registration has been moved out. People really forget their roots once they become successful. Back then, Grandma Chi favored her younger son, using Old Chi's earnings to send his younger brother to school and get married. But now, it's still the older brother who has to support everything. Seeing that the second son no longer cares for them and the older brother can't find a wife, they are worried. Qiao Xining was stunned. Is this gossip real? It seemed like something only seen online. Having 2 sons, with the younger being clever in school and the older working and earning money to support the younger. After the youngest son finished school, he used his older brother's money to buy a house and get married. The eldest son wasted half his life and ended up with nothing, not even getting married. These parents are really hard to describe. I just want to build a house and get married. Not only does the family need a house, but Maisie is also asking your dad to build a simple one. He wants to know how much it will cost. Maisie has been working very hard these past 2 years, trying to earn more money to build a house. The house where they, mother and son, live now leaks when it rains, which is really sad. Maisie is indeed very hardworking. He is now digging bamboo shoots on the mountain every day. After handing over the shop to Deng Ruoqian and others, Chu Ran doesn't know how much Maisie is earning now. He probably still has a few thousand yuan. A simple house might be enough. Chu Ran thinks it's good. The villagers all live in nice houses now, so they don't have to worry about storms destroying their homes. Qijia also plans to build a good house. They want to make good woven products. He Mu suggested they try different styles or learn to do live streaming and sell by themselves. The old lady heard this news. That's good. As long as Aunt Chi and the others can do it, they can sell online. What can they do? They're old, and their eyes are bad. I wonder if Old Chi can do it. I guess not. They are honest people, but if they were smarter, they wouldn't have been tricked by their younger brother when they were young. The old lady complains about the Chi family. If the parents hadn't been biased, they would have relied on the clever younger son to arrange their older son's marriage earlier. Maybe Old Chi wouldn't still be single now. 10 years ago, getting a wife was easier than it is now. It's much harder today. If they can learn, they should. He Mu said so they can teach them. Making more kinds of products and selling more will increase sales and income. As long as there's income, our village will become lively. The old lady says, I don't understand your ways, but making money is real. Although the old lady doesn't understand the internet, she has tasted the benefits of making money online, so she supports it. She also gave some advice to Grandma Chi. If their family's income is stable, everyone should stay in the village. The whole family can weave things and sell them online to make money. Grandma Chi and her husband are now quite old. Seeing several generations of the Chu family around them, they naturally feel envious. So they enjoy chatting with the elderly lady. Although the elderly lady often says she doesn't understand much in front of Chu Ran and the others, she knows a lot when talking to Grandma Chi and Grandma Wang. That's why she likes to go out and chat with old friends. It gives her something to talk about. Now, with Xiao Xining managing the guest house, she has more time to go out and chat with Xiao Hinghang. Every time Xiao Tingnan returns, he takes the children for a walk around the village, just to show his face. Is Tingnan back? Grandma Chi greets him. Xiao Tingnan nods. Watching the two of them walk past, Grandma Chi says to Grandma Wang, who is chatting with her, Wan Ruan's man hasn't been seen in a long time. That young man is very proper, working alone in the city. Wan isn't worried about being taken away because men are hard to control. Grandma Wang replies, Wan looks so good. It's not easy to be taken away. Besides, Xiao Honghong's surname is Chu. If someone takes him, so be it. The Chu family has grandchildren, so there's a successor. What is there to worry about? It's clear that Grandma Wang has quite progressive ideas. But you can't say it like that. If Wan Ruan's man comes from a wealthy family, who knows who Hang might end up with? Maybe he'll change his surname. People in the village have always thought Xiao Tingnan's family is poor, and he married into the Chu family. The Chu family is so poor, heavily in debt, yet someone still married into it. That shows how poor they really are. Of course, it's not just poverty. They also liked Chu Ruan's good looks. I don't think so. Wan can earn money herself. Look at how well the guest house is doing now. Guests stay every day, earning at least around 1,000 yuan a day. Grandma Wang still has confidence in Chu Ruan. She believes her grandson can get a wife and build a house with Chu Ruan's help. If Chu Ruan had only been harvesting vegetables, how could they have saved tens of thousands of yuan? With this money, they could build a house and pay a bride price. Now that her grandson has someone, she is very grateful to Chu Ruan. They also sell the harvest at a good price. Later, they sell online, which gets even better prices. At first, they gave it away for free. If it were someone else, who would be willing to help others make money for free. Over 1,000 yuan? So much. Grandma Chi hadn't thought about it in detail. I guess there are dozens of rooms and 10 rooms make a few hundred. I don't think so, but I heard Chu Ran often goes to town to help with live selling. She probably makes good money, or they wouldn't have enough to build 2 houses. Grandma Wang said, your family has also earned quite a bit. I see many city visitors come to buy things at your place. Talking about earning money, Grandma Chi was happy. They bought some things, but most of the sales were helped by He Mu and others. With this extra income, we can afford to build houses. Do you know any suitable girls around 30? Please introduce one to our eldest son. Divorced is fine. Grandma Wang smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll ask around. Grandma Chi suddenly thought of something. You really don't plan to find someone for my Z? She's a woman with 2 kids. It must be tiring for her alone. I think she should find a man. Whether my Z finds someone or not depends on her. She has kids, and it doesn't matter if she finds a man or not. She'll raise the children, and when she's older, her 2 kids will take care of her. Grandma Wang saw her thoughts. I'm going back to see the children too. The baby isn't even a month old yet, and I have to wash diapers every day. After saying that, she stood up and left. Grandma Chi watched her walk away, feeling envious.
It was impossible not to.
At first, she looked down on my Z for having 2 kids and thought she was a burden. But now, she thought differently. My Z was young, just in her 20s. Much younger than the 30-year-old divorced women she mentioned. And my Z was capable. Look at her now, managing 2 kids easily. She even had enough money to build a house herself. Grandma Ran. Where are you going? She called out quickly when she saw an elderly woman passing by. Chu Grandma stopped. I'm going to check the fields. Grandma Chi hurriedly waved to her. Can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? The old lady came over. Lately, she noticed a girl staying at her family's guest house for a long time. I saw a girl at your guest house recently. She's been there for a while. What's going on? Is she a relative? Does she have a boyfriend? Hearing this, Grandma Chu understood her thoughts immediately. That girl is my granddaughter Ranran's college classmate. She's just here to relax in the village. I don't know if she has a boyfriend, but she's from the city, so her standards are probably high. She knew that Xiao Xining had just broken up, but she decided not to tell the villagers about it. Girls are most afraid of being talked about behind their backs. This is very clear now. Your family, Chi Laishi, is already in your late 30s, and your conditions are quite average. How can you hope for a young, unmarried girl who is almost 10 years younger? Grandmother Chi, she is Runjun's college classmate. That makes her a college graduate. She looks gentle and refined, and she seems well-educated. Having an education is good. I wish my eldest son could marry a wife with such good qualities. Old lady Chu looked behind her. Your family is building a house, right? Once the house is finished, maybe the daughter-in-law will come. That's not so easy. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Our family is going to demolish the old house and build a new one on this land. So, we will need to move out. Your house has many rooms now. Could we stay at your guest house for a while? We will pay, but not by the day, more like a monthly rate. What do you think? Old lady Chu thought for a moment. I need to ask them first. You know I can't decide alone. I have to ask Runjun. Okay. After dinner, I will go and talk to Runjun. If the price is too high, we won't rent. We can set up a simple shelter nearby. The weather is getting hotter, so it won't be too cold. All right, come ask me then, said old lady Chu, and she walked away. After a walk, she went back and told Runjun about this. Runjun, what do you think is a fair price? Runjun used a calculator. Usually, a big bedroom costs 69 yuan a night. For 30 days, that's about 2,000 yuan a month. But her guest house isn't fully booked, so if the Chi family moves in, it's not a problem. 1,000 yuan. For a big bedroom. She knew that at this price, the Chi family probably wouldn't rent, because it's still a bit expensive for villagers. In the city, 1,000 yuan can rent a nice single room. And in the village, 1,000 yuan could rent a place for a year, or even longer. The old lady didn't say anything. That evening, after dinner, Grandma Chi came over and discussed this with Runjun. Runjun still offered the same price, and Grandma Chi thought it was too high. That's so expensive. I'm talking about monthly rent, and it's still that much. Can it be a little lower? Aunt Chu said. Sister-in-law, our price for one night is 69 yuan. Over a month, it adds up to about 2,000 yuan. That's half of what it used to be. Mrs. Chi shook her head and said, that's still too expensive. I thought it was 200 or 300 yuan. For that price, you get everything you need, and it's convenient. Plus, you don't usually rent out the place, so renting it to us for 200 or 300 yuan is still a good deal. Chu Ran said, Annie, I think you could rent other houses in the village. They have small yards, which would be good for displaying woven items. She thought that if the Chi couple lived here, the yard would be filled with all kinds of bamboo crafts. But then, guests might complain, so they didn't plan to lower the price. Mrs. Chi said, I thought about that too. I like that your house has everything, and it's convenient. But the price is too high. I'll talk to some villagers and then go back. Aunt Chu walked her part way, and then returned. Is 1,000 really too high? She asked Chu Ran. Chu Ran replied, it's not suitable for them to live here. The villagers' houses are more affordable, Aunt Chu whispered. You just don't want them to live here? Chu Ran nodded and lowered her voice. They have too many things and need a big space to move around. I'm worried the guests might be unhappy. Also, after living with us for a while, there might be some disagreements. It's better to keep some distance within the same village. Plus, Xining lives here, and Chi Laishi has come back to stay at the guest house. It's not convenient. Although there are many male guests at the guest house, they usually stay only a few days. They don't stay on the first floor, mostly on the second or third floors. Aunt Chu nodded and said, yes, I also think it's not convenient. Mrs. Chi isn't easy to get along with. She didn't like dealing with Mrs. Chi. She was talkative and often said cold remarks. Living in the same yard, she wasn't sure what gossip might be spread. For just 200 or 300 yuan, there's no need to cause trouble with neighbors. Mrs. Chi contacted a family in the village to stay at their house, which is next to the Wang family. The Wang family built their house there years ago. Their house is old and a bit worn, but still livable with some tidying up. Soon, Yongyu's full moon celebration was held, and the Chu family went to the villagers' feast. Called Xiao Xining to come, but she doesn't plan to go because she doesn't know anyone there and doesn't want to give gifts. She's very poor right now. Of course, she's not as broke as when she first arrived. She received a month's salary and some extra money from live streaming with Chu Ran, totaling about 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. It feels like her salary in the city is higher, and Chu Ran is very generous. Every time she gives extra money, it's more than what was agreed upon. Chu Ran didn't force her to go. It's better if she doesn't go. If she does, she might be questioned by the older women there. They just came back from a dinner, and Xiao Xining told her, someone booked a room and asked me to pick them up in town this afternoon. Here's the phone number. Okay, I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go pick them up. Xiao Xining said, Ran, the person calling is a man, and he sounds very stern. I think it's better if Uncle goes instead. Are they all men? Ran asked. Xiao Xining replied, from the booking info, it seems like all men. Then I'll ask my dad to go. Ran frowned. I think the tone of the call suggests they might be troublemakers. We should be careful, Xiao Xining warned. Ran nodded. She asked her dad to go pick them up. Soon the people arrived, 5 or 6 men who booked 3 rooms. As soon as they entered, they kept staring at Xiao Xining. They spoke in a rough manner, their eyes wandering over her. Beautiful girl, you're the boss, right? You look quite pretty. Dad said. She's here to help. I'll take you to the rooms now. Seeing this group, he didn't dare let the young girl face them alone. One of the men glanced at Dad and said, Why are you nervous? You run a guest house in the village, isn't this what you do? Although she's pretty, it's not a problem, they chuckled. After that, the group exchanged looks and went upstairs. Xiao Xining bit her lip. She found these people very annoying. She had been here for over a month and had never encountered guests like this. She quickly sent a message to Ran, telling her what just happened. Ran, I was right. Those guys look like troublemakers, 5 or 6 tall, strong men with well-developed muscles. We're no match for them. What should we do? Call the police? Ran saw the message. She thought about it. If they haven't done anything yet, calling the police might not help. If she doesn't call the police, these people are likely to cause trouble later. She needs to prepare in advance. She searched online for a professional security company and contacted them by phone. She explained her situation and asked for a man and a woman to come over today, as it was urgent. She needed to handle 6 people, so a man and a woman would be better for disguise, making it harder for others to recognize them. The team arrived in the evening. Ran didn't tell anyone and treated them as regular guests, letting them check in. She even arranged for them to stay near the group of 6. When the group saw Ran bringing the team, some whistled at her. Wow, you're a beautiful lady. Are you the owner of this place? My window curtain seems to have a problem. Can you check it for me? Others laughed and said, Yeah, my table has an issue too. Can you take a look? Ran replied, Sure, I'll send someone to check. She picked up her phone and called her dad. When the man tried to grab her phone, she said, What do you mean, someone? I'm the one asking you to check. How can you call me someone? That's not sincere. Do you think we don't take you seriously? Ran said, Sorry, I need to bring the other guests to their rooms first. If you're in a hurry, you can wait. She led the 2 men to a room. They exchanged glances silently because the others were in the corridor. The soundproofing was poor, so they could hear everything. Ran held up her phone, signaling they were communicating silently. Don't act rashly. Pretend to be regular guests and see what they're planning. They probably won't do anything in broad daylight. Keep an eye on them tonight. The others looked at the message and nodded. Ran called her dad, who came to the room. She stayed inside until he arrived, then went out. It turned out her dad and the old man, along with an elderly woman, came together. Hey, beautiful. We asked you to check the curtains, but now you've brought the old folks here. That's not interesting, said a cocky man leaning against the corridor, blowing smoke and speaking flirtatiously. Ran said, My dad went to check. If you want to cause trouble, just say so. Wow, do you still want to do business? If not, just say so. Did you hear what I said clearly? I want you to go see that old woman like a cuckoo bird. She's disgusting to look at. I'm worried I won't sleep tonight. If I can't sleep, can I come to see you tonight? At night, my dad stays at the front desk of the guest house. If there are many female guests, my mom stays at the front desk instead. Ran looked at him coldly. What do you want to do? He chuckled boldly. Beautiful girl, don't be nervous. I don't want anything bad. I just want to be friends. You're so pretty. How about being my girlfriend? I already have children, so I can't be your girlfriend, Ran said. Then her dad came out. Young man, I checked the curtains, they're fine. Oh, really? That's good. If there were any problems, it would be trouble. You don't know, we care a lot about privacy. Her dad smiled kindly. Yes, young people do care about privacy. He then took Chu Ran and left. Downstairs, he said, Chu Ran, Xianing, you two shouldn't stay here. My parents are here. Young ladies, please step aside. Chu Ran said, it's time to eat. Call them down to eat. I already told you go back to your room first, he replied. Chu Ran took the children to Xiao Xianing's room. Xiao Xianing pulled the curtains closed, shut the door, and whispered to her, those people's eyes are so scary. Will your husband come back tonight? She wanted to sleep with Chu Ran. I'll ask him. Chu Ran sent a message to Xiao Tingnan about this. After reading it, Xiao Tingnan quickly replied with one word, yes. What time do you get off work? I'll come pick you up. Now. I'm going to the garage. Come to my car and pick me up. Chu Ran hadn't tried this before, but she decided to give it a shot. She handed the children to the old lady and drove out of the village, saying she was going to pick up Xiao Tingnan. The old lady felt relieved that her son-in-law was back. Those troublemakers looked like they came to cause trouble. With her son-in-law here, it would be safer. Chu Ran parked her car in a quiet spot outside and sent a message to Xiao Tingnan. She needed to know his exact address. What level is his parking garage? He quickly sent a photo with the specific location. She should go directly to the back seat of the car to avoid surveillance. Chu Ran initially looked around for Xiao Tingnan but didn't find him. She stayed in her own car. She checked the address he gave her, looked at the car, and silently decided to go. Suddenly, she appeared in the back seat of Xiao Tingnan's car. Xiao Tingnan was surprised to see her and asked, you really came? Chu Ran was also surprised. I can't believe it myself, but I really came. How is the situation now? Those people are eating. I think they didn't come here just for fun, but seem to be looking for trouble. Take me back first, Xiao Tingnan said, reaching out his hand. Chu Ran took his hand, and they returned to her car by the roadside. Then they drove back to the village, and Xiao Tingnan went to his room without meeting those people directly. If you want to know more about these people, don't reveal your cards at the start. After eating, those people wandered around the village, probably because there was nothing interesting there, so they came back. They were still cursing as they returned. Too boring. Besides a couple of decent young women here, what's outside? Just old women. Seeing me, they lose interest. Isn't there a young one? That one is even scarier, as black as charcoal. Now that it's dark, I can see she's blacker than charcoal. Imagine what she looks like during the day. Stop causing trouble. Let's finish what we need to do first. The group returned to the room, seemingly quiet and not causing any trouble. Chu Ran stayed in the room with Hang Hang, occasionally observing Xiao Xining's room. Mainly because Xiao Xining is a single woman living alone, which is a bit more dangerous. Xiao Tingnan finished eating and lay on the bed, looking at his phone, appearing very relaxed. Occasionally, Hang Hang climbed onto him. Their room was a standard room with 2 beds, and Hang Hang's small bed was placed in the middle. Xiao Tingnan protested, but she refused, saying there were no larger rooms downstairs. Actually, there were, or else where would Xiao Xining stay? She quietly told Xiao Tingnan that she had hired 2 security companies to help. Xiao Tingnan looked at her and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? You should have come to me sooner for such things. Remember next time. Those security company people might not be reliable, so don't trust them too much, but it's better than nothing. At least you have some safety awareness. Did I get praise for that? Chu Ran looked at him with a smile. I'm a bit worried about Xianing. Maybe tonight I should stay with her and you can stay in this room with the kids. It's okay. With me here and all the cameras around, those people can't do much. How could Xiao Tingnan leave himself alone in an empty house? If you're worried about Xiao Xianing, you can ask your mom to stay with her. Your dad is on duty at the front desk anyway, and your mom living alone might not be safe. Oh, right. Chu Ran sent messages to her mom and Xiao Xianing, telling them to stay together. Xiao Xianing was feeling a little nervous now. She usually wasn't scared at night, but tonight felt very different. When she saw Chu Ran say that, she immediately agreed. Having someone with her made her feel safer. Chu Mom finished packing and went to sleep in Xiao Xianing's room. The countryside at night was very quiet. Even the voice-activated lights didn't turn on. At this season, there's a lot of rain, and the frogs in the fields are numerous, though still small. They are quite cute, but some people find the dense frogs a bit frightening. Chu Ran thought to herself that she wouldn't sleep tonight, just stay alert. But somehow, maybe because Xiao Tingnan was in the house, she fell asleep. Xiao Tingnan didn't really sleep. He kept watch over the surroundings. When he heard a noise, he knew the intruders had started moving. Before he could react, he heard sounds of a fight outside. Did Chu Ran's bodyguards notice them? He looked out the window. Because of the noise, the voice-activated lights turned on. He also saw his mother-in-law come outside. Looking at another person, he quickly and accurately threw a punch and immediately saw something white fly out of his mouth. He had already subdued 2 people on his side, while 2 bodyguards held down 3 others, and one was being held by Mr. Chu and Mr. Chu's father. The old man was still strong and quickly found a rope to tie up all 6 people. At this moment, some guests heard the noise and woke up, looking down to see what was happening. Mrs. Chu said, it's okay, you can continue sleeping. Everyone went back to sleep. Most visitors here are in groups. There are no single women. So some couples or spouses, not wanting trouble, didn't ask too many questions. When tourists see others leaving, they naturally don't interfere much. Outside, people tend to mind their own business. Chu Ran also woke up, looked at the sleeping child, and was about to go out to check the situation when Xiao Tingnan came in. How is it? It's settled. Everything's fine. You can sleep now. Once it's daylight, we'll talk. Those people they can't run away. Where is Xianing? She hasn't come out. Your mom went to her room and everything's fine. Should we call the police now or just take them to the station? Grandpa will take them tomorrow morning. No need to bother now. Let these people stay in the yard and deal with mosquitoes all night. Chu Ran sent a message to Xiao Xianing, who also didn't want to go out and see those people. The other side quickly replied, it's okay. Your mom told me to stay inside. I'm fine. Chu Ran continued to sleep. In the morning, before dawn, Mr. Chu and Xiao Tingnan took a few people to the police station, bringing the surveillance footage. Mr. Chu thought these people would only be detained for a few days. But when they arrived, they saw a man carrying a briefcase respectfully greeting his son-in-law, calling him Manager Xiao. Upon introduction, the man was a lawyer. Xiao Tingnan only said he was a lawyer and didn't mention anything unrelated, but talked about those people. He wanted to give them the harshest sentence and also investigate whether they had any other criminal records. If they did, they could spend decades inside. After Xiao Tingnan and Mr. Chu left, they went back home. It was still early, and the guests had just woken up and were having breakfast, asking about what happened last night. Mom Chu explained that someone wanted to cause trouble and was taken to the police station. With that explanation, the guests didn't think much more about it. Because last night, they also glanced casually and thought it seemed somewhat believable. Xiao Tingnan found Chu Ran and told her about those people. I think they were told to do this. I have investigated and will tell you the results. I also think so, and I have someone I suspect. My 2 uncles' families, probably Chun Zai-jin, which is my eldest uncle's family. My little uncle Chun Zai-ching likes to take small advantages, but he might not dare do such things. Last time, we also caused trouble for Chin Tai's family of 3, maybe holding a grudge and wanting revenge. Yes, I happen to be in the city now. I'll handle this. He originally didn't plan to let Chin Tai go. And now Chin Tai came to him willingly? I'll take you back. Chu Ran sent him back to the city. When Xiao Tingnan returned to the city, he received news from the lawyer that those people had already confessed. They're good friends of Chin Tai, usually hanging out together. They did many things, and the lawyer explained the law to them, encouraging honesty and cooperation, so they told everything they knew. Of course, that included the mastermind behind this, Chin Tai. This time, Chin Tai told them to come to the village to deal with a woman, and they could do anything. They were few in the village. The woman was very beautiful, and her husband was often away, only returning on weekends. As long as they avoided weekends, it was fine. After playing, the village cared about reputation, so neither the woman nor her family dared to speak out. They thought it was better not to play. He also showed them a photo of Chu Ran. She was very beautiful, and those people couldn't resist her charm. Such a top-quality woman, even in a mountain village, had a natural, primitive allure. Those people betrayed Chuntai. The police found it hard to believe. They wondered if they were relatives or enemies. Shouting Nan's face darkened like water after hearing this. He immediately ordered Chuntai to be taken to the basement and then to the police station. Chuntai was caught, and Chen Zijin's family was devastated. They immediately came to cause trouble at Chu's house, even kneeling before Chu mom. "Big sister, please, let Chuntai go. He is innocent. It was those animals who attacked him. He is your nephew. How could he do such things? Absolutely impossible. He grew up watching you, didn't he?" Mother Chu looked at Gao Yuexiang and said, "Will the police give a fair answer? You're questioning the police. If you have issues, go complain to them. Don't cry and make a fuss here. Seeing you all just makes things worse. Leave now." She then grabbed a big broom and started to chase them out. Father Chu was probably also angry. He slapped Chen Zijin twice and then grabbed his collar and threw him out. "Don't come to my house again. I'll hit you every time I see you." The couple was driven out, and outside, Grandma Wang spat a thick spit on them. "Get out of here. Don't come back to our village. If you do, I'll let the dogs bite you." She also wanted to earn money with Chu Ran. Now that she had a grandson, she wanted to make even more money. Grandma Chi also heard about it. She was busy fertilizing and watering her vegetables with her husband. When she saw them, she wiped her dung bucket on them. "My bucket isn't clean anymore. Go away. Don't come to our village. We don't welcome people who hurt their own family members." Chen Zijin and his wife left feeling embarrassed. They went back to Chen's house, crying in front of the elderly couple. "Big sister is too harsh. Such a small matter, and she already had Chuntai arrested. I heard they hired a good lawyer, and he might get a heavy sentence. Big sister's family is innocent. Dad, Mom, Yuexiang, and I went to ask for help, but it was useless. You must help us. She might consider your face and not pursue Chuntai. Chuntai is our eldest son and grandson. It's a crucial time for him to find a partner. If he gets a criminal record, it will be hard for him to find someone in the future." The grandmother was also worried. "I'll call your big sister." She dialed the phone, but she didn't answer. The grandmother's face darkened. "Your big sister isn't even answering my calls now. Such unfilial behavior." Gao Yuexiang was anxious. "What should we do now? If we get the Chu family's forgiveness, Chuntai might be sentenced. Only with a forgiveness letter can his punishment be lessened. Mom and Dad, I think you should go there yourself. I tried to go into their village again, but I was beaten out. The villagers are also hostile to us. But you two are different. You are my sister's parents' elders. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. You must help your grandson. Chuntai is relying on you." Chen Zijin also helped speak up, saying, "Tonight is dark and early tomorrow morning we will go to the Chu family. We must get Chuntai out. Our family is counting on him. If Chuntai is locked up for a few years and comes out after more than 30, how will he find a wife?" Saying this made the situation seem even more serious. The old man and the old lady also looked worried. The old man looked at his son and daughter-in-law. "It's not just about you not teaching your son well. If you had done a good job, he wouldn't have done these things. Now it's not like before. If something happens, it's easy to get taken to the police station. You are in the city. Don't you understand these simple rules?" The old man complained. "It's a shame. In our village, people are teaching others about the law. Why don't you talk more with your children?" Chuntai didn't get into university, but he's still a high school student. Why is he so unruly? Now, your parents have to humbly beg for your son. How can we show our faces? The old man cares a lot about his reputation. Now that his grandson has been caught, he doesn't dare to walk around the village. He must be very angry inside. Chen Zijin was scolded so much he couldn't lift his head. "Dad, Chuntai was very obedient and sensible when he was young. But as he grew up, he started hanging out with the wrong crowd. Those people led him astray. Knowing they are bad influences, why didn't you stop him from seeing them? You didn't teach him properly. Now you're just cleaning up the mess and blaming us. We only lived in the city for a few months, in the same neighborhood." Chun Tai and Chin didn't even greet us. They turned their faces away. I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. And you, Gao Yuexiang, you don't want us to move to the city to live. You don't pay for water, electricity, or gas. That's why we had power and water cut off. Now, the old couple was in the city, returning with Chen Zhaijin. But they cared about their pride and didn't go to the Chu family right away. The old lady also thought about this. She had just been worried about her grandson and forgot how her eldest son's family had treated them these past few months in the city. Her face also looked unhappy. You are using people in front and ignoring them behind. I think Chin Tai should stay inside and learn his lesson properly. He doesn't respect us grandparents. Why should we bother to help? Gao Yuexiang was anxious. Mom and Dad, it's not like that. He definitely cares about you. If he didn't say anything, he probably didn't see you. If he saw you, he would be upset. We are not discussing that now. First, we need to get him out. The elderly woman said, You all can't do anything. The two of us old folks have no way. You saw it yourself. Your older sister doesn't answer our calls. Even if we go there, she won't reconcile. Chen Zhaijin replied, How do you know if you don't try? Your older sister is your own daughter. If you don't go, I really won't care about you anymore. You rent a house in the city, pay your own rent. How dare you? The old man was so angry, he threw the teacup nearby. Chen Zhaijin was not afraid. Dad, this is the truth. You were fine in the village, but you insisted on moving to the city to live. You saw it yourself, living in the city isn't so good. Everything costs money. Our family still has a mortgage to pay, and our income isn't high. We don't have that much money to cover your living expenses and rent. You didn't help us watch the kids before. Now that they are grown, why are you coming to the city? Better to stay in the village, grow some vegetables, and at least not pay rent. No rent, no extra expenses, that's much cheaper. Think about it, am I telling the truth? You don't know, but in the past 6 months, because of you, our family has spent so much more. We have to be very careful with food, even meat. The old man, proud all his life, was so upset at being looked down on by his son at his age that he almost couldn't breathe. The elderly woman quickly helped him calm down. Don't get so worked up. Chen Zhaijin, is this how you think of us? We are your parents. You're so unfilial. Get out. Both of you leave now. Seeing the old man settle down, the woman grabbed a broom and started hitting them. Gao Yuexiang still wanted to plead. Mom. Don't call me that. From today, I don't have children-in-law like you. Get out. Both of you leave now. As for Chin Tai, you figure it out yourselves. Chen Zhaijin saw that threats didn't work, so he quickly softened and knelt down. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I was careless just now, but Chen Tai is innocent. He's your grandson. You must save him, or his life will be ruined. Gao Yuexiang also knelt down. Yes, you must save him. What will happen to him? He's so young, with no partner. If he can't find a wife, what will our family do? What else can we do? Do whatever you want. We raised our son, and now we have to support our grandchildren. They are ungrateful. We don't want to see you anymore, so just leave. The old man started throwing things at Chen Zhaijin. Chen Zhaijin couldn't stay at home anymore. He pulled Gao Yuexiang and left. The elderly couple felt very disappointed. The old man said in a deep voice, Tomorrow, we will go to the city to cancel the lease. We should go back to the village. There's no point staying in the city. People like them are cold-hearted and won't care for us. The old lady sat down and wiped her tears. Raising children is useless now. None of them are filial. We have to rely on ourselves. Luckily, we still have some small vegetables to grow. They realized now that they couldn't depend on their children. Let them give us money. Chen Zhaijin and Chen Zhaiqing should each give 500 a month. The son should give more. We don't need to bother with the others. The old lady said, That won't work. If they get angry, they might still interfere. If so, we should report them. Reporting won't help. These ungrateful people are just like that. It's all fate. The old man also sighed. I've seen it clearly now. Having so many sons isn't as good as having daughters. Daughters are more useful. Look at Chu Ran. I used to think the eldest daughter would rely on her cousin, look down on her. But now her family is doing well, and she has a grandson too. The old lady agreed. I used to think Chu Ran was irresponsible. She got pregnant before marriage. But now I see it's not a big deal. It's the new era. Her children still carry the Chu family name. The Chu family now has a grandson. She continued, if we hadn't offended Chu Ran's family, we could still earn some money from her. The old man pressed his lips and said, forget it. We have to rely on ourselves. Young people today hold grudges. They bring up small things from the past and argue about them. During the new year, they come to cause trouble. It's not good. After a while, when Chun Tai's matter is over, you should talk to the eldest daughter about our situation. Ask her to come and pick our vegetables again. We don't have any vegetables to sell now. We should clear the land and plant some. The old lady nodded. Everyone wants to make money. In the past, the eldest daughter remembered them and often asked her husband to come and buy their vegetables. That was like giving them money. She knew the old man cared about his reputation. If she wanted to ask for help, she would do it herself. For money, she said a few kind words to her daughter, but she didn't think much of it. After the Chu family drove away Chen Zhaijin and his wife, Chu's mother thought her parents would come. But they didn't show up the next day either. She whispered to Chu Ran, are your grandparents not coming? I thought they would come and talk to Chen Tai like Chen Zhaijin did. Grandpa and Grandma went to the city, right? Maybe it's inconvenient for them. Oh, I forgot about that. I thought they were in the village. Maybe that's why they didn't come. Chu's mother said, it's better if they don't come. If they did, I wouldn't forgive them. Chen Tai should be punished. He deserves it. She was truly disappointed. Her own nephew thought of harming her family and her daughter. All the kindness they showed before felt like she had fed a dog. And the dog still wagged its tail at her. Chu Ran said, now that the weather is getting hot, I want to buy a freezer to store some ice cream and popsicles to sell. That's a good idea. Should we buy it in the city? I'm looking online now. These days, they deliver to the door. Since we're in the mountains, I'll ask if they can deliver here. Driving to the city takes half a day, and she didn't want to waste that time. If she used her own way, she'd need to find a delivery place. Maybe Xiaoting Nan's house? She checked online and found that delivery to the mountains is possible as long as the truck can get there. That would be more convenient. She ordered a well-known brand of freezer and also bought a single-door freezer for water storage. It cost less than 5,000 yuan, which isn't very expensive. Their house already has a double-door refrigerator in the kitchen of the guest house, where they can also make some ice cream to eat, stored in the freezer. But a dedicated freezer for selling things is still more convenient. She also bought some molds for making popsicles online. When she has time, she can make her own. A few days later, the items arrived in the town. She called them, and Chu's father drove to pick them up. The main issue was the mountain road. The delivery driver didn't know the way. After delivery, Chu Ran's molds arrived too. But she hadn't made anything yet, as it wasn't very hot at the moment. She just stored bottled water and some items in the freezer. Not to mention, some young people who love cold drinks really enjoy that icy feeling. The elderly lady always thinks that young people are quick-tempered. Even before summer, they're already eating very cold things. Older people don't dare to eat such cold food. Chu Ran's house has finally been built, and now it's time for decoration. The decorating materials are already prepared. Chu Dad has also arranged for workers to do the work, like installing channels, laying tiles, and painting. With Chu Dad watching over, the work is going smoothly and quickly. Like the last time they decorated the guest house, Chu Ran bought some things online, such as faucets and light bulbs. The Chi family has started construction, planning to build their house like the Wang families. One day, Deng Ruoqian and Himu came to visit the old man. The old man came out and saw them. "What's the matter?" he asked. Himu pointed at Deng Ruoqian. "It's her who wants to see you," he said, then stepped back. Deng Ruoqian looked down, tugging at her clothes, seeming shy to speak. The elderly lady saw this and said, "I'll go see if the food is ready. Grandma Chu, don't go. I just want to talk to the village chief and Aunt Chi about whether it's right for me to marry her son Chi Laishi. The age difference is too big, and our education levels don't match. I want someone who has finished university." The old man looked angry. "That's just nonsense," he said. Seeing Deng Ruotian like this, it was clear that Aunt Chi had told her something. "I'll go talk to her now," she said, and stormed out angrily. The elderly lady pulled Deng Ruotian aside. "Can you believe Aunt Chi is now focusing on you? She probably can't imagine that Chi Laishi is more than 10 years older than you, almost like an uncle. How could he be interested in a young girl like you?" Deng Ruotian felt helpless. She was now afraid to go to the Chi family alone. Before, she would visit to see the bamboo crafts, and Aunt Chi would ask her many questions, giving her strange looks. She didn't think much of it back then, but now she realizes they might have had this plan all along. She didn't dare go alone just now. She asked Himu to accompany her. "Don't worry, child. Our village won't ignore such things. Grandpa One has already warned them," she said. "Thank you, village chief." "Thank you, Grandma Chu. I will go back now," Deng Ruotian said. She returned with Himu to the office. The old man went to the small courtyard where the Chi family now lives, where all three of them were. "Uncle, have you eaten yet? I want to talk to both of you about something. Just say it, whatever it is." The old man looked at them both, then at Chi Laishi. Laishi's mother, Chi, asked, "Mom, do you often go to talk to Deng Ruotian about things that aren't quite right? She clearly refused you, so you shouldn't bring it up again." Deng Ruotian is only in her early 20s, still a college student. She probably prefers someone her own age and with similar education. Chi looked embarrassed. "I was just worried because she's a single girl, alone in the village, with no family nearby. I thought maybe Laishi, also single, would be a good match." The old man scowled at her. "You think it's a good match? How is it? She's a young girl helping our village solve problems every day. We should take good care of her. But taking care doesn't mean you should be so careless. Laishi should find someone his own age, someone to share life with." Laishi quickly said, "I don't have that kind of idea. She's a college student, a young girl. There's no way I would like her." "Mom, you're just making trouble. If this gets out, it won't sound good. Whether I get married or not doesn't matter, but we can't cause trouble. Laishi has worked outside for many years, so he understands some principles. Look at your older brother. He's sensible. When it comes to finding a partner, he looks for someone suitable, not the wrong type, and he doesn't bother others." Chi's mother, Chi, said, "Got it. I won't talk to Deng Ruotian about this anymore. That girl is really something, going to complain to you." The old man glared at her. "She's a worker under my management. Of course, she can complain. If you don't listen, the village has the authority to remove your family's items from the shop." Hearing this, the Chi family felt even more nervous. Chi's husband, Faison, quickly said, "It won't happen again. I'll watch over my wife. Sorry for causing trouble." After the old man left, Faison spoke to his wife. "Don't think about it too much. If the village chief really takes down our things, we'll lose income. Right now, this is how we make money. Making money is important, but finding a wife for Laishi is also important." Chi's wife still hesitated, but she knew she couldn't keep bothering Deng Ruotian anymore. Thinking about it, it was indeed not suitable. She's so young, still in college, and she wouldn't stay long at their house. Forget it, forget it. I won't talk about her anymore. Let's talk about Shi Dagu's younger sister-in-law. Over there, there's a relative who is younger than Shi Dagu, divorced, with her child given to her ex-husband. She seems quite suitable, but when I mentioned it, she said she wouldn't marry into the mountains and prefers the city. A divorced woman, why look for someone in the city? Isn't it easy to find someone in the city?" Chi Laishi replied, "There aren't many young women willing to marry into the village now. It's normal. Even divorced women are the same. Nowadays, outside, most people think similarly about divorce and being single. But it's different. Some are single, so why would they want to marry someone who is divorced?" Grandma Chi still holds old ideas. "But at your age here, there probably aren't any single women." Chi Faison wanted to say that in the city, there are plenty of young women at his age who are single. But at this age, single women tend to have good conditions, so they wouldn't consider the mountains. His mother really doesn't understand the outside world. She still has old ideas. The chief family members were whispering at home. After the old master went back, he also complained to Grandma Chi. I told her off, but she really doesn't understand anything. We need to have a serious talk, or else some girls might come to stay here, and we could be bothered by Grandma Chi. Grandma Chi was thinking more broadly. Now, with fewer people in the village, if there were more, there might be more trouble. Later, Chen Zai-jin came to visit them, but he was still very firm, absolutely not accepting reconciliation. He then called Shu Ma, but she scolded him, telling him not to call again unless it's urgent. Chen Zai-ching reported to him, but Chen Zai-jin didn't need to make a special trip. Instead, he called Shu Ma, but she scolded him again, telling him not to call unless necessary. Chen Zai-ching had no other way to report. They looked everywhere for help, but Chen Tai's situation was already decided. There was no way to lessen it. That day, Chu Ran's family closed the yard gate to sleep. In the middle of the night, they heard loud noises outside. They got up to see what was happening. Chu Dad and the others also woke up. Seeing lights on in the village at this late hour, it was unusual. And it was so noisy, something must have happened. The old master said, "Let's go see what's going on. You all stay at home and don't go out casually," Chu Ma warned. "Be careful." The guests upstairs didn't make any noise. Chu Ran couldn't sleep anymore. She looked at the children, picked up her phone, and at this moment, she still wished Xiao Ting Nan was with her. During the day, she would go find him and bring him back, but now it's nighttime, and he is probably sleeping. Later, when they move to that place, she will be able to visit more often. Soon, Chu's father returned. Chu's mother asked him, "What happened?" Chu Ren also came out to listen. Chu's father sighed and spoke softly. "Two troublemakers entered our village late at night." Chi Laishi, who was up to use the bathroom, heard them and saw them sneaking into the wheat storage. He caught them on the spot. The wheat was frightened and took the children back to the Wang family. The two troublemakers from the Wang family were also, and they planned to send them to the police station tomorrow. At this moment, the old man also came back. "It's okay now. You all go back and rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." Chu's mother was also frightened. "It's really lawless now. What kind of society is this, that there are still such people?" The elderly woman said. "Maggie, living alone as a woman, attracts many such troublemakers. Her family still lives in the village. Without the Wang family, who knows what it would be like? I think it's better to find a man. Those people would be much more honest." Chu Ran lay on the bed, feeling complicated. Fortunately, it was Chi Laishi who discovered the trouble tonight. If he hadn't, the consequences would have been terrible. The next morning, the Wang family took the two troublemakers to the police station. Maggie and Chi Laishi also went, along with the village chief, who is also the village head. When they returned, Maggie looked very tired. She used to be full of energy when doing things. Now, she couldn't summon any strength to do anything. Chu Ran went to the Wang family to see Maggie. Maggie was sitting in her room, lost in thought. When she saw Chu Ran, her eyes turned red. Chu Ran moved closer, and she hugged Chu Ran. Ran, life is so hard for a woman." She stroked her hair. "It's okay now. The people have been caught, and others won't dare to act recklessly anymore. Before it was Miao Sheng, and now it's because of me. They keep thinking about me. I just want to raise my children peacefully. Why is it so difficult?" Maggie let go of her and wiped her eyes. Seeing that Chu Ran's clothes were wet, she said, "Sorry, Ran. I got your clothes dirty. Let me wash them for you. It's okay. The clothes will dry soon. Don't worry about it. Last night, I thought a lot. If I go to the city, maybe things would be better, but I can't afford to send two children to school there. My older brother has a child now, and they also have two kids to take care of. They can't take care of my two children either. In the city, my salary is about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Renting a house costs 1,000 or 2,000, and there are school expenses too. It's just not possible. In the village, I can barely manage to support them. Ran, tell me, I'm not pretty. I've turned dark from the sun. But these people still won't leave me alone? I didn't want to listen to my mother before, but now I think she was right. I'm still young and can really find a man. Are you planning to remarry? Let's see first. If it's suitable, then yes. At least, I need someone who will accept my two children." Someone like Miaosheng's demands is impossible. I won't send my children to their father's place. Chu ran. You could let the other person move in as a husband's family member?
You have a house anyway.
Maisie laughed at herself. What right do I have to ask someone to move in? You're young. Youth is your qualification. Many men are looking for wives. If you're willing, you have plenty of options. Maisie thought for a moment. I need to think carefully. Big life decisions need careful thought. Chu Ran left the Wang family, thinking about everything. It seemed Maisie was frightened by what happened last night. She probably made a decision in her heart. Sure enough, that afternoon, a matchmaker brought a man to meet her. Not just one. Grandma Chi, who lives next door to the Wang family, saw this and got a bit anxious. She told her family, if it weren't for the help from the eldest last night, Maisie wouldn't know what to do. We should thank her. Mom. Maisie and the Wang family have already thanked us, Chi Laishi said honestly. Her mother glared at her. You don't understand. That's not thanks. It was just a casual remark. Proper thanks need to be polite. Don't you understand that? Maisie was scared and still hasn't recovered. Don't complain at home. I'm worried it might affect Chi Ran's business, and I might earn less money too. Chi Fa Song was very practical. Marrying a daughter-in-law is important, but bringing her home isn't something that can happen immediately. However, earning money can happen quickly and steadily. You just think about making money and happy things, and you're not in a hurry at all. And she complained, forget it, I won't talk to you and your son. I'll go check on the Wang family. Seeing a matchmaker leave with a man, Aunt Chi quickly went to the Wang family. Madame Wang saw her and said, Sister-in-law, you're here. Thank you for coming last night. Without you, the situation could have been worse. Coincidentally, I think it was fate. Don't you think so? Aunt Chi understood what she meant, but didn't say anything. She just looked at her quietly. The other person continued speaking and even held her hand. Girl, they say it's better to find someone close rather than far away. Sometimes, fate is right in front of us. Last night, neither of us noticed anything unusual, but then came happiness. This shows they are meant for each other. My girl is a bit older, but it's her first marriage. If they get together, we would follow the wedding process. When Maisie got married, we didn't have a proper celebration. If I marry my girl to someone, we will have a wedding, give bride price, and buy 3 gold jewelry pieces. Madame Wang saw she was getting to the point and asked directly, how much bride price? My Maisie is still young, and she's 10 years younger than her. The ones who just arrived are also in their first marriage, and they said they would give bride price. How much do you want? Our main concern is whether the person is suitable. Bride price is secondary, Madame Wang said, not telling the truth. 6,000? That's the current market rate for town weddings. We also buy 3 gold rings, just like others. Maisie should have them too, Madame Wang replied. When Wang Hua got married, the bride price was 10,000. Yang Yu is even older than Maisie. Our family just built a house, and we really don't have that much money, Aunt Chi said, feeling hopeful but knowing they still face some difficulties. Bride price is secondary. Actually, I think Maisie could find a good man. Coming of age is a big deal, and she has grown up. She's honest, and we all know that. Aunt Chi nodded firmly. Yes, a woman with 2 children has a hard life. Maisie had always been reluctant, saying she couldn't bear to part with her children. Don't worry, if she and Coming Happiness get together, our family will take good care of the children. She thought she was talking about the children and quickly made a promise. Mother Wang continued. Maisie means that if she gets married, she doesn't want to leave the village. Your family is very suitable for this, but she has her own house, so after marriage, she wants to live in her own house. Laoshi can live with her, instead of always living with her in-laws. It's not a big problem in the village. Laoshi can take care of you, but I don't know if you will agree. Aunt Chi was stunned. Her family spent money to build a house just to marry a daughter-in-law. Now, if the daughter-in-law wants her son to move out, then why did they build the house? Maisie also said that her house will be kept for Wang Hao and Wang Wan. If they have more children, how many children they have will depend on the man's ability. Originally, Maisie didn't want more children. She already is 2. But if the man has no children, they can still have more. Aunt Chi felt mixed emotions. She looked at Maisy's mother, realizing she had already prepared for this and knew she would bring it up. I need to go back and discuss this. All right, go back and think it over. I will also ask Maisie what she thinks. And she returned to the next door. Chief Faison looked at her face and asked, how is it? Does the Wang family disagree? If they do, that's fine. The age difference is a bit big, but Maisie is capable. It's not that they disagree, but they said some things. Next to her, Laoxi's eyes lit up. What things? Looking at her son, Aunt Chi said, you need to show more.
You're too honest.
Otherwise, I wouldn't need to speak for you. Maisie's mother said that Maisie wants to live in her own house, not with her in-laws. Her house will belong to Wang Hao and Wang Wan. After marriage, if they have children, those children will belong to the husband's family. Chief Faison pondered for a moment. That's actually pretty good. In the same village, living apart or together, we still see each other often. What's the big deal? I thought she was asking for something very difficult. It's fine. Laoxi, what do you think? Laoxi rubbed her hands. I think it's okay. We're in the same village, just a few steps away. Nowadays, city folks don't like living with in-laws either. There are many conflicts and many end in divorce. Aunt Chi naturally thought it was fine, but she felt a little uncomfortable inside. She couldn't control her daughter-in-law, and she didn't expect that even the eldest daughter-in-law in the village wouldn't want to live with her. About the bride price, our family doesn't have that much money right now. It would be great if the second brother could help. Qi Laishi looked unhappy when he heard about his brother. All those years, I paid for his schooling. I should be paid back now. When I go to the city to ask him, the money for his wedding must come from him. Calm down, Laishi. You can't ruin your brother's family. Although Grandma Chi complained about the second brother, she still cared for him deep down. After all, it's important to keep face. If he doesn't pay me back, I won't let him go. I've figured out how much I've lent him over the years. Seeing that his brother was unreliable, Qi Laishi started calculating. University tuition was 30,000 and monthly living expenses were 1,500. Excluding winter and summer breaks, that's 9 months a year. Over 4 years, that's 54,000. And for his house, I lent him 10,000. When he got married, I also paid 10,000. Plus high school expenses, it adds up to 30,000. Grandma Chi and her husband were both shocked. That much money? Where did you get so much? Qi Laishi said, I do hard labor. Sometimes I make 7 or 8,000, sometimes over 10,000. These years, I've been doing delivery work, earning a few thousand to over 10,000. With this calculation, Qi Laishi's income was quite good. No wonder the family could afford to build a house. Then you should still have some money. Why not use it for the wedding? There's no need to ask your brother. Living in the city isn't easy for them either, Grandma Chi said. Qi Laishi got angry. Mom, you used to say the same thing. Now you're saying it again. I'm trying to support them. They're almost 40 and still not married. They're living comfortably in the city. If they treated us better, I wouldn't need to ask for this money. But they're ungrateful, and I need that money. After saying this, Qi Laishi left directly. He went straight to the fields to find wheat. Seeing wheat, he felt a bit nervous. He hadn't talked about anything specific before, so he was calm. But now it was different. Maisie looked at him. Are you here to dig bamboo shoots too? She seemed very natural, without hesitation. No, I've dug quite a few bamboo shoots. I want to give them to you as a thank you gift. Maisie handed him the bamboo shoots she was holding. No, I don't want them. How can Qi Laishi want that? I don't want her thank you gift. I'll help you dig, and I'll dig a bit more. She quickly took them from her hand and started digging for bamboo shoots. Maisie asked, Did your family agree to my mom's suggestion? Yes, they agreed. We're all from the same village, so it doesn't matter where we live. Are you really willing? Qi Laishi looked at her nervously. Maisie said, Just agree to my request and listen to me. I'm not as pretty as Ruan. In the village, I look dark from the sun, and my only advantage is that I'm young. I think you're very good, hardworking, and capable. Many people can't compare to you. Qi Laishi smiled simply. Maisie asked, You want a wedding, a house built by your family, and money too? If you're worried about money, then don't hold a wedding.
I don't care about that.
Just give me the bride price. They can skip the wedding, but they still need some practical things. Otherwise, people might think she's just trying to marry into the family without real commitment, and elders say not to accept that, or the in-laws might look down on her. Her previous marriage was because she was in love, and she didn't ask for anything. After many years of marriage, her in-laws bullied her, and she felt so wronged but had no one to complain to. Not having a wedding can save some money. She said, I have money. I was foolish before, and listened to my mom. I used the money to support my brother's education, buy a house, and get married. I plan to go to the city tomorrow to get it back. Hearing this, Maisie became interested. Oh, you want to get it back? About how much? About 300,000 yuan. If I can get it back, then I'll have money. So don't worry about money. I'll find a way. You're so young. Marrying me is already a loss for you. Maisie was surprised when she heard 300,000. That much? Yes. Since high school, I've been working outside to pay for tuition and living expenses. I paid for the house and wedding too. All in all, 300,000 yuan is not a lot. Maisie asked, what do you do outside? How do you make so much money? I used to do hard labor. Later, when there was less work, I started delivering takeout. I can earn a few thousand yuan a month, sometimes over 10,000 if I'm lucky. Hard labor and delivering takeout do make good money, but it's really hard work, very tiring. Maisie said, if we get married, you shouldn't go out to work anymore. Let's farm in the village. It's not as tiring. Maisie thought if they didn't need money so badly, there wouldn't be a need to work so hard. She wants to get married so that a man can be with her, not leave her behind in the village as a stay-at-home wife. Being a stay-at-home wife doesn't mean she can't get married. She can raise children on her own. When she said this, Shi felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. No other woman had ever spoken to him like that. Okay, I'll listen to you. I used to give you all the money. No, you should keep the money your mother gives you and save it. Don't give it to me, or else people might say I gave money to Wang Hao and others. Thinking about it, she added, you should keep your own savings safe and not give it to others. What if her mother gives money to old second Shi again? That could very well happen. Shi was even happier, feeling she didn't care about money and was concerned about him. All right, I'll keep my money myself, for our children in the future. Isn't that thinking too far ahead? They discussed some details of daily life. Shi stopped feeling shy, and then helped with the wheat work. The next day, Shi went to the city despite his mother's protests. Chi's mother tried to call old second Chi, but couldn't get through. The phone wasn't answered. Chi Faison said, why are you still calling? Their brothers should solve their own problems. Don't interfere. They're not children anymore. Why are you meddling so much? Old second doesn't care about us, and now we're following old first. If you don't pay attention to him now, he might get upset. If old first stops caring about us later, well, we do. Hearing this, she was stopped from arguing further. She put down her phone. Old second didn't answer my call, so I've done my best. Chi Faison said, if old first can get the money back, that would be good. The house could be renovated better, like Chu Rant's family. Chi's mother worried, I'm afraid old first will take the money to help my build a house. Ma already said she wants to build her own house. She must have the money. Even if she uses it to help, and if Mai has a child with him, it's not a loss. You can't be afraid to let go. If you don't make some effort, how can she settle down with you? Do you want old first to stay single forever and have no one to care for him when he's old? Chi Faison continued talking about his wife. Money isn't the most important thing now. The most important thing is for Shi to get married. Some families in town have money, but still can't find a wife. How many families in their town have money, but can't find a wife? If coming to happiness can lead to marriage, then we should be truly grateful. Grandma Chi had nothing more to say. She knew how hard it was to find a wife now, or else no one would risk going out at night to find Maisie. Right now, they can only rely on the eldest son. In the future, they will also depend on him for old age. If the eldest son doesn't marry, their retirement life will not be secure. So, at this moment, the most important thing is for Shi to get married and have children. Chi Faison said, in the future, you should treat Maisie better. Don't act like a strict mother-in-law. Look at Chu Ran after she got married. She simply doesn't go to her in-laws' house. So, don't let Maisie do the same. Be kind to her, and she will be good to you. That's good for all of us, Grandma Chi asked. When did I act like a strict mother-in-law? Chi Faison revealed, aren't you acting like a strict mother-in-law with a second daughter-in-law? I saw it myself. Maisie knew that Lai Shi was going to the city to ask for money, and she felt a bit nervous every day. She didn't know who to talk to about this nervousness. She was afraid to tell her mother and family because they would think that Yang Yu and her grandson were the most important. This made her worry more. If Lai Shi really went to ask for a lot of money, would her family be interested in that money? Having gone through a wedding before, she couldn't help but think more. So, she didn't plan to tell her family about Lai Shi going to ask for money. She still wanted someone to talk to, so she went to Chu Ran. She told her about Lai Shi and herself, saying, he's going to ask for money now. I don't know if he can get it. What if he fights with second brother Chi? If something happened, the Chi family would definitely blame her. After hearing this, Chu Ran didn't seem very surprised. From Maisie's reaction that day, she guessed Maisie would choose this way. Choosing Lai Shi is better than choosing someone from another village. She wouldn't have to leave the village, and she could keep Wang Hao and his sister. Her life wouldn't change much. If she went to another village, what about everything she had already arranged here? Chu Ran said, even if they fight, it's easy to call the police in the city. It won't be a big problem. Besides, they are brothers. Brothers fighting is quite normal. Chu Ran didn't expect that second brother Chi had been taking so much from Lai Shi over the years. Taking what he wanted is one thing, but people should also be grateful. She was living comfortably in the city, ignoring her parents and brothers who helped her. She was truly ungrateful. Ran, do you think my choice is a bad one? Perhaps afraid of hearing a negative answer, Maisie quickly said, I have no other options. If it weren't for that night, I might still hold on, but now I feel like I can't go on much longer. A man is also good. At least sometimes it's not so tiring. Chu Ran wasn't sure if that was good or bad. As long as you're happy. When do you plan to get married? I'm not sure yet. His house isn't finished, and mine isn't either. If we count like that, it might be next fall. We probably can't get married in the house rented from Chi's family either, since the owner wouldn't agree, Maisie explained, knowing some rules like that, like how she was kicked out by her landlord when she was pregnant. You can't use someone else's house for marriage or having children. So, you still have some time to stay together, Maisie sighed. Now I live at my mother's house. I don't even dare to sleep there alone. I want to get married soon so I can go back and sleep there without worrying about my mom or sister-in-law. If you want to marry sooner, you could marry me. Isn't your house in your name now? That way, you can get married. Maisie suddenly remembered and patted her head. You see, I didn't think of that. I always thought marriage had to be in the husband's house, so I didn't consider my situation. I'm not at my parents' house now, and things are different. My own house has nothing to do with my family, so it won't affect them. She brightened up. If Chi Lai Shi really takes back the money, marrying him wouldn't be too hard. My brother and sister-in-law are at my parents' place, and his parents are there too. I just need to take care of my 2 kids. If I have more children, Wang Hao and the others are grown up, and taking care of small children will be easier. It seemed Maisie had already planned her future. When she came to see Chu Ran, Maisie's mood was complicated. But on her way back, her steps were light. When she returned, she saw Chi Lai Shi had come back, and they were talking outside. Chi Lai Shi's excitement couldn't be hidden. They were supposed to give me 300,000, but now they don't have that much. They only gave me 200,000, and the rest we'll deal with later. Maisie was also happy. Chi Lai Shi, did they really give it so easily? Of course not. I went directly to his company to cause trouble. When he refused to pay me, I called the police or contacted their boss. I kept protesting for a long time until he finally agreed to give me a few thousand yuan. Chi Lai Shi explained the process. A few thousand yuan isn't enough for anything. I told him I wanted 30,000 and to settle it all at once. He continued. If he still refused, I would keep causing trouble at his company, even hang banners to let everyone know. If that didn't work, I would hire a lawyer. In the end, he only received 200,000 yuan transferred to him. He guessed that was all they had. For now, That amount should be enough for us to get married. Chi Laishi looked at Maizi. Maizi, I want to get married soon. Do you think that's okay? I'll ask my mom to pick a good date. Let's get married early. Maizi agreed with this idea. Chi Laishi quickly ran back home, excited like a young boy despite being in his 30s or 40s. When Grandma Chi heard about the 20,000 yuan, she thought it was enough to cover the wedding, so she didn't say much. Both families quickly agreed on the marriage and set a date. Chi Laishi hurriedly took Maizi to buy the wedding jewelry and rings. Maizi felt a bit emotional seeing these things. She had never had such things before when she got married, and she felt valued. She believed that marriage should be like this, not just based on a few sweet words that young people often mistake for love. Marriage must consider practical matters like food, clothing, and daily life. The Chu family learned about Maizi and Chi Laishi's plans to marry but weren't very surprised. They thought the couple was doing okay together. Chi's family set the wedding date, which was in a week. They didn't invite many people, just some relatives from the village and the Chi and Wang families, with a few tables of food. And so, Chi Laishi and Maizi got married. Chi Laishi didn't return to Chengdu or bring any gifts. After the wedding, they moved to Maizi's place, and Maizi also moved out of the Wang family with her children. Chi Laishi's marriage made Deng Ruoqian breathe a sigh of relief. She thought that Grandma Chi wouldn't bother her anymore. A month passed quickly, and the weather grew hotter. Loquats ripened. Chu Ran accepted an invitation from others and took Xiao Xining to do a live broadcast. Xiao Xining was now living well in the village. Her expenses were low, and she could save some money. During breaks from the live broadcast, she took a leave and visited her family. When she was short of money before, she didn't dare tell her family that she and Peng Feng had broken up. Now that I have some savings, I feel brave enough to go back. When I returned, I was scolded by my parents, who said I was hopeless and had given up on myself. I went back full of hope, but left feeling sad. Home no longer feels like a safe place. It's like a storm's eye. Ran, I shouldn't go back. My mom told me to find someone to marry quickly, and even discussed how much bride price I should bring. It seems like they want to get rid of me quickly. What did I do wrong? I just had a failed relationship, and now they look down on me. As she spoke, she started crying. Chu Ran said, if you don't want to go back, then don't. You have money and savings now.
Don't worry.
Save your money and later, when you have more, buy a house and decorate your little home. That's a good plan. Hearing this, Xiao Xining stopped crying immediately. Her eyes turned red, but she looked at her with hope. Can I really buy a house myself? I don't have much savings now, just about 10,000 yuan from your salary. Just 10,000 yuan for a dream of buying a house. Maybe her hopes were too high and impossible to reach. But Chu Ran didn't think so. Forget about whether house prices will go down in the future. Right now, your income is about 5,000 yuan a month. You don't have many expenses, no rent, utilities, or groceries. Basically, you only buy small things online sometimes. So, you can save about 4,500 yuan. In a year, that's 54,000 yuan plus a little more, about 55,000. Roughly speaking, if you save 5,000 a year, in 2 years, you'll have 10,000. With 10,000 yuan, you could buy a small apartment in a less busy part of the city and pay the down payment. Xiao Xining's eyes lit up after hearing Chu Ran's calculations. She felt like she already had 10,000 yuan saved. Hearing this, she felt she might really be able to buy a house someday. Even if she couldn't buy one right now, she could save money. Having some savings made her feel less anxious. Then I'll work hard and follow you to get rich. When she talked about getting rich, Xiao Xining completely forgot about her family's worries. Chu Ran then mentioned, do you want to buy insurance? If you do, you'll need to sign a contract and become a formal employee. I plan to put my parents' names on the guest house's ownership and buy insurance for them. Of course, I'll also transfer some to myself. Chu Ran was talking about employee benefits. Her previous company had insurance, but it stopped a few years ago. Now, she should start buying it again. The guest house has a business license, so they can buy employee insurance for their staff. Go ahead, I used to have insurance too. I left my job suddenly, so I don't know how to handle it. Let's look into it and get this sorted. They discussed and worked on it. Chu Ren also asked Xiao Tingnan for advice. Since Xiao Tingnan wouldn't handle these matters, he introduced her to someone who specializes in human resources for consultation. This made things much easier. Following the advice, they arranged for employee insurance. Chu Ran's house was finished with renovations. She bought some furniture online, choosing delivery to her door. Seeing the new house, Chu Ran felt very happy. Chu Ran's parents preferred the first floor for convenience, so they chose that. Their room is quite large, with a walk-in wardrobe, a desk, and a makeup table. There's also a small sofa. Chu Ran's room and the elderly lady's room are the same, big rural-style rooms. Each room is at least 30 square meters, plenty of space to place things freely. Even so, there's still room left. However, the elderly lady was reluctant to part with her bed. She was used to sleeping on an old wooden bed, which was easy to hang a mosquito net on and could hold straw bedding. She didn't like sleeping on a mattress. She felt unsure about what was inside the mattress and didn't feel comfortable sleeping on it. Her parents thought her preference for the wooden bed was fine. Since they already had one at home, they didn't need to buy a new one. So, Chu Ren only bought a bed for her own room, a large 1.8-meter bed, which was very spacious. Finally, she had a wardrobe, a room, and a bathroom. No more getting up in the middle of the night to find the bathroom in the dark. All the light bulbs were LED, very bright. The elderly lady worried that such bright lighting would use a lot of electricity and wanted to switch back to her usual incandescent bulbs. But Chu Ran convinced her that LED lights are high-tech, don't use much power, and can save electricity. That way, the elderly lady agreed not to insist on dim bulbs. In May, Chu Ran took on many projects. The loquats ripened, and she still invited her to promote the products. They had worked together several times and became quite familiar. Now, she was more enthusiastic when she saw her. Girl, this year our village's loquats had a big harvest. With the scientific farming methods we used, the yield increased. Now we're just waiting for them to ripen and sell at a good price. Chu Ran looked around and saw that there were indeed more quality products than before. This time, they had been busy for 3 or 4 days with the live broadcast because their village not only had loquats but also other farm products, which they brought together. After returning to the village, an uninvited guest arrived at the guest house. Xiao Xining's parents. Mom and Dad, why are you here? How did you find out? She now deeply regrets telling her mother she was working at a classmate's guest house and asking where it was. As a result, her mother came here, and from her expression, she could tell her mother probably had bad intentions. Xiao's mother said, I just came to see where you're working. You've really made something of yourself, coming all the way into the mountains. You're a college graduate, and in the city, you wouldn't be doing this. What's the point of coming here? I like it. Why are you here? Stop the nonsense. Peng Feng came to see you. You should meet him. Mentioning this person, Xiao Xining trembled all over. I won't see him. You have to see him, whether you want to or not. He's already here. Just as her mother finished speaking, a man came down from upstairs. Who else could it be but Peng Feng? Seeing him, Xiao Xining thought of how he had hit her before. His face was fierce and terrifying. Back then, she wasn't his girlfriend, but more like an enemy. Peng Feng, what do you want from me? Haven't we broken up? Peng Feng looked around, probably feeling embarrassed because there were many people, and didn't want to say much. I was wrong about everything, Xining. Let's talk privately. No need. Just leave. Don't come looking for me again. I don't want to see you. Xiao Xining looked at her parents. You should go back too. This is a workplace, not a place for talking. If you have something to say, call me. Don't come here and disturb my work, she added. If I lose my job, I'll go back and live off you. Xiao's mother said, You brat, do you think I want to come find you? It's Peng Feng who asked us to come. We only came because of him. You and Peng Feng should talk things out. Your dad and I are leaving. It seemed she was afraid Xiao Xining would go back, so she pulled her husband and left without greeting anyone else. Finally, after they left, Xiao Xining let out a sigh of relief. She went outside to talk with Peng Feng. Tell me, what do you want to say? Looking at her cold expression, Peng Feng said, Xining, I know I was wrong. Will you come back with me? We can have our wedding right away. A classic line from a scoundrel, but Xiao Xining was not moved. You're going to a matchmaking event, right? Why didn't it work out? Tell me what really happened. Suddenly, she wanted to know the full story. Peng Feng knew Xining loved him and was willing to do anything for him. So he spoke without hesitation. Stop talking. How can that woman compare to you? She wanted 20,000 in bride price. My family agreed, but just before the wedding, she ran off with her ex-boyfriend and had a child. I definitely couldn't be the fool who pays, so I canceled the wedding. But the hotel and wedding dress were already booked, and the relatives and friends had been notified. We can't get the deposit back. Exactly. Xining, our fate can't be changed. Let's take wedding photos and have the wedding. Isn't that wonderful? Smack. Xiao Xining slapped him, seemingly not satisfied. She then slapped him twice more, grabbed a nearby stick, and started hitting Peng Feng. Peng Feng, where do you get the nerve? Do you think I'll marry you? What are you? Look at yourself, don't forget who you are. I used to elevate you too much, and now you've forgotten your place. You're tall but not tall enough, not good-looking, and you have no family background. Your job isn't impressive either. I wouldn't even mention dating someone like you. You're not worth it. Luckily, we broke up. Thank heaven I didn't marry you. Your place is a den of wolves and tigers. Whoever wants to go, go. I definitely won't. Peng Feng was caught off guard and dodged, but someone kicked him in the backside, causing him to fall into a nearby ditch. Struggling to get up, Xining looked down at him from above, pointing her stick at him. Get out. Leave the village now. Chu ran, noticing the commotion, asked her family members after seeing that Xining was not hurt. How did they get here? Did Dad drive to pick them up? Chu's father shook his head. No, it seems they came on their own. No one went to pick them up. They arrived very suddenly. Mom Chu said he probably called a motorcycle to bring him here. How could he walk all this way? He doesn't even know the way. Dad Chu nodded. Yes, that might be the case. Mom Chu asked, is that Xianying's ex-boyfriend? Is he here to get back together with her? Will Xianying leave with him? Jean said. No, Xianying has come back to her senses. She wouldn't go back. That guy isn't even that good and he's been treating her badly. He's not being abusive, so why would she go back? Mom Chu warned, don't say too much. Xianying's decisions are her own. If you interfere, she might blame you later. Love is always complicated. Jean nodded obediently. Okay, I understand. Xiao Xianying turned back to the guest house. Peng Feng climbed out of the ditch and wanted to follow her. Jean stopped him. Sorry, our village doesn't welcome you. You should leave now. He hadn't booked a room here, so what was he doing staying around? It's still daytime, not dark yet. If he stayed a little longer, it would be night. Jean said, Jean, tell Xianying that I truly want to marry her. We've been together for so many years. If she doesn't marry me, who else would she marry? Hearing this, Jean thought he was really shameless to say such things. He grabbed a nearby broom and started to chase Peng Feng away. Get out. This is our village. If you don't leave before dark, don't even think about staying. His words sounded cold and threatening, making Peng Feng shiver. This woman was too intimidating. Looking at the tall mountains around, a mysterious feeling came over Peng Feng, making him feel uneasy. He quickly stepped back. All right, I'm leaving today. Tell Xianying that I'm waiting for her to change her mind. Then he ran off quickly. As for how he got down the mountain, Jean didn't care. There was a road, and he was young enough to walk down. Even if he didn't want to walk, he could call a ride-hailing car. Maybe he'd get lucky and find one. Turning around, Jean didn't see Xianying. Mom Chu pointed toward her room. She was probably in her room. Jean didn't go over to ask questions. Maybe she just wanted some quiet time. Soon they had dinner. Xianying came out, her eyes a little red, but she looked okay. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual. The weather was getting warmer, and more guests arrived at the guest house. Especially now. The rice in the field has grown, and the leaves have changed from light green to dark green. From a distance, the entire field looks like a sea of deep green. At night, you can hear frogs croaking. Visiting at this time allows you to enjoy the cool mountain air without feeling too cold or damp. It's really great weather. Chu Ran made several videos with lots of peaceful scenes and frog sounds, giving a very rural feel. She also received orders from an elderly tour group, some from the last group and some from a new one. Usually, the occupancy rate is about 30%, but now it's up to 60%, and on weekends, it can reach around 90%. So, Chu's mother and the elderly woman are very busy every day, tidying up the house, disinfecting, and washing bedding. The elderly woman also has to take care of the children and cook. The washing machine runs almost non-stop. Chu's mother keeps nagging, but luckily, water is free. Otherwise, she doesn't know how much the water bill would be each month. Now, the first batch of vegetables has been planted and is ready to be harvested. They sell quite a lot every day. In May, the income from the guest house reached a new high. In the first half of the month, it was about 7 or 8,000 yuan, and in the second half, over 20,000 yuan, totaling around 30,000 yuan. This doesn't include money spent on meals or selling cigarettes and other small goods. If you include those, the total income is about 50,000 yuan. That's a very good income. Chu Ran asked her mother, "Isn't there too much to do? You have to clean, Grandma has to take care of people, Grandpa and Dad are working in the fields, and I need to do live streams. It seems like too much. Should we hire someone to help with cleaning so you can relax a bit?" Chu's mother replied, "No need. I don't feel tired. Washing those things is done by the washing machine, so I don't have to wash by hand. At most, I just take things out and hang them to dry." Chu Ran usually buys laundry supplies wholesale because the demand is very high. She sells some and also uses some herself so she can get a better price. Now it's summer, and the hottest part of summer is coming soon. I see many comments from people wanting to come here to escape the heat. Last summer, some visitors came just to see the lotus flowers, but there was no place to stay. Now that we have accommodations, I think there will be a peak in bookings. Chu's mother was happy. Now, with such high earnings each month, they no longer feel the financial pressure they used to have. "So, Mom, you really don't have to work so hard. Just supervise, and we can hire a cleaning lady to come back, live here with Xianing, and be paid 3,000 yuan. She can stay here and keep Xianing company," Mom Chu no longer insisted. With the busy farming season coming, there is indeed a lot to do. Maybe we should just find someone from the village, Maizi's mom, Maizi's sister-in-law, or even Maizi herself. Chu Ran shook her head. It's hard to manage people from the village. If they're busy with farm work at home and want to go back to help, what can we do? Also, I want someone to keep Xianing company, so we can't just hire someone from the village. They need to be able to live here. Mom Chu also thought about it. Then we shouldn't hire from the village. There are too many issues there. If things aren't done properly, it could be a problem. Where do you plan to find someone, maybe from the town or other villages? Chu Ran replied. We probably can't find anyone online, and he usually doesn't look for jobs online either. I have contact info for some village heads. I'll ask if they can recommend someone. All right, you handle it. With the income from the guest house, we can afford to pay 2 people, not just cleaning but also cooking. That way, Grandma can be relieved of some work. Otherwise, her workload is too heavy. Mom Chu nodded firmly. She and the elderly lady take care of the children and do these chores every day. The workload is really big. But they earn money, so they are tired but happy. Now that my daughter wants to hire someone, it's perfect. Sometimes it's really busy. Xian even goes out with Ran Rand to do live streaming. The front desk at home needs her to handle check-ins and check-outs. She's busy with this and that, sometimes working overtime at night to wash bedding. If they hire someone, Xian can go out with others, and she can stay here directly, no longer needing to do cleaning and chores. Suddenly, she feels her daughter is very thoughtful. She must see how hard they work and wants to help lighten the family's burden. Chu Ran called the village head of a nearby village to ask if there were women aged 30 to 50 willing to work at the guest house, with meals and accommodation provided. She explained the pay, benefits, and requirements. The village head immediately replied that yes, there are plenty of hardworking women in the village. She was told to go for an interview in person tomorrow. Chu Ran thought it was good and set a time. The next day, she drove to the village. Since she had been there a few times before, she knew her way around. This time, she came alone. The village chief welcomed her, probably having already spoken to a few interested women in the village in advance. He immediately called 5 women to come. Chu Ran took a quick look. One woman was wearing makeup and dressed fashionably, looking very young. "How old are you?" she asked. The woman proudly lifted her chin. 35. "I think I meet your requirements. I just don't know if you meet mine. I love cleanliness. If your place is too dirty, I wouldn't want to work there. Maybe I don't meet all your standards since the job involves cleaning, which can be very dirty and messy. Sometimes it might even be a bit disgusting." Sure enough, the woman showed a look of disgust. Chu Ran looked at the others. One had gray hair and looked quite a bit older. Climbing up and down stairs takes strength. In the end, she chose Feng Gui, who was 38. Her son was in college and she needed money, so she wanted to work. Chu Ran thought she was young, happy with her family, clear about her goals, and kept herself neat without being flashy. She explained the pay and told her she could start working on the mountain right away, and Feng Gui could ride with her in her car. Feng Gui quickly went to pack her things. When they arrived at the guest house, Chu Ran handed Feng Gui over to Chu Ma, explaining what tasks she needed to do and how to do them. With her help, Chu Ma felt much more relaxed. Feng Gui worked all day. Chu Ran observed carefully and realized that one person couldn't finish all the work alone. She would need to work overtime. So, she found another aunt from a nearby village to come and stay in the same room with Feng Gui. Feng Gui was responsible for cleaning the guest house, while another aunt, Zhu Hongsue, cooked. They divided the work, which made things less busy. Chu Ran remembered how her grandmother used to cook with her and her mother helping. Sometimes her father and grandfather would also lend a hand. That way, meals could be prepared quickly. But if only one person was cooking, it took a long time to prepare the ingredients. Sometimes, when many people were eating, it was impossible to finish cooking quickly. When the Wang family found out that Chu's guest house had hired 3 people, they felt very annoyed. They wondered why they hadn't spoken to Chu's family earlier about wanting to work there. So, they started murmuring to the old lady. "Grandma Ran, why didn't you ask Wang Hua's mother to do the chores? Your house is nearby, and it would be much more convenient for everyone." Mother Wang also said, "Yes, isn't it easier to ask someone from our village?" The old lady already knew what they would say. "It's because your family is busy, so you didn't ask someone from our village. And this is Ran's decision. She can choose whoever she wants. We're busy too. How much do you pay them each month?" "I don't know. I don't care about those things," the old lady replied cleverly, not giving any useful information. When asked more, she said she didn't know and suggested asking Ran. Now, Grandma Wang didn't dare ask Chu Ran directly. She saw how strict Chu Ran could be. She even chased a young man away that day. "Your house is always busy, and you often see groups of people coming out. You must be earning quite a lot. More than 1,000 yuan a day?" They kept asking about the income. "I really don't know. Do you think I can handle these things? I don't even cook anymore, I just take care of the children. That's my way of helping." Everyone had nothing to say after hearing that because it was true. Now that they had hired a cook, there was no need for the old lady to cook. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have a stove. They hadn't moved into the new house yet, so the stove there was unused. Right now, their family and the guests ate together. "We're too old to do all that work. We should leave it to the young people. The only thing I can do is help take care of the children. That's a big help." Grandma Wang looked at Xiao Hanghang. "This kid is really good looking, just like Chu Ran when she was young. He'll definitely do well in the future." Mother Wang was still talking about hiring people. "Andy, if you're looking for someone from another village, my relatives also want to work here. I wish I had introduced them earlier." "Is working outside really good now?" "Good? Not really. Many people have no work outside and have returned to the village. I saw Juzi's family still asking about village news in our group chat. The old lady said, he also wants to come back." "Aren't they doing well outside?" "Yes, but when a big family lives together in a small place, conflicts are inevitable. Our village has larger houses, so disagreements are less likely. But in such a small place, it's even more common. Mrs. Wang also worked outside, so she knows what the outside world is like. The old lady said, but you can only earn money outside. When you come back, you have to start over. The house at Juzi's family is already falling apart, and when we come back, we need to rebuild it. Building a house in the village costs about 100,000 yuan easily. They've been married for so many years. They definitely have more than 10,000 yuan. That's not a problem, Grandma Wang said while eating sunflower seeds. The old lady also grabbed some seeds to eat. The problem is Stone is getting married. Doesn't he need money? Marriage costs a lot. At least 200,000 yuan. Stone bought a house in the city, so altogether, they probably spent around 300,000. Mrs. Wang replied, "Oh, yes. My son Wang Hua got married, but he didn't buy a house in the city. Still, building a house at home cost over 10,000 yuan, plus the wedding banquet and bride price. It adds up to quite a lot. That was all their savings spent, and they borrowed a little from outside. Now they've paid off their debts, and luckily, they have a grandson." Thinking back, spending over 200,000 yuan was worth it. Getting a daughter-in-law and having a grandson brought more people into the family. A growing family is the key to prosperity. Grandma Wang said, "Marriage costs money." Mai Zi and Lai Shi got married. Mai Zi is remarried, so her bride price wasn't high, but Lai Shi's first marriage meant everything was according to first marriage customs, which also cost a lot. Mrs. Wang said, "I don't know where they got so much money. They built a house and got married. I'm worried that when Mai Zi moves in, she'll have to settle the bills too. Won't she have to pay back together?" Mai Zi didn't tell her family about Lai Shi going to ask Qi Lai Ching for money. Old Lady Chu said, Qi Fa Song and his wife earned money. Lai Shi has been working outside for many years, and she has no big burdens. They must have saved some money. Mai Zi is with you all. She won't suffer any loss. Mrs. Wang said, "Of course, she won't suffer. Now he's living with Mai Zi and taking care of 2 children." She thought her daughter was clever. Finding a man to help raise the kids meant she didn't have to work so hard. "Keep your voice down. The chief family is right next door," the old lady warned her. Mrs. Wang, feeling proud, forgot about this and covered her mouth. "They probably can't hear us." Grandma Wang quickly tried to explain, "Mai Zi is young and will have more children. Once she has kids, there won't be any problems. You just spoke too quickly and said something unnecessary." Mai Zi knows this herself. The Qi family's house is almost finished. When Mai Zi's family builds their house, Mai Zi said she doesn't need Qi Lai Shi to give money. She has her own money because the house will belong to Wang Hao later, and the children born afterward will also have the Qi family's house. Old Lady Chu said, "That makes sense. It won't cause fights among siblings." Exactly. Mai Zi already said she doesn't want you to talk too much here, referring to her daughter-in-law. "Hey, your Wan said she wants to have a wedding. When will it be? The kids are already so old, and I haven't heard your family mention any wedding plans." Grandma Wang changed the subject again. "The young people don't want to have a wedding. They think it's troublesome. If they don't want to, they won't. Weddings are just a formality. Society has changed now, and we need to keep up or we'll be left behind." The old lady now seemed more modern. Mother Wang said, "Yes, nowadays city folks don't want to get married, let alone have a wedding. Young people really have their own ideas about marriage." Grandma Wang asked, "Your Wan is capable, but what does Tingnan do in the city? How much does he earn a month? Does he make more than Wan?" Old Lady Chu said, "I don't know about that. I just know we don't owe money anymore, and it's enough to get by. We live in the village, and our expenses aren't high. That's enough. Your guest house is busy with visitors. You must be earning quite a lot. Otherwise, how could you afford to invite people?" She returned to this topic. The old lady took Hang Hang's hand. "I really don't know. You should ask Wan someday. Hang Hang, let's go home and eat." They went back together. When they arrived, they saw Ruan's father pulling a cart full of gift boxes. Hang Hang saw it and immediately ran over. "I want this. I want this." Wan asked, "Do you know what this is?" "You want it?" Hang Hang giggled foolishly. He didn't know what it was. He just thought it looked nice. "I want it." "Okay, I'll give you one. These gift boxes were sent as employee benefits to Qiao Xining and the other two. When the three of them received the boxes, they were very surprised, especially Feng Gui and Zhu Tsuehong. They hadn't expected there to be such a benefit. They felt a little shy about accepting it. We just started here a few days ago, and we already have benefits. Some of you keep the gifts. Normally, we should have a holiday for the Dragon Boat Festival, but since we run a guest house and work in the service industry, we have to take compensatory days off. If you have something to do, you can tell me in advance, and I will arrange it. If you work on the holiday, you will get triple pay. Feng Gui said, It's okay. My husband and kids are in the city. I don't want to go back, so I'll just stay here and work. When she arrived, she was a bit nervous because she was in the mountains and unsure about everything. But after coming here, she thought it was pretty good. On the first day, there was a lot of work, but now, since we only do cleaning and tidying, it's not so hard anymore. Zhu Hongsui said, I won't go back either. There's nothing much to do there. I'd rather stay here and work. With the triple pay, they earn about 100 yuan a day. So, with triple pay, it's 300 yuan. The holiday lasts only one day, but they don't want to miss out on the money. I heard they can also buy insurance. For such a seemingly unprofessional guest house, it's surprisingly well organized. It's clear that young people run this place. They know a lot. The happiest person was Qiao Xining. She said, I won't go back either. She didn't go home during the May Day holiday and earned triple pay. She was really impressed by Chu Ran's generosity. In the past, her company's boss never gave triple pay. Chu Ran's benefits included a gift box and some money. Qiao Xining received 200 yuan, while Zhu Hongsui and Feng Gui each got 100 yuan. Since they hadn't worked many days, they couldn't get the same as Qiao Xining. All three of them were very happy. Who wouldn't be happy to receive money? It made them more motivated to work. The elderly woman asked, There are so many gift boxes left. Who do you plan to give them to? Grandpa said, To my grandfather. Also, give some to Deng Ruoqian and Himu. They've worked hard too. It's good to share some village benefits. She replied, Yes, they've really worked hard. It's right to give them something. Did you think of this because you saw us giving gifts to Xining and the others? Chu Ran smiled but didn't say anything. There are some gifts left. Do you want to give them to anyone in the village? Chu's mother asked, Should we give some to the villagers? The elderly woman said, No, don't. If we do every year, it will become a habit. Now there are fewer people in the village. What if there are more in the future? She added, and if we keep giving gifts, others might think we're making a lot of money. They're all curious. We should stay low-key. Zhu Ran said, If we don't deliver it, where should we put it? What if the guests want to buy it? This is quite possible. Buying things on the mountain is not easy, and if someone leaves, this gift box would be just right. In the end, no guest wanted to buy it, but Wang Hua came to buy it, saying he would send it to his father-in-law's house. Well, business just came in. Qi Laishi saw Wang Hua go to his father-in-law's house to buy a gift, so he also came to buy a gift to send to Wang's house. Wang's mother initially thought Qi Laishi was too honest. When she saw Wang Hua giving gifts, she didn't know what to give. She didn't expect that they would really send something. Wang's mother happily took it, thinking about her former son-in-law whom she had never seen, and feeling that having a son-in-law around was useful. Now her son, daughter-in-law, daughter, and son-in-law were all nearby. Wang's mother felt life was really comfortable. It's important to have a family that can earn money, and at this moment, she was grateful to the Zhu family. Oh, so close. Why bother with gifts? You guys are just particular. Maisie almost rolled her eyes. Didn't you just complain in front of me that my brother went to give a gift to his father-in-law? I just said that. Seeing Qi Laishi, she pulled Maisie aside and whispered, If you had married someone local back then, I wouldn't be only now getting to enjoy my son-in-law's gifts. Maisie said, Don't mention that person. I've already married. Alright, I was just saying, when your family's Juanzi gets married, you'll understand how I feel. Juanzi is only a few years old. It's too early for her to marry. There's no rush.
Don't talk to me about that.
I need to go pick vegetables. Business has been good lately, and I need to earn more money. It's the season for ripe fruits and vegetables, and Maisie needs to work hard to make money. Luckily, she's building a house. She then took Qi Laishi and left. Qi Laishi came out with a smile still on his face. Maisie looked at him. What are you so happy about? Qi Laishi scratched his head awkwardly. It's the first time I gave a gift to my father-in-law's family. It's a bit new to me. I guess I'm still a rookie son-in-law. Rookie son-in-law means someone who isn't married yet. We're married now. What kind of rookie son-in-law are you? Qi Laishi looked confused. Huh? Did I say that wrong? So, rookie son-in-law means that? Then I am a proper son-in-law. Maisie also smiled, thinking that marrying an honest person was not a bad idea. At least now he listened to her, and they didn't have to live with her parents-in-law. They ate and stayed separately, so there were fewer conflicts. It was different from her previous marriage, where she had to live and eat with her in-laws and constantly watch their faces. They were talking and laughing when they saw Chu Ran's father bringing more guests to the village. Recently, there are many visitors at Ran's guest house. I think your parents should put up a sign at the door, so people know you sell bamboo crafts. Qi Laishi said, then let's make a sign with a few words. But you can't just write a few words randomly, it would look bad. I'll look online for someone to make a good sign, or order one custom-made. Maisie thought that writing a few words with a marker pen would look ugly. Since they make bamboo crafts, the sign should look nice. If the sign at the door looks bad, it gives visitors a poor first impression. Darling, you have good ideas, Qi Laishi said excitedly. Although Maisie isn't very pretty and has dark skin, she is young and capable. He never thought he could marry her before. Now that he has married her, he is very happy with their life. They looked at the sign on their phones. Chu Dad brought this group of people to the guest house. Xiao Xining checked them in, and Chu Dad took them to their rooms. There were about 5 or 6 people, saying they came to the mountains to escape the heat after watching Chu Ran's videos. It was their first time here, and everything felt new. After settling in, they bought ice pops and frozen mineral water and went out to take photos. Chu Mom quietly whispered to Chu Ran, now that it's June, there are really more guests. Today, over 20 rooms are occupied and only a few are left. If all are booked, our income this month will at least double. Our location helps a lot. The mountains are cooler than outside, so more people come. But we also need to pay attention to safety. I printed some safety tips and posted them in the hall. I also plan to buy a TV to install here. How much will that cost? There's no choice. Most hotels don't have TVs, and although they're not used often, it's good to have one. Several guests have already mentioned this. We didn't have the money before because of tight finances, but now we can afford to install it. Chu Ran continued, I will look for wholesale TV brands or check out secondhand ones. They shouldn't be too expensive. Just do it. We don't really know about this anyway. Chu Ran contacted the cable company to ask about installation, charges, and other details. After getting the information, she looked at TVs online. There are many options available. She didn't plan to buy an expensive one, just a cheaper, decent model. She also checked the secondhand market. There are many options, but they don't come with after-sales service. So, she decided to buy a new, affordable LCD TV from a wholesaler that offers after-sales support. Soon, workers arrived to install the TVs. If there were residents, she also informed them beforehand. It was a bit troublesome, so Chu Ren gave some small gifts to the residents as a sign of apology. There were 30 rooms, and they managed to install all the TVs in just one day with a small team, so as not to disturb the residents too much. After installation, the rooms were well equipped. Chu Mom felt a bit sad thinking about how much money was spent, but she was also happy when she thought about the many guests staying that day. She felt very conflicted, but luckily, her mood improved after a few days. Now, by the pavilion, the lotus pond is full of lotus leaves, some with buds about to bloom. It's a favorite spot for visitors to enjoy the scenery. This place is definitely a landmark for the village. Sitting there, feeling the gentle breeze, her hair fluttered, and the lotus leaves moved, which was relaxing and pleasing to the eye. In June, their guest house earned a bit more than last month, so the money spent was quickly recovered. The Qi family's house was also finished. They are now building Maisie's house. Maisie had originally planned to build a single-story house, but now that she is married, things are different. She plans to build a two-story small building. As the children grow up, they need separate rooms, so more space is needed. They are planning to demolish and rebuild here, so they will move in with the Chi family. Chi's house is newly built and still needs some decoration, so they can't move in yet. It's very hot in June, but luckily it's cooler in the mountains, or they couldn't start construction. In June, Chu Rant's guest house had many visitors. They sold more bamboo crafts, especially the delicate small items. Grandma Chi was pleased when she saw the plaque sent by Chi Laishi, thinking her daughter-in-law was quite capable. She even found ways to help the family. They used to write a few rough words on cardboard and really couldn't compare to the branded products they buy now. The new brand looks delicate and nice. It's clear that young people have good ideas. With this brand, their small yard full of bamboo items looks very different. Now, Chi Laishi is busy helping her family weave things and taking care of the fields. In July, the children are on summer vacation. Some kids from the village run around everywhere, not caring about getting tanned. The seasons in the village seem very obvious, but in the city, it feels like the same all year round. People work hard every day to earn money. Xiao Tingnan is working in his office when he receives a call from Nie Ziqian. What's the matter? Speak. His tone is cold and firm. Nie Ziqian is used to this. Isn't it July now? It's so hot I don't dare to go outside. I want to find a cool place to escape the heat. After searching, I found a video of your wife, so I want to go to the mountains to cool off and bring my grandfather along. He's old and also wants a cool place to stay. I plan to stay in the mountains for a while and take care of your family's business. What do you think? Xiao Tingnan's eyes flickered. Not good. I refuse. He hung up immediately. Did he think Nie Ziqian wouldn't go? Of course not. After he finished the call, he told his family's old master. Grandpa, you said it's too hot lately and you don't want to go out, right? I'll take you to a cooler place. The company isn't busy right now, so I can rest for a few days. Before he finished, Nie's mother said, it looks like you just want to rest for a few days, so you're encouraging your grandpa to go cool off. Mom, you're wrong. It's Grandpa who asked someone to take him to a cool place. I volunteered because if Grandpa is happy there, I'll come back to work. Grandpa can stay there with his assistant. Grandpa has someone to take care of him, so even if he stays alone, it's fine. Cough, cough. Grandpa spoke. Ziqian said it's in the mountains. I want to see it. I've been to many mountain resorts, but I want to visit the countryside. Hearing this, Nie's mother didn't say anything more. You can stay for 2 days over the weekend, but you need to come back to work on Monday. Don't think you can ignore everything. Got it, got it. Nie Ziqian just wanted to go out for a walk and also thought the Chu family had a lively atmosphere. So he recommended that the old man go see it and experience a different way of escaping the heat. Then Nie Ziqian drove with the old man to Chu Rant's house. They had booked a room in advance. Because Qiao Xining was at the front desk now, Chu Ran didn't know he was coming. They parked 2 cars outside the guest house, and only after seeing them get out did they realize they had arrived. Why are you here? She asked in surprise. Nie Ziqian explained, it's getting hot now, so I brought my grandfather here to escape the heat. He's old and can't handle the summer heat well. Your place is cool, so it's suitable for him. Chu Ren asked quietly, does Xiao Tingnan know you're here? I told him. Nie Ziqian replied, but he hasn't agreed. This gave Chu Ran the false impression that they were here to check in, so she helped them with the process. The old man saw Nie Ziqian laughing and talking happily with the pretty girl and wondered if she was the girl his grandson liked. But when they entered the yard, he saw an elderly woman with a child. The child ran straight to the girl and called her mom. The old man was a bit stunned. Was this girl married? In the countryside, people often marry young, so it was normal for her to be married. But was she really married? The old man looked around and saw a few young men, but he wasn't sure if they were the child's father. He was confused for a moment. Nie Ziqian had his assistant handle the check-in, and then the 3 of them went to their room. Grandpa, the accommodation here is basic. It's not as luxurious as a 5-star hotel, but the air is fresh, it's quiet around here, and life is simple. There are also some elderly people you can chat with. He asked, what's your relationship with that girl boss? Does she have children? Niezi Qian looked confused. It doesn't matter. She's married and has kids. Why? Then he suddenly thought of something. Grandpa, you don't think I have something going on with her, do you? That's impossible.
I wouldn't do something like that.
I have my principles. I just brought you here because I like the scenery. Grandpa asked, How do you know about this place? I saw it on a video. Niezi Qian showed Old Master a video of Chu Ran. Look, this shop owner is a popular internet star, so her guest house business is so good. Otherwise, how could this remote place attract visitors? Be careful with your words, no swearing. Yes, I'll watch my language. It's just that this place is too far away. If it weren't for online traffic bringing in visitors, no one would notice it. I even bought a lot of farm products from their family. You've eaten some. Old Master looked at him. You don't like her, yet you're so eager to help. To avoid revealing Xiao Tingnan's involvement, Niezi Qian started to make up stories. Grandpa, you underestimate me. I'm a kind person. When I just came in, those villagers were working in the fields, under the hot sun. I paid for what they were holding so their lives can be a bit easier. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Old Master looked at his grandson. Although he often misbehaves outside, he hadn't done anything too bad. If he truly had such a kind heart, that would be a good sign. I'll believe you for now. Grandpa, do you think I'm a real troublemaker? I only found out about this place by chance. I used to have fun somewhere else, and I even took you there. Let's go out for a walk. It's still hot now. Let's go eat. They have a meal package here, and the cooking is pretty good. Some dishes are spicy, some are not. Niezi Qian explained they raise their own fish without using feed. It's really tasty. Just dip it in water first because it's a bit spicy. He kept talking as he led them to the dining hall. At this time, the dining hall didn't have air conditioning, just fans, which made it quite cool. The temperature on the mountain isn't very high. Old Master sat down while Niezi Qian and his assistant went to get food. Soon, a table of dishes was set in front of Old Master, looking quite nice. Niezi Qian saw that the Chu family had hired someone to cook now, not the old lady. He wondered how the food tasted. The Chu family hadn't eaten yet. Sometimes they wait until the guests finish eating. So, the Chu family wasn't here now. Grandpa, try it. It's delicious. They've hired a cook now since the old lady used to cook. Maybe there are too many guests recently and they're busy, so they hired someone. The old man took a bite and thought the taste was pretty good. As long as it's edible, it's fine. It seems you know this place well. Not too bad. I mainly wanted to experience the rural environment. It feels new and interesting. Perhaps Old Master Nie's intentions were too obvious. Niezi Qian emphasized again. Grandpa, please don't test me. I'm not that desperate for food. You know what kind of person I like. That's really not my type. Don't tell my mom anything crazy when you go back. The old man thought of his scandalous girlfriends, each more glamorous and heavily made up than the last, and frowned. Change your taste. Our Nie family would never let such women into the house. Be more careful when choosing a partner. Niezi Qian wanted to say that he wasn't even looking for a partner, but he obediently replied, Okay, like a good grandson. The food they ate probably wasn't as good as what they usually had, but they didn't complain much. After finishing their meal, they were about to leave the dining room. The Chu family just came in to eat and greeted them. Ziqian is here. Are you guys on a break recently? Why didn't you tell us in advance? Chu's mother said warmly, thinking of her son-in-law when she looked at Niezi Qian. Hello, Auntie. I have weekends off. I brought my grandpa here to escape the heat. It's really cool here, no wonder so many people come. Seeing the old man behind him, the Chu family greeted him. Hello, sir. Feel free to relax. It's noon now, so the sun might be a bit strong, but it'll cool down by the afternoon. Then you can go for a walk. The old man looked at the simple, honest farmers and nodded. It was indeed very sunny at this time, so they didn't go out. Even if the temperature wasn't as high as down the mountain, it wasn't good to be out in the sun now. After taking a nap in the afternoon, a cool breeze blew, and it didn't feel so hot anymore. Then they went for a walk. A few guests, carrying cameras and tripods, headed outside. The old man said, Why didn't you bring your camera? Look at them. Niezi Qian waved his phone. There's a camera on here. I'm not a professional photographer, so I don't need a big, heavy camera. If you want to take pictures, I can do it for you. He caught a glimpse of the girl at the front desk. She didn't look as pretty as Chu Ran, but she was still quite pretty and fresh-looking. Beautiful lady, give me an ice cream. He looked at the old man's assistant. 2, please. The old man didn't need any. He's too old and needs to take care of his health, so he shouldn't eat cold things. The old man glanced at him with a look of dislike. Eat less of those cold things. You young people rely on your strong energy and eat anything. Be careful not to get sick early. Niezi Qian let the assistant choose, took one himself, and paid by scanning the code. Then the 3 of them headed outside. Grandpa, you also said that we young people have strong energy. It's so hot now, we need to cool off or we can't sleep. Outside, they saw lush green farmland full of life. Grandpa, isn't it beautiful? Everything is green and it looks different from the greenery in the city. They lived in a villa area with lots of greenery too, but it felt different. There's water inside. Where are they growing? Rice? So this is how rice is planted. The old man looked more annoyed. You're so clueless. That's not rice? It's the rice harvest season now, and many rice stalks are growing. Grandpa, you really know a lot. Niezi Qian quickly flattered him. We'll keep walking forward. There's a pavilion over there, perfect for watching the lotus pond. I wonder if the flowers are blooming. He saw on Chu Ran's video that the lotus leaves covered the pond, and the scene looked beautiful. The group leisurely walked toward the pond, passing through a corridor. The old man sighed. This place is nicely decorated. It's a small scenic spot. The air in the village was really good, with the smell of grass and soil. It was better than the air in the villa area. Birds flew across the sky now and then, chirping, cuckoo, which made the old man feel like he was back in his childhood. He had also been poor before, but later made a fortune through business, becoming one of the first wealthy people of his time. Yes, the pavilion is just over there. Look over there. They reached the pavilion, where many people sat enjoying the view, or taking photos. It was truly a peaceful and nice place. The old man and the others sat down in an empty spot. Niezi Qian took some photos of him. He showed them proudly. Grandpa, look. I took these pictures of you. Do you look especially spirited? That's because I am naturally full of energy. The old man was not at all modest. A few people nearby watched their interaction. Is that your grandson? Your grandson is here to keep you company during the heat. That's rare kindness. They also tried to put others down, saying, young people these days don't have the time to stay with us elders. They think we're boring and don't want to bother. Hearing this, the old man became more proud, but still tried to hide his smile. Maybe your children are busy. My grandson just likes to spend time with me. This statement was completely lacking in humility. A kind aunt looked at Niezi Qian and asked, your grandson looks quite young. Does he have a girlfriend? At that moment, Niezi Qian thought to himself, good thing I just finished my ice cream, or I might have dropped it. This aunt was way too eager to ask questions. I don't have a girlfriend, but I've been divorced a few times. I have a few ex-wives I still support. I don't have children yet. They say there's no problem with them, but I think the problem is with them. Don't you agree, ma'am? This comment made everyone around look at him. Old Mr. Nia was furious, puffing his cheeks and glaring. You idiot, stop talking nonsense. Grandpa, I know you want to see your great-grandchildren soon, but some things can't be rushed. It depends on fate. Then he turned to the aunt and said, ma'am, when you asked if I have a girlfriend, were you trying to set me up? I prefer someone who can have children, preferably a son. Look, my grandpa just wants to hold a great-grandchild. It's best if she's a young, unmarried girl with no siblings. The aunt was stunned by his words and took a step back. I can't meet that requirement, she said, then turned and walked away, clearly showing her dislike. The old man was so angry that his assistant kept trying not to laugh and was helping him calm down. Others looked at Niezi Qian differently, thinking he seemed decent but had such outrageous demands. They also looked at his conditions and wondered. He had divorced multiple times at a young age. What kind of person was he? No children, no problem with his ex-wives, so the issue must be with him. He couldn't have children himself and was still trying to pursue young, unmarried girls. That was just too much. So, the three of them stayed away from others, avoiding getting too close, afraid of being involved. Some people left the pavilion directly. Soon, only the three of them remained inside the pavilion. The old man looked at Niezi Qian and asked, "Are you the one ruining your reputation outside like this?" Niezi Qian shrugged casually. "I don't know those people. There's no point in arguing. I find it annoying, so I think it's best to say it like this. You all don't need to defend me. I don't need it. I won't defend you. Do you think your reputation is good? Everyone knows you're carefree. Even when choosing a marriage partner, they don't want you. Sometimes you should think about your own problems. I wish they wouldn't choose me. I'm only in my 20s. Why should I marry so early? Enough of this. We're here to relax and travel. Don't let these boring things affect us. When the right person comes, it will happen naturally." The old man glared at him, and Niezi Qian ran off immediately. "Look at him. He's in his 20s, but has no proper manners. How can he talk like that outside? And even in front of me, I wonder what he's doing when I'm not looking." The assistant said, "Young master has his own ideas. Look at how well he's doing at the company recently. The master also says young master has talent. In the future, managing the company won't be a problem for him. Having talent is good, but if it's not used properly, it doesn't matter." The old man felt somewhat reassured seeing Niezi Qian's performance at the company. He hadn't embarrassed the Nie family. With no troublemaker grandson in sight, he could enjoy the scenery better. The old man enjoyed the cool mountain breeze of summer, carrying a hint of countryside flavor. People should embrace nature. As they wandered outside and headed back, Niezi Qian noticed the small building next to the guest house. It was originally the Chu family's property. It seems Nan was right. At the beginning of the year, the Chu family was indeed planning to build a house. After a few months, the house was already finished. The design of the house was quite unique and matched the style of the guest house. However, since the Chu family still lived in the guest house, they probably hadn't moved into the new house yet. The old man looked at the house over there, and then at the guest house. This village's houses are quite nice, with their own style. Houses should be built like this. It's because they want to do business, so they built it this way. Don't you have anything else in your mind? What things? Niezi Qian was a bit confused by the reply. Never mind. The old man shook his head and went to the dining hall for a meal. There were still many people there. Since it was crowded, everyone just got their food and ate. There were many dishes to choose from freely. After eating, the old man went for a walk outside. It was evening now, and it was cooler outside. Many villagers were out for a stroll. They walked in small groups, each holding a bamboo fan, which gave a rural feel. The old man looked at his grandson. "Go get me a bamboo fan. You can't go for a village walk without this kind of gear." Niezi Qian widened his eyes. "Where can I get one?" Suddenly, he remembered something. "Oh, I remember. There's a shop here that sells woven bamboo crafts. They should have fans. Let's go check." So they went to the Qi family shop. The old man bought each of the three of them a fan. They weren't expensive, only about 10 yuan each. Niezi Qian saw a woven fan that looked suitable for girls and bought a few. When they left, the old man asked him suspiciously, "Why did you buy so many fans?" Niezi Qian replied, "These are for women. I bought them for my mom. Your mom probably doesn't need so many, right?" Niezi Qian just smiled at the old man and didn't answer. But his meaning was clear. What a disappointment. The assistant, watching from the side, guessed that the young master bought so many fans to give to someone special. With so many admirers outside, he probably planned to give them to those women. But would the girls who follow the young master like just a fan? It's not that he's materialistic, but since they don't seek official recognition, they probably don't believe in love for real, right? People nowadays aren't just obsessed with love. Many are quite clear-headed. Niezi Qian didn't explain. During their evening walk, they looked at the stars in the sky. "Grandpa, watching the stars here seems clearer. Is it because the mountains are higher and closer to the stars?" The old man said, "Probably. The city air is too polluted. Here, the air is good. On Monday, you go back to work and I'll stay here for a few days. Okay. When I come to pick you up, this place feels like a paradise. Staying here for a long time makes you forget about time." Niezi Qian rarely expressed serious feelings. In the evening, Chu Ran finally talked to Xiao Tingnan about Niezi Qian. Xiao Tingnan wanted to curse. He told me about it, but I refused. His grandfather knows me. If he doesn't want to know about my relationship with you, I can't appear in front of him during this time. Chu Ran, bring the kids here. It's the weekend. Come over, and I'll take you to the city for a walk. Chu Ran thought for a moment. Okay, come tomorrow. The kids need to sleep early tonight, so don't bother them. Chu Ran, it's the same if you wait until Hang Hang is asleep. I just want to talk to you. Chu Ran felt that those words sounded a bit warm. They didn't call or use voice messages. They just typed each word one by one. It was a silent way of communicating, but it created a subtle atmosphere. I can't believe you let Hang Hang sleep alone in his room. What if he wakes up and crawls around, falls to the ground? You really don't take good care of the kids, not thinking about their safety at all. Chu Ran complained and politely declined his invitation at the moment. Why go out so late? A man and a woman, their hearts racing. If something happened, she felt she might not handle it well. All right, then don't bring Hang Hang tomorrow. Let's go on a date. Chu Ran saw the word date. Do you know what a date means? Yes, it's what you think. I want to go on a date with you, so I asked you not to bring that little light bulb, Hang Hang. Xiao Tingnan was straightforward. We've never seriously gone on a date before. In this hot weather, where do you want to take me? Chu Ran felt a little moved. Rationality was really overcoming emotion. Now her mind was filled with an uncontrollable anticipation. What was going on? You can go anywhere you want. I don't know yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Good night. Chu Ran put away her phone, turned off the screen, and truly went to sleep. In the village, she usually slept early at night. It seemed easy for her to put down her phone. In the city before, she often didn't want to sleep at night. It was like she always wanted to see something special on her phone before going to bed. The next day, after Chu Ran handed the children over to the elderly lady, she started to get ready and dress up. She wore a dress and tied her hair into a bun, looking neat and tidy. She looked at her figure. Since having the baby, she seemed to have improved, and her upper body felt a bit tight. This dress was bought online from a brand store, based on her previous size. If she still earned her old city salary, she wouldn't have dared to spend money on clothes. But now that her income has improved, she felt comfortable buying them. The fit was very good, and except for the upper body, everything else looked nice. Of course, her upper body also looked good. She just forgot her current size. She didn't wear makeup, only applied sunscreen and moisturizer. At this time, applying sunscreen is definitely necessary, or she would get darker from the sun. She went straight to Xiao Tingnan's villa. He had already said that his aunt wasn't home today. When she arrived, she went directly to the guest room because she had returned from there last time and was familiar with the place. She opened the guest room door and stepped outside. It was very quiet outside. Xiao Tingnan, she called his name, but no one answered. Suddenly, she wondered if he hadn't gotten up yet. She looked at the time. It's only 8 a.m. In the village, by this time, people had already been working for a few hours. Do people in the city still sleep in on their day off? In the village, because of the hot weather, people get up early before dawn to work, rest at noon to avoid the heat, and go back to work in the afternoon. This is on the mountain, which is relatively cooler. In the hotter foothills, some people light lamps and work overnight during busy farming seasons, resting, or not going out during the day. She went directly upstairs to his bedroom door and knocked. She knocked several times before it opened, revealing him in a worn-out shirt. Chu Ran immediately covered her eyes. Why aren't you wearing clothes? In the village, he was clearly wearing pajamas. Xiao Tingnan put on a robe lazily and said, "Who sleeps in clothes? It's your request that I wear pajamas. In my place, I always sleep like this. Is it just me being special, or is he different? Rest days aren't always like this. Have you been in the village so long that you've forgotten city life?" He said this, and went to wash up. Chu Ran asked, "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you." She casually ordered some breakfast online. When he finished washing, he started to take off his bathrobe. Chu Ran was startled. "What are you doing?" She turned away. He was dressed nicely, so why was he taking off his clothes? Early in the morning, his actions gave her a strong visual shock. I'm changing clothes. What else could I be doing? He put on a set of home clothes. Xiao Tingnan finished dressing and walked behind her, whispering in her ear. Sleep is over, so what are you hiding? You're just making it more obvious. Uncomfortable memories came back. She moved a little farther from him and cleared her throat. I ordered breakfast for you. It should be here soon. I'll go check. This room really isn't suitable for staying. Watching her quickly run away, Xiao Tingnan chuckled softly. She's still so interesting. He followed her, and since the takeout hadn't arrived yet, he watched her look toward the door. Today, she was wearing a dress. She rarely dressed like that, which made Xiao Tingnan feel happy, and his face showed a smile. Chu Ran turned to meet his gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Why are you smiling at me? Do I have something on my face? No, you're very beautiful today. That dress suits you. His eyes briefly glanced at her figure. This made Chu Ran feel a little strange, as if she had dressed just for him. She looked at Xiao Tingnan. You in sportswear look like a young man. If we go out like this, people might think we're siblings, right? He looked lively and energetic with his hair still neatly styled. She couldn't help but want to tug at it. Is that not good? Of course it is. It makes me look very wealthy. Xiao Tingnan smiled. That's a strange reason. Chu Ren also smiled but didn't answer. At this moment, the takeout arrived. Let's eat breakfast. I should have brought it from my home. She had changed clothes and came over. She didn't want her family to see this outfit, or they'd definitely tease her. What did you have for breakfast at your home? Xiao Tingnan asked while eating. Aunt Zhu made steamed buns, dumplings, porridge, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, along with my grandma's pickled vegetables. It was a simple breakfast. I didn't think of bringing you some small steamed buns. I ordered the same takeout for you. Is it tasty? The flavors were quite similar. After breakfast, Xiao Tingnan changed into a different outfit. This time, he looked less like a well-behaved boy and more like a successful man. Now he looked like a successful person again. Sitting in his car, he asked, Where do you want me to take you? Don't worry, I won't sell you. The car stopped at an art center. Chu Ran was curious. Are you taking me to experience art? Yes, let's see. I heard it's quite famous. Is it maybe one of your friend's exhibitions? No, my friends don't have such taste. Outside, the weather was very hot, but the car and the inside of the building had air conditioning. The contrast of hot and cold wasn't very comfortable. As soon as Chu Ran entered, she saw paintings. It was an art exhibition, and everyone was quietly appreciating the art. Back in college, she visited an art show organized by the school's art club, but it wasn't as high level as this. Back then, students at the exhibition were quite noisy. It was all fine until she saw a sculpture in the center of the exhibition. It looked like a sculpture of a man and woman in an inappropriate pose. Art. Truly is art. She looked away and focused on other works. She wandered around the art center for a whole morning. She was a bit tired and, after viewing everything, thought she was glad she didn't study art. Apart from financial reasons, she wasn't cut out for it. At noon, they went to a stylish restaurant to eat. Chu Ren finally felt relaxed. Just looking at the art exhibit was tiring. Xiao Tingnan asked, Do you want to buy a few pieces to hang in your guest house? Chu Ren asked, Do you think my guest house would look good with such paintings? Wouldn't it seem mismatched? He replied, It's better if I just buy a few online and hang them up. My guest house is more about a relaxed style, not high-end. If you go too fancy, it might look out of place. If you like, you can buy some for your villa. That would match better. By the way, you said your family went bankrupt, so how do you still have a villa? This delayed question was only asked now. Xiao Tingnan said, I told you, they went bankrupt, not me. Chu Ran didn't know the details of his family situation, but she knew he definitely wasn't involved with those people. So she didn't ask further. After eating, Chu Ran felt a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. I'll go to the guest room. Xiao Tingnan had no objection. The two of them returned to his villa. Take a rest too. Wake up at 3 o'clock. She usually lives a regular life in the village, mainly staying in and not going out for live streaming. She takes a nap at noon so she can be energetic in the afternoon. Otherwise, She tends to feel sleepy in the afternoon. Shouting Nan nodded but didn't leave immediately. Are you sure you want to sleep in the guest room and not the master bedroom? The master bedroom isn't where you're sleeping, right? If I sleep in the master bedroom, what about you? Chu Ran asked innocently. Shouting, Nan smiled openly. What do you think? Chu Ran realized and glared at him, then closed the door to the guest room. Sleep. This person only thinks about these things. If she went upstairs and slept in the same bed with him, what would that be like? When they were in the village, there was usually a little boy named Xiao Hang in the room to ease the awkwardness, but not here. Just the two of them, facing each other. Imagine what kind of romantic scene that would be. Chu Ran set her alarm, tossing and turning for a long time before falling asleep. When the alarm rang, she woke up. She got up, looked at her dress, which seemed a bit wrinkled. She had just laid down to sleep and forgot to change clothes. She didn't have her clothes here. When she came out, she saw Shouting Nan. Where are my old clothes? Are they still in your room? Yes. If you want, you can go get them anytime. No, I was just asking. I don't have pajamas, and I wore a dress to sleep. It seems wrinkled. She tugged at her dress. Shouting Nan also noticed. Take it off, and I'll iron it for you. If I take it off, what should I wear? You can go get your clothes. Those clothes haven't been worn for years. Do you still want to wear them? Or you can wear mine. Shouting Nan went upstairs to get his pajamas, which were short-sleeved and shorts. Chu Ran looked at them, but decided to change into them. His shorts became her capris, and her clothes looked loose and baggy. Shouting Nan smiled, and Chu Ran patted him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? It's you after all. You're going to lend me your clothes. Are you still laughing at me? It was my mistake. I should have prepared pajamas for you. I didn't think it through. Let's go shopping tonight. You can choose whatever you like and I'll pay. How does that sound? First, I need to iron my skirt. They went to iron their clothes and finished quickly. Since it's summer, the clothes are a bit damp but still wearable. After ironing, they put on their dresses again and went out for a walk. Chu Ran decided to buy some pajamas. She chose a sleep dress because it's convenient and doesn't take up much space. Shouting Nan looked at her. Just one of these. Yes, I want this one. It's pure cotton, so it's comfortable to sleep in. But you only buy summer pajamas? You should prepare some for winter too. He casually pointed at some items. Get these and these. Wrap them all up. Seeing the shop assistant's excited eyes, it was like she'd seen a treasure. They bought about 10 sets, mostly cotton pajamas from the store. The pajamas weren't cheap. Each set cost over 1,000 yuan, totaling over 10,000. The pajamas she chose, the sleep dress, cost around 8 or 900 yuan. Since they were at the mall, Chu Ran suggested, let's buy some things for Hang too. What about your parents and grandparents? Let's get some for them too. You can buy for Hang. My parents and grandparents are used to village life. They wouldn't want to wear such expensive clothes. Chu Ran added, and my grandma and mom have different tastes. They like more colorful, fancy things. The older they get, the more colorful their choices become. All right then. In winter, it would be better to buy warm pajamas. Summer clothes for middle-aged and elderly people are quite different from younger styles. They went to the children's section and bought a lot of things for the kids. All the items were packed into his car's trunk. After shopping, they went out for dinner and then took a walk. The square was crowded now. Since the hot sun had set, people came out to relax and enjoy the evening breeze. The night wind cooled down the heat of the day. During this hot weather, the evenings are much more comfortable. I don't dare to stay outside in the daytime, Chu Ran complained. During the day, they mostly stayed in shopping malls, where many people enjoyed the air conditioning. Chu Ran went to buy ice cream and is now enjoying the cool treat. Just feeling something cold like this makes her feel very comfortable. Suddenly, she sees a couple ahead. The girl looks tired and is carrying high heels, not wanting to walk, so she asks her boyfriend to carry her. The boyfriend seems a bit embarrassed and hesitates. In the end, the girl gets angry, and the boyfriend carries her anyway. This scene is quite interesting. Why can't I carry you? I see the girl's feet are red. Maybe she has blisters, Xiao Tingnan says, throwing away his ice cream. I'll carry you. Chu Ran is surprised. I'm talking about them, not us. No problem, we can do it too, he says, bending down directly. Get on. Chu-ran pauses for a moment, then acts quickly and climbs on. She still has her ice cream in her hand and brings it close to Xiao Tingnan's mouth. He takes a bite, and Chu-ran opens her eyes wide. That's my ice cream. Eat what's yours, he says with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Chu-ran doesn't know what to say. She leans on the man's back, feeling very different. It's like they are really in love. She feeds him a few more bites, and the ice cream is almost gone. She throws away the wrapper. Xiao Tingnan, do you think we might meet someone we know? No, even if we do, what's the big deal? We're just free people, not doing anything wrong. He says it so naturally, fitting his personality. Chu-ran, are you afraid of meeting someone you know? I'm not afraid. I don't live in the city much. I'm worried about you. Living in the city, people talk a lot. If I was still afraid of that, I wouldn't have survived all these years, he says confidently. His words sound very bold. Since the city has many people, it's really hard to meet someone you know, so she can relax and have fun. Nie Ziqian's grandfather booked a room for 10 days. Looks like they're going to stay in the mountains to escape the heat. If you want to avoid him, don't go back to the village recently. It's okay. Just come find me. That's good enough. Having someone with me makes me happy, Xiao Tingnan says happily. At this moment, his phone rings. Chu-ran takes out her own phone and sees it's a call from home. Chu-ran patted Xiao Tingnan's shoulder. Let me down. My family called. They probably want me to come back quickly. Hang is about to sleep. Xiao Tingnan let her go. Chu-ran took the call. Hello. Okay, I'll be right back. After saying a few words, she hung up. I need to go back now. Hang is upset and wants to sleep. This kid is used to sleeping with me. Only when I sleep with him can I rest peacefully, Xiao Tingnan nodded. They reached the car. Xiao Tingnan opened the passenger door for her. Chu-ran opened the back door herself. I'll sit in the back and go straight home. The front is too bright. It's easy to notice. Xiao Tingnan sat in the driver's seat with a slightly resentful look. Chu-ran simply said, bye-bye, and disappeared into the back. He was alone in the car. A lonely, empty feeling washed over him. He should have gone back with her. He angrily hit the steering wheel, then took out his phone and dialed a number.
Hello, Nie Ziqian.
Where are you? Come over and have a drink. Nie Ziqian had just finished a walk with his grandfather, washed up, and was lying in bed watching a video of a beautiful woman when he received a call from his brother. The woman in the video was dancing beautifully, and he was completely absorbed. Wasn't this a distraction from his research on beauty? He was quite annoyed. What are you drinking? I'm at your mother-in-law's house. Didn't I tell you I'm here for a summer retreat? Come back. I'll treat you to drinks. If you don't come, you're out of the group. Haha, you better drink by yourself.
I'm going to sleep now.
Grandma Chu says early to bed and early to rise is good for health. Just because you have a son doesn't mean you don't need to take care of yourself. Nie Ziqian continued mischievously, don't blame me for not warning you. Men should take good care of themselves. Otherwise, before 30, you'll look like a dried-up old man. That's not good, Xiao Tingnan retorted. If you're not capable, don't think others are the same. Are you coming or not? No time. I don't want to hang out with you bunch of losers. Be careful. I might tell your wife you're out at a club looking for girls. Xiao Tingnan was about to hang up. When will you be back? He wanted to know when this person was leaving. Are you missing me? Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow night. I have to work on Monday. My grandfather is here for a summer retreat, so I probably won't be returning soon. Nie Ziqian thought to himself. Is it because my grandfather is here that you can't come back?
Haha.
Serves you right. Who's to blame? We're all single, and your wife and kids are warm at home. I just can't stand it. It was clearly intentional. Nie Ziqian, you're so dark and twisted inside. No wonder you need to take care of yourself. If you didn't, you might really turn into a noodle. Xiao Tingnan didn't waste many words with him. I suggest you see a psychologist. Sometimes mental issues can be real obstacles. After saying that, he hung up. Chu-ran returned to her room in the village and went to Chu-ma's room to pick up her child. Hong Hai's eyes were red. When she saw her, she hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go. Tonight, no matter how much we try, this child won't sleep. Grandma has been trying for a long time, but she's just fussing. You should take her back and put her to sleep. Chu-ran said, then you all should go to bed early too. After she left the room, Chu-ma whispered to Chu-ba, Ran dressed like that today. Where did she go? Chu-ba didn't care. I already told you, she went to the city for something. The child is already grown up. Don't ask so many questions. I'm just asking because I want to know, Chu-ma replied. Chu-ba ignored her and turned to leave. He had a night shift and was going to sleep outside. The next day, before Nie Ziqian even returned home, he received messages from friends asking about him. They told him to check the news because he was on it. He opened the internet and saw his name alongside Lu Jia, the daughter of the Lu family. It said that although Lu Jia was already engaged, the Lu family preferred a marriage alliance with the Nie family. When did his family plan to marry into the Nie family? He quickly called his father, Nie Fu, and told him to come back quickly. He asked him not to tell the old man anything and to stay here and enjoy the summer. Nie Ziqian didn't delay. He drove straight back to the city. On the way, the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Last night, he argued a few words with Shouting Nan. This person is vengeful. Could he be behind this? Lu Jia and Shaozhen had been engaged for a long time, right? Why suddenly is there a rumor about her with him? So, Nie Ziqian called Shouting Nan. Did you cause the recent news? Shouting Nan smiled. This is your family's matter. Do you think I have so much free time to set up a match? Hurry back, or you might end up fighting over a girl with Shaozhen. Is it you? Or is it because you didn't listen to my warning and came to the village that you're trying to get back at me? Aren't you afraid I might reveal your secret? I'm not the one responsible. If I really did it, what's wrong with admitting it? Shouting Nan shouted back directly. From now on, Nie Ziqian wouldn't be able to decide easily. Could it really not be Shouting Nan? After hanging up, Nie Ziqian still doubted Shouting Nan because the timing was too coincidental. He returned to the Nie family home to find out what was going on. When he got back, he saw guests at home. Mother Nie waved to him. Ziqian, come here quickly. These are your Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and your younger sister Lu Jia. Nie Ziqian asked, Mom, what's going on? I saw the news today. Don't tell me you're arranging a marriage between me and Lu Jia. From what I know, Lu Jia is already engaged to Xiao Yusen. So, what does this mean? Lu's father looked like he was publicly embarrassed, staring at Nie's father. Mr. Nie, didn't you tell your eldest son about this? Nie's father quickly comforted him. This is a family decision. He just needs to participate. Isn't that how our family does things? Ziqian, Nie's father's face darkened when talking to his son, and his commanding presence suddenly appeared. Mother Nie quietly whispered to Ziqian, if you don't want your card to be blocked, just cooperate. This is a big family matter. Ziqian could only sit down and watch these people wear masks and pretend, which was quite uncomfortable. After some friendly and warm exchanges among the elders, the Lu family members stood up to leave. Ziqian, Lu Jia, you are young. You can get to know each other more in the future. If you really become in-laws, everything will be easier. Nie's father nodded, very supportive. Ziqian, did you hear that? Be proactive. After seeing the Lu family off, Nie's father returned with a grim face, exuding a commanding aura. His dad, don't be angry. Ziqian is just like this. You know that. We didn't inform him beforehand, so he would definitely have opinions. Just clarify things now. Ziqian still looked indifferent, sitting aside. Tell me, what's really going on? How is this related to the Lu family? Do I really have to marry Lu Jia? And what about Xiao Yusen? Mother Nie said, the Lu family was never happy with Xiao Yusen. Xiao's family used to be okay, but now they are bankrupt. What right do they have to marry into us? Your father now has a business deal with the Lu family, and marriage is the best way to strengthen the relationship, Ziqian Nie sarcastically replied. So, I have to sacrifice myself to act out a story where two men compete for one woman? How big is that project? Is it worth risking my son's marriage just to curry favor with the Lu family? Father Nie said. It's worth 100 million. Ziqian was stunned. That seems small. If I want to play along, I need some benefits. I haven't wanted to work lately, but I still want to have money. Parents, what do you think I should do? Father Nie said, I'll give you a 5% increase in shares. Ziqian smiled. That's better. Don't say you want me to marry Lu Jia. I'd even marry Lu Jia's mother. The Nye parents looked very unhappy. Their son. Really? Speak nicely. Don't be disrespectful in front of your father. Until this matter is settled, don't tell your grandfather. We don't want him to worry too much and harm his health. Got it. Ziqian thought he might have misunderstood Xiao Tingnan. This was a match arranged by his family and the Lu family and had nothing to do with Xiao Tingnan. Because of the scandal between the Lu family and Ziqian, Xiao Yusin felt humiliated and went to find Lu Jia. Lu Jia was also helpless. I agreed to the engagement with you because you threatened me, my family, and I temporarily compromised. Now that we have what we wanted, we can't have any more dealings with you. Breaking off the engagement was inevitable. You should have realized that long ago. Xiao Yusin still had leverage over Lu Jia, so after the Lu family went bankrupt, he still agreed to the engagement. But after the engagement, no matter how much Xiao Yusin pushed for marriage, the Lu family refused. Lu Jia took the opportunity during the engagement to get what she wanted, and now she didn't want to have anything to do with Xiao Yusin. Since she got engaged to Xiao Yusin, she had become a joke in their circle. But Xiao Yusin was not so easy to get rid of. Do you think I have nothing left? That's why you want to dump me? I tell you, I've copied many copies of what you have. If I don't want to ruin my reputation, I want you to agree to my terms. Break ties with the Nye family immediately. Nye Ziqian is just known for being flirtatious outside. You already know this, yet you still married someone like him. Lu Jia, is marrying him really better than marrying me? How do you think I treated you? Do you believe he would care? Lu Jia found it funny. Xiao Yusin, do you think cheap tricks are worth much? With our status, we should face reality. You won't be fooled into thinking I love you just because of a few sweet words, right? I advise you to hand over the things. Otherwise, with your current ability, you won't be able to keep them. Xiao Yusin said, Really? Lu Jia, what do you think will happen if I show this to Nye Ziqian? Will your marriage still go smoothly? Will the Nye family marry a woman who has lost her reputation? Lu Jia trembled with anger. What do you want to do? Marry me, or else your scandalous photos will appear online. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the police? Go ahead. These things aren't in my hands. They're with a friend abroad. If something happens to me, your videos will be leaked online. Then you'll have no control over them. Xiao Yusin, marrying you is impossible. How about I give you money? What do you think? How much? Having money means starting over, more directly than marrying Lu Jia. How much do you want? Let's see how much Lu Daqian, Lu's eldest daughter, is worth. 10 million. Lu Daqian is only worth 10 million. Clearly, Xiao Yusin was dissatisfied. 100 million. Lu Jia gritted her teeth. 1 billion. If you don't give it, marry me instead. 1 billion? Xiao Yusin, you're crazy. Where am I supposed to get 10 billion? His calm voice replied, As far as I know, your Lu family and Ye family are working on a project worth 100 billion. Just tell me what you want. I'm not afraid. 10 billion is too much. I can't decide alone. I need to discuss with my family. All right, I'll give you some time. But if you play any tricks, you'll see the consequences. After hanging up, not long after, Xiao Yusin was beaten up. Someone thought it was from the Lu family and called Lu Jia directly. Lu Jia, you actually delayed and sent people to beat me. Very well. I will give the things to the Nye family. Wait, Xiao Yusong, what are you talking about? Who sent someone to hit you? Why would I send someone to hit you? Lu Jia became anxious. Didn't you ask someone to hit me? No, of course not. My dad already agreed with what you said, but he has a condition. You must go abroad and are not allowed to return. Xiao Yusong laughed loudly after hearing this. Ha! Lu Jia, you need to understand that I hold the power now. I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Jia was about to go crazy and planned to go back and cause trouble with the Lu family. Because of this, her engagement with Nye Ziqian had also been delayed. Nye Ziqian didn't mind and still had time to bother Xiao Tingnan. Right now, at Xiao Tingnan's house, he said, Your older brother seems to have some leverage over Lu Jia. The Lu family is still under his control, so our engagement is on hold for now. Honestly, your brother is quite capable. Holding on to the Lu family is like holding on to a lifeline. Xiao Tingnan asked, "Are you eager to marry into the Liu family?" "No, I don't care. It's just an engagement, not a wedding. It's all just acting. As soon as my dad finishes this project, the engagement can be broken off." Nie Ziqian thought simply. "Don't you like Liu Jia?" "Why would I like her? She's not some stunning beauty. I prefer someone more lively and less perfect. The daughter of the Liu family is too proper.
I don't like that.
I like someone a bit more free-spirited." Xiao Tingnan looked at him with disdain.
What kind of taste is that?
He automatically moved away a little. Nie Ziqian noticed and said, "What's that look for? Don't pretend to be serious. Men have their hobbies. My hobbies aren't as special as yours," Xiao Tingnan said, distancing himself. "With your unique taste, maybe you should get a health checkup every 6 months. Oh no, quarterly checkups are better." Nie Ziqian's face darkened. "Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. But on the other hand, do you think I can still smoothly marry into the Liu family? My dad promised me shares and money. If I can't get married, I won't get anything. It's so frustrating. This person was about to get engaged to the Liu family but then wanted to pursue other girls, such a bad guy. That is Chu Ran's college classmate. You better not try anything or you'll end up in trouble. Haha, I was just saying. You know I don't usually go after serious women. Don't joke around." Okay. Since when have you been so old-fashioned? Ever since you got married and had kids, you haven't been out much. Have you turned over a new leaf? None of your business." They argued back and forth for a while. Xiao Xining, who works in the village, sneezed. "Who is thinking of me? Maybe someone you're thinking about," Chu Ran said casually. "But I haven't been thinking about anyone. I just want to make money now. Only money gives me a sense of security." Xiao Xining feels very happy now. She doesn't worry about rent or work anymore. Her daily work is easy, and her salary is good. She gets nice benefits too. After a few months of working, she has saved quite a bit of money. Before dating, her salary mostly went to rent, daily expenses, and sometimes to her parents. After dating, her salary mostly went to support Pengfeng's family, and she felt she was spending less. Now, the money is hers alone. She can spend it however she wants, buying things she used to avoid or couldn't afford before. She also buys pretty clothes online now, no longer buying cheap, low-quality stuff. This change is thanks to Chu Ran's advice. When you have money, treat yourself better. Clothes should be from good brands, with good styles and quality. So she shops at brand discount stores. The clothes she buys feel better quality, fit well, and look good. Chu Ran nodded. "Yes, that's a good idea. Having goals is important. When is your next live stream? Aren't you always live streaming?" Recently, she hasn't sold many fruits, but she sells lots of vegetables, so she often goes out to sell them. Especially when she visits the town more often. Many villagers nearby give their extra vegetables to the town, where they sell everything in one place. That makes things easier. They made a new plan which greatly saved time and effort, improving work efficiency and getting better results. Currently, there are many vegetables, and she spends a long time live streaming, but she earns more, so Xiao Xining also makes extra money. They only return to the village at night. Mom Chu came to find her. Ran, your grandma called me again today. They said they had a fight with your eldest and youngest uncles. From now on, I won't get involved with them. If they want me to help sell vegetables for them, should I agree? Chu Ran replied, "No, Mom, we agreed before that you would give them 200 yuan a month, and their lives would be managed by the two uncles. Now they're fighting, and they only remember you? What about the beatings I endured all those years? Also, they're old now. Growing some small vegetables for themselves is enough. If you insist on helping them sell vegetables, and they get tired or sick, won't their brothers come to argue with you? They won't blame you. They might say you encouraged them. They have money, but in the countryside, they don't spend much. A few hundred yuan a month is enough. So, you don't need to worry about their lives. They are old. They shouldn't be overworked. Let their sons ask them for money." Hearing this, Mom Chu thought it made sense. Her family on her mother's side isn't like her in-law's family. Her in-laws help with chores, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law do some less tiring work. But her own parents don't have young people around to help, so they have to do all the hard and light work themselves.
She really shouldn't be so exhausted.
If she gets too tired, Chen Zaijin and Chen Zaijing won't help, and in the end, they will come to her. After thinking it through, Mom Chu immediately called her mother. She explained roughly and emphasized, "Since you're back, you should ask them for money. If they don't give it, you should argue with them. I'll give 200 yuan, but they are your sons. Each should give at least 500, and together that's 1,200 yuan a month. In the countryside, that's enough for living. Don't work so hard to earn money. Whatever you earn, it's for them. Look at how they treat you now. No matter how much money you make, they still behave like that. Why bother?" No matter what, Mom Chu refused to agree to their demands. After hanging up, the old man and woman of the Chin family looked angry. "Boss, it seems you no longer want to take care of us, so you just won't let us farm. We grew so many green peppers, just harvested them, and now we can't finish eating them ourselves. What if we can't sell them?" The old lady spoke with some worry. "Now all the pumpkins, winter melons, and bitter gourds in the field are ripe. They planted late, so the harvest is late too. Now is the time to sell, and they just want to make some money." The old man said, "The village sends some produce to town to sell. We can sell ours cheaply to them, let them handle the selling. We won't go to town ourselves. Earning a little less is still earning, better than letting everything rot in the field. That's all we can do. What's the point of raising two sons? Now neither of them is here to help. Old boss, the older one, is asking them for money. Each gives us 500 yuan a month, or else we'll go to the city and cause trouble. The old man is used to controlling things, so he still wants to keep the money in his hands. The case of Chen Tai has been resolved. It's quite serious. More than 2 years in prison. Now that Chen Zaijin is back home, it's like the sky has fallen. The Chu family is being criticized from all sides. But scolding doesn't help. The evidence was clear, and Chen Tai admitted his guilt. Because of this, Chen Zaiqing and his wife no longer dare to bully the Chu family like before. They also warned their children, "Don't learn from Chen Tai. We know you don't get along well with Chu Ran, but things aren't like they used to be." Chen Yang, the oldest, is 4 years younger than Chu Ran. "Dad, we don't have anything to do with Chu Ran. She's much older than us. Even if someone tries to bully her, they can't. When we were kids, we just followed our big brother, watching him and Chen and how they bullied Chu Ran. The twins, Chenin and Chen Duo, said, "We didn't do anything." Chen Duo nodded too. All 3 of them were scared. They never thought it would become so serious. Chen Yang asked, "Why is Annie's family so harsh this time? Aren't they all one family? Don't they have any kindness? Isn't it too much? She doesn't even see Big Brother as her nephew. Her family only has Chu Ran's daughter. What's the use of that? If she brings up old issues, she might get you all into trouble." Chen Zaiqing warned the children again. "Don't think we don't know. When you were kids and bullied Chu Ran, even though you weren't the main troublemakers, Chen Tai hit her, and you also went to bother her." Hearing this, the 3 of them felt guilty. Sister-in-law He Meiling said, "It's all in the past. Why bring it up now? We were just kids back then and didn't know better. All right, just be nicer to Chu Ran in the future." Chen Yang said, "Why be polite? We don't see them much, hardly have any contact. There's no need to be polite or not. We live in the city, and they are in the countryside. What future does the countryside have now?" He looked down on the Chu family because their eldest aunt used to flatter their cousins. Now, since Chen Tai is so harsh to them, he believes they will treat him the same in the future. They used to pretend to be nice. Chanan said, "Exactly. Their family just added a son-in-law, who's basically a stranger. I think that son-in-law isn't reliable. Chu Ran will be dumped sooner or later." He Meiling said, "You're still young and don't understand. I think that son-in-law isn't simple. About my brother's case, it shouldn't have taken so long. I heard they hired a good lawyer, which is why the sentence was so long. The Chu family probably couldn't afford such a lawyer. It was probably someone from the son-in-law's side." Chen Zaiqing finally realized, "You're so clever, wife. We overlooked that son-in-law. What's his background? We don't know. It probably isn't simple. I heard he works in the city too. Maybe we should find out more." He Meiling was also curious. "Where would we find out?" We don't even know his name. Never mind, it's better not to bother them. Chen Ziqing thought it was best to stay out of trouble. That man looks difficult to deal with. They should just keep a low profile. Later, he received a call from his grandmother, asking him to give his eldest brother 500 yuan each month for his elderly care. Chen Ziqing didn't agree right away. Instead, he said he needed to discuss it with his brother. He knew his brother wouldn't agree at this time, especially since Jin Tai was in jail, and their parents hadn't helped at all. There was no way they would give any money for elderly care. His grandmother seemed to know what he was thinking. If you don't give it, I'll go to your workplace and cause trouble, or I'll go to Chenin and Chinduo's school. Chenin and Chinduo are probably in high school now. We don't want to delay their studies, so it's best to be honest with them. This kind of threat really works. The couple is experienced and not afraid of what others say or of trouble from the elders. But Chen En and Chinduo are different. Since it's about school, if there's a fuss, how can the kids behave normally at school? So, they finally agreed to pay 500 yuan a month. It's not much. Now, Chinyong has already finished college and found a job himself, so they don't need to pay for his education anymore. They only need to support the two younger children. After that, Chu's mother stopped interfering with the Chin family's vegetable business. But relatives from the Chin side often called her to criticize her. They said she was unfilial, that her parents were nearby, yet she didn't help, and even sent her own nephew away. They accused her of having no family sense, forgetting her roots, and other harsh words. Chu's mother didn't back down. She listed all the wrongdoings of the Chin family and said she wouldn't forgive Chen Ziqing and Chen Ziqing's families. Then she hung up. Chu Ran saw that her mother looked upset after each call. Don't answer their calls when they call after getting off the bus. They rarely contact us, and when they do, it's probably not good news. Chu's mother agreed. Yes, I won't answer anymore. It's annoying. They always try to lecture us. Why didn't they go to Chen Ziqing and Chen Ziqing's families to talk? Chu Ran said, it's because you're easy to talk to. That's why they come to you. If we were tougher, they wouldn't dare. Chu's mother is realizing more and more that she shouldn't always try to please others. At this moment, there was noise outside, and she thought something was wrong with the visitors at her home. She went out and saw people carrying bags walking toward the village. She saw Wang Maizi's mother also looking toward the village entrance, so she went over and asked, Who are they? Wang Maizi's mother shook her head. Are they your guests? It probably isn't, she replied. If they were, someone would have told her. They didn't look like tourists because these people were moving furniture. If they were guests, how could they be moving furniture? It looked more like they were moving out. Getting closer, she finally recognized who they were. Oh, it looks like the Zhuzi family. Wang Maizi's mother clapped her thigh and went over. Zhuzi, sister-in-law, what are you doing? The daughter-in-law of the pillar showed a slightly awkward smile and said, It's a long story. We plan to move back to live here. Mom Chu quickly asked, Why did you suddenly come back? What about your house? The house is already like that, it needs repairs. Can we ask Ranran's dad to help check what materials are needed and how much it will cost? The daughter-in-law of the pillar hurriedly replied, without explaining why they suddenly returned. It's nothing special. Isn't Maizi's family building a new house? There are workers in the village. Maybe they can help. Perhaps they can fix your house quickly. Mom Chu didn't refuse. Helping each other in the village is very common. The daughter-in-law of the pillar looked around the village. The village has developed quite well. I haven't been back for a long time. There are several new houses. Whose are those? Wang's mother said, That's my family, as you know. Over there is the Chi Fozhong family. My Maizi and Laishi got married. She gave a brief introduction of the village. Over there is Chu Ran's family. They run a guest house. Since you just came back and don't have a place to stay, you can stay at the guest house. It costs only a few dozen yuan a night, which is cheaper than in the city. The daughter-in-law of the pillar, paying just a few dozen yuan a day, wondered how much it would be if they stayed a week. They're very poor now, with no money at all. So she quickly said, It's hot now. We'll just sleep on the ground outside. No need to stay at the guest house. It's too fancy. Let's go back and take a look first. She then pulled the two children and left. After they left, Wang's mother whispered to Mom Chu, There must be something wrong with the Pillar's family. They don't look well. They used to drive back themselves, but now they don't. They seem quite down. Mom Chu nodded. Probably. If anyone in our village can lend a hand, I'll ask Ranran's dad about how to help with the repairs. She was still very eager to help. Wang's mother said, You go ask around. I'll also talk to my family about the Pillar's family coming back. The two of them split up. Mom Chu went back and told the old lady. The old lady was surprised. I was wondering what all the fuss was about outside. So, it's the Pillar's family coming back? Yes. They even brought furniture and said they want to repair the house. Looks like they plan to stay here permanently. No wonder it was so noisy. Someone was moving things. Ma Chu went to the fields to ask Dad Chu about repairing the house. The elderly woman took the children to visit Juzi's family. As soon as she arrived, she saw Grandma Wang also bringing Yangji along. Yangji is Wang Hua's daughter-in-law, Yang Yu, and the child from her previous marriage. After remarrying, she changed her surname to her own, which the Wang family had no objection to. In the Wang family's view, it was better for Yangji to keep her original surname, as it made their family feel more comfortable and helped please Yang Yu, making her feel more secure in the Wang family. Old sister, you're here too. I heard Juzi's family came back, so I came to see. Yes, I heard that too. Why did they come back all of a sudden? It's not sudden. We were just talking about how Juzi's family wanted to return. Maybe they ran into some trouble. Juzi's old house was really run down. The couple had someone move the furniture into the yard, paid some money, and then let those people leave. Grandma Wang said, Juzi, why did you bring the furniture back? It looks nice. There were a few chairs, a table, and a bed. Juzi's wife explained, We sold the house in the city. The furniture was unwanted, and second-hand items are too cheap. So we brought it back. Really? The house was sold. What about Shirtu? Didn't he come back with you? Grandma Wang asked further. Our house was sold, and we had nowhere to stay. He found a job that provides food and accommodation. If we rented a place in the city again, it would cost a lot. Since the kids are about to start school, we decided to return to the village to save money. Old Lady Chu said, It's cheaper in the village because there's no rent. She knew that rent in the city was expensive. When Wan rented in the city before, it cost over 1,000 yuan a month, almost half her salary. It felt like she was just giving money to the landlord. Exactly. We are a big family. Renting in the city would cost around 2,000 yuan or more. It's better to come back, and it's all because of Shirtu. Juzi's wife didn't hide the truth. That Shirtu, our family was doing well in the city. We bought a house and a car. Things were going smoothly, and the kids were about to start school. Then he started gambling. Is that stuff even real? It's all a scam. He just fell into it. No matter how we tried to stop him, he wouldn't listen. He ended up in debt, divorced his wife, and sold the house and car to pay it off. Now we have no choice but to come back. Grandma Wang, playing cards like that isn't good. You can't touch those things. It's just a game others set up. How can ordinary people make that kind of money? That's right. Now his wife has run away, and there's nowhere for her to stay. We can only let him work in the factory. When we come back, she looked teary-eyed. Juzi, let's not talk about this now. Clean up the house, or there won't be a place to cook dinner later and no place to sleep tonight. Andes, I'll go tidy up, Juzi's wife said, and went into the room. The two elderly women and the children left, still sighing on the way. This really means starting over. We have to fix up the house again. But I guess we don't have the money for that. I think life in the city isn't much better. At least in the countryside, life is still somewhat secure. Grandma Wang, who had spent her whole life in the countryside, still thought rural life was better. I need to go back and tell Wang Hua. I can't let him touch those things. Wang Hua's wife was at home resting after her pregnancy, so he didn't go out. He stayed at home planting crops and picking wild vegetables. With some income, he didn't feel so worried. The elderly woman went home and brought some vegetables to Juzi's family. They had just returned and probably hadn't prepared anything. If it's not convenient for you to cook, come to my house to eat. My place has had many guests lately, and I have to cook a lot every day. Hearing this, Juzi's family became interested. How much do you charge? 15 yuan per person for a meal, and the children. 2 children can be counted as 1 adult. Alright, we've tidied up here too. We probably can't cook today, so we'll come to your place later. That's fine, but better to come around 6 o'clock. Come a bit earlier, or there might not be many dishes left. Okay. The elderly woman left. Juzi's wife said, things are more convenient in the village now. There used to be no such facilities, no place to stay, and no places to eat. I see Chu Ran's family is doing better now. Later, we'll go see her guest house. Such a big building must have cost a lot, right? Chu Ran is really impressive. Yes, she was also outstanding in school. She's one of the few college graduates in our village. Look at our Juzi, about the same age as her. Who's more impressive? They also didn't want to cook anymore, mainly because when they got back, there was really nothing at home. I plan to go to the town again tomorrow to buy some things. We went to Chu's dining hall for a meal. There were 4 of us, including 2 children, and 3 people paid for the meal. The food was pretty good. The cook was someone I didn't know, probably hired. After eating, we bought some daily necessities at Chu's small shop. Things like mosquito coils are essential. We plan to sleep outside in the yard tonight because it's cool, but there are many mosquitoes, so mosquito coils are necessary. Everyone in the village knows why Juzi's family moved back. That evening, the old man found Juzi to ask about his plans for the future. Some villagers are planting on your land, but they can clear it in the next 2 months. The corn harvest is almost done. Only the millet remains, which will be harvested next month. The weather is hot now, so tilling the land is tiring. You can wait until September, when it's cooler, to prepare the land for planting vegetables for the second half of the year. Juzi replied, Yes, I know. We will plant again in the second half of the year. These 2 months are harvest time. It's not right to take other people's crops. That would be wrong, especially since we are all from the same village. They just came back and still rely on help from the villagers. The village has plenty of land. If you farm well like the Wang family, life can be pretty good. Juzi said, Village chief, I plan to raise chickens and start a farm. It's convenient to raise chickens on the mountain, and I heard it can make money. Raising chickens and farming can be done together. If I do well, Stone won't need to go to work elsewhere. He can help with the farm here. That's great. Your wife used to raise the most chickens in our village. She's capable. Juzi's wife was a bit shy when praised. Capable? We were poor back then. I wanted to raise some chickens to sell, so I kept a few more. Otherwise, I don't know how we would have managed.